Yes, it's time to say hello to...
It's time to say hello. I'd like to let you know each time that we meet, these moments are sweet, my dear one.
Yes, it's time to say hello to Alice Cornell with her soothing way of singing and playing. So sit back and relax for a few minutes, hear your favorite songs, and have a memory or two.
A tune that is old, a melody new, I'll sing for you.
Hello there. You may easily carry on with whatever you're doing. You see, the whole idea in back of these next 15 minutes is to help you carry on with your morning routine by giving you only the music you requested to hear. And I'm mighty glad I've been chosen to sing and play them for you. For it's an honor, and it certainly is a pleasure. Here's your first one.
Blue moon, you saw me standing alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. Blue moon, you knew just what I was there for. You heard me saying a prayer for someone I really could care for. And then there suddenly appeared before me the only one my arms will ever hold. I heard somebody whisper, please adore me. And when I looked, the moon had turned to gold. Blue moon, now I'm no longer alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. And then there suddenly appeared before me the only one my arms will ever hold. I heard somebody whisper, please adore me. And when I looked, the moon had turned to gold. Blue moon, no, I'm no longer alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own.
There's a musical playing on Broadway now called Dream with Music. And believe me, that show is a beautiful dream. Wish you could all see it. To those of you who have, here's your request for the hit ballad from Dream with Music, Love at Second Sight.
I didn't look twice when I first saw you. But maybe if I'd had second sight, I'd have noticed the day that my heart behaved, and the time that we've wasted we might have saved. For now I've looked twice, and now I see you. The future is clear, the land is bright, and heaven is nearer. And if I've reckoned right, I'm falling in love at if I'd noticed the day, oh, my heart behaved, and the time that we've wasted, we might have saved. Second
The colored citizens of our country have done well in popularizing certain melodies that have gone down in musical history as the best loved songs. This request has arrived from all over every state in the Union, I believe, including our friends in Canada, who wish to hear Swing Low, Sweet Chariot.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home, a band of angels coming after me, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. If you get there before I do, coming for to carry me home, just tell all my friends I'm a-coming too, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Carry me home.
The name Nick Kinney is very familiar to millions of people because of his popular radio column in one of our New York newspapers, also because of his success as a composer of songs and poems. Mr. Kinney has graciously given me the permission to read this poem to you on my program. It's titled, They Call Me Radio. I am a giant, old as time, yet young to you on earth. You've just begun to feel my strength, but do not grasp my worth. The sun and the moon are known to me. I gossip with the stars. I plumb the ocean's farthest depths and laugh at man-made bars. I roam through mountains, streams, and lakes, forever on the go, unmarked by time, a guard of space. They call me Radio. Now may I sing and play another of our best loved songs, My Buddy.
Nights are long since you went away. I think about you all through the day. My buddy, my buddy. Nobody quite so true. just long to know that you understand, my buddy, my buddy, your buddy misses you. The touch of your hand, just long to know that you understand, my buddy, my buddy, your buddy misses you.
'Tis time now for one of your favorite current hits. You might as well hum along, too, 'cause by now you're quite familiar with this melody. I wish that I could hide inside this letter and seal me up and send me out to you. What a surprise in store, they'd bring me to your door. I'd pop right out and kiss you like you've never been kissed before. We'd be so happy we could cry together, and then we'd love the way we used to do. I wish that I could hide inside this letter and seal me up and send me out to you. I wish that I could hide inside this letter and seal me up and bring me out to you. What a surprise in store, they'd bring me to your door. I'd pop right out and kiss you like you've never been kissed before. And we'd be so happy if we could cry together, and then we'd love the way we used to do. I wish that I could hide inside this letter and seal me up and send me out to you. Well, I wish that I could hide inside this radio, but that's only wishing. So I'll meet you tomorrow, the same time.
We interrupt this program to bring you the latest invasion news. Here is Elmer Peterson.
German long-range guns in the Pas-de-Calais area have turned loose a violent barrage against Dover and the Dover area. Approximately 40 rounds of heavy caliber shells fell in the Dover-Folkestone area across a distance of 21 miles. This renewed shelling of the British coast comes at the same time as Nazi reports that Allied amphibious troops have attempted a new invasion of France directly across the narrow straits of Dover. There is no Allied confirmation for this German reports. In fact, our own headquarters say simply that they have no comment to make. However, this report indicates Nazi fears of new Allied landings. It also calls new attention to the general belief that Allied strategy may be expanded shortly into new offensives. Another item of late news is the first specific report of our losses from airborne operations. 12 C-47 troop carriers and 12 gliders were lost last night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tune to WEAF for the up-to-the-minute coverage of the invasion and the latest bulletins as they come off the wire. Just a little love, a little kiss, I would give you all my life for this. As I hold you fast and bend above you, and I hear you whispering, I love you. The makers of Babbo present the new radio drama, Laura Lawton. The story of a girl who didn't know what she could do until she had to do it. A story of courage and love and life, which takes place in the most exciting city in the world today, in Washington. Homemakers, if you're interested in removing dirt and stains from your painted woodwork, you'll welcome this letter from Mrs. Helen Hathaway, York Village, Maine. Mrs. Hathaway writes, quote, after having tried many different cleaners, I'm thoroughly convinced that Babbo is the finest cleaner I've ever used. Yes, Babbo is absolutely tops. It's so quick, so thorough, so easy. Why, I just used it a few minutes ago to clean the painted woodwork of my pantry, and you should just see it now. The woodwork's as bright and shining as new, and smells so fresh and clean. What's more, I use Babbo to clean my bathroom, too, because it removes discolorations and stains in a jiffy, makes my fixtures sparkle and gleam. Now that I've proved everything you say about Babbo is true, I'll never be without it. Unquote. Thank you, Mrs. Hathaway. And ladies, once you try Babbo, you'll never be without it either, because Babbo is so quick, so thorough, so easy to use. And here's why. Today, it's grease that causes 90% of your hard scrubbing and scouring. Babbo was created specifically to dissolve grease. And with grease gone, all dirt and stains wipe away gently and quickly. Why, you'll say you're through household tasks in half the time. Prove this for yourself. Ask your grocer today for Babbo in the famous green can with the big white letters, B-A-B-O. And now, today's chapter of Laura Lawton. This afternoon, Laura's brother-in-law, distinguished Rex Lawton, came to the shipyards after Peter Carver had been gravely injured and suggested that Peter be brought to his gracious, centuries-old Virginia home, Rexford Court. And now Peter and Laura, Laura's secretary, May Case, and his 18-year-old sister, Gail, are in Rex's home. It is night, and Laura has come downstairs alone. She has found her way into a dimly lit room where she sinks into a chair by the window. And Laura is thinking.
I can't face it, but I've got to. I'm guilty of what's happened to Peter. I should have told Peter that Happy was dead, that he'd been shot. I should have told May that Mr. Castle was near the shipyards last night, that he asked me to get him a pass to be in the yards today during the launching. Oh, but I don't know. I don't know that Mr. Castle did get into the yards without a pass. I've no reason to think he was connected with the accident. I haven't thought Peter knew what had happened to Happy. I haven't thought that he might have quarreled with him and shot him. Mr. Castle says that's what happened. But I've known it couldn't be true. And yet, Peter wouldn't admit that he saw Happy that night. He acted as if he had something to hide. And now he's terribly injured. Somehow, I'm positive Russ Gilman is back of all that's happened.
Laura, dear?
Oh, May, have you come from the doctor?
Oh, dear, I've been telephoning.
I was upstairs, but the nurse, Miss Bradley, said there was nothing I could do. She told me to leave. I don't seem to know anything. She doesn't, and Dr. Marshall just motions me away when I try to talk to him.
Did you get Gail to sleep?
Yes.
That's fine. Oh, Laura, you must be very tired. You look simply exhausted.
You must be tired, too. You've been carrying the whole burden. I haven't been any help. I haven't stood it half as well as you.
Well, this would be no time to go to pieces. The only thing I can do for Peter is to go ahead with his work and keep the accident out of the papers if it's possible. Thank heaven the newspaper men left the yards this afternoon just after the launching.
You don't want it known that Peter's badly hurt.
He wouldn't want it.
May, he still doesn't recognize any of us. He doesn't know he's been brought to Rexford Court. And I wondered if we...
No. Now, don't worry about his having been brought here. Dr. Marshall thought it was best. Oh, Lamb, now I'm going to need you to help me during the next few days.
And I've got to show more courage. That's what you mean.
No, not that. You don't lack courage.
May, if anything should happen, if he shouldn't get well...
Darling, we must steel ourselves against thinking that. Now, soon after the accident, you said very much what I'm saying now. We can't break down. And you mustn't, because Peter is depending on you. Gail is your responsibility. And Peter depends on you as though you were her older sister.
There were only something I could do besides wait to hear how he is.
You've been helping in every way you can. And I'll need you tomorrow. That's why you must be careful of your strength now. Go to bed soon and get some rest.
But she can go upstairs now, May.
Oh, Rex, have you talked with the doctor?
Yes, have you, Rex?
Well, there's no change. But I got permission for Laura to see Peter for a very few minutes.
Thank you, Rex.
She's gone, May. She can't hear you.
Oh, she'll be ill herself if she's not careful.
Well, it's because of what you were telling me, isn't it? This is the aftermath of days of nerve strain?
Yes, but did you talk to Dr. Marshall?
Yes.
Well, Rex.
Peter's badly hurt.
Oh.
How dangerously can't be determined yet. There's a possibility of a spinal injury.
Oh.
Well, he has no injury that'll mean an operation. You already know that.
But a spinal injury may be...
No, we don't know. But don't tell Laura anything.
No.
Tell me about the accident.
Well, I've told you all I know, Rex. There was a faulty support under the keel of the ship.
Well, how was that possible? The ship was launched safely.
Yes, but after the launching, the timber crashed down and Peter was pinned under it.
How could such a thing have happened, May?
Oh, it will be investigated, Rex. The yard superintendent, Mr. Johnson, says what you say. How could it have happened? It's not the kind of accident that happens in our yards.
Well, now, what is it about Laura's thinking someone was in the yards who shouldn't be there?
Well, for weeks she's had an obsession that she was being followed, that there was something or someone threatening her.
But there have been mysterious telephone calls.
Yes.
And all this persecution began after Russell Gilman tried to get control of the shipyards.
Yes, Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've told you as much as I know. And oh, what a relief it was to be able to. I don't know what connection, if any, Laura's hysteria has with the accident. I just can't think. There was that creature Happy's being in Washington some time ago.
That's strange, May. I think it's very strange. Peter was so disturbed about that, so angry. And then dropped the matter. And you say that some of the odd things Laura has said have been concerning Happy.
Yes. Oh, but none of it has any meaning, Rex. Nothing has any meaning except Peter's being so desperately hurt. So desperately hurt.
Yes, come in, Mrs. Lawton.
I may stay with Mr. Carr for a while, Miss Bradley.
For a very short while. Mr. Rex Lawton got permission from Dr. Marshall.
Oh, Peter.
I'll be in the next room. The connecting door is open.
I'll sit here beside him.
Well, don't disturb him. I'll be just in here.
Yes, Miss Bradley. Oh, Peter, darling. Peter, I hope we did the right thing in bringing you here from the yards. I hope you're no worse. But I know you aren't. Everything that can be done for you is being done. See you lying there so quiet and not be able to help you.
No.
Oh, darling, if you could recognize me, I think I could endure it. I wouldn't be so afraid then.
No, Laura.
You say my name, but you don't know I'm here.
I know.
You know? You're trying to say something.
Laura?
Yes, darling, it is Laura. Peter?
Yes, Laura.
You do know I'm here.
Something to tell you.
Oh, hush. I mustn't let you talk.
About Happy.
Happy?
Laura, listen.
Oh, you must be better. You do recognize me.
Something to tell you.
Yes, Peter.
Happy and important.
Are you trying to tell me something about Happy?
Yes. I want you to know
What?
Mrs. Lawton, I asked
He wants to tell me something.
You will have to go out.
But Miss Bradley has something on his mind.
I'm sorry. You will have to go out right now. He mustn't be disturbed.
Miss Bradley, when a person is ill and is worried about something, it's better to...
You'd better talk to Dr. Marshall about it, Mrs. Lawton. I'm following his instructions. If Mr. Carver tries to talk to you, you can't be allowed to see him.
But he wants me with him. He tries to talk because there's something he wants to tell me. Perhaps something he wants me to do.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lawton. No.
The door is shut. Laura, in an agony of mind, wonders what Peter wanted to tell her concerning Happy. But sudden fear for Peter blots out the question. Sudden fear for Peter, which sends her to Dr. Marshall for reassurance, for hope. You'll want to hear tomorrow's deeply human chapter of Laura Lawton. When you clean white canvas or buckskin shoes, try the new fast, easy way thousands are now discovering with Babo. You'll be amazed. Just sprinkle a little Babo on a moist cloth, wipe the shoes, and dirt smears and stains come off on your cloth. Grime is not merely covered, it's off, and you know white dust to rub off on everything. The reason Babo cleans white shoes so easily is the same reason it saves time and work in all household cleaning tasks. On bathtubs, woodwork, stoves, refrigerators, pots and pans. Babo dissolves the grease that practically all grime today clings to. And with this grease dissolved, dirt and stains wipe off in a flash. A little Babo goes further, works faster too. So Babo saves you time and money every day you clean. Next time you buy groceries, ask for grease-dissolving Babo, spelled B-A-B-O. Today, with food prices so high, learn the inexpensive way to get your vegetables. Get new Aunt Polly's Soup Mix. Choose from 6 tempting varieties. Aunt Polly's Soup Mix is ready in minutes. One envelope that you get for pennies gives you approximately half again as much soup for your money as corresponding canned soups. And it's good soup, rich in nourishment, with precious vitamins and goodness of garden fresh vegetables sealed right in. Today, get Aunt Polly's Vegetable Noodle Soup Mix. You've just heard another chapter of the new and inspiring radio drama, Laura Lawton, which is on the air at this time every Monday through Friday. Ford Bond, speaking for B.T. Babbitt Incorporated, makers of Babo and distributors of Aunt Polly's Soup Mix. Listen to David Harum later today on this station. Hear the story of the two sisters, one beautiful, the other seemingly plain, and what happens when the soldier fiancé of one sister returns from overseas. That's the story on David Harum at 11:45 a.m. Eastern Wartime today.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
(10:15 a.m. Eastern Wartime, WEAF, New York.
Good morning. This is Robert St. John speaking for Alka-Seltzer and bringing you news and people in the news. Because of the importance of the news today, the Miles Laboratories has dispensed with its commercial announcements so you may have nothing but news. And so here it is, the news.
This is what the men who made the plans called D-Day +1. Right now it's late afternoon on the beaches of France. The second day of the invasion is nearly over, and here is the situation as it appears to me from the dozens of battlefront dispatches I've been reading in the past couple of hours. The first phase of the invasion is going well. The Allies now control about 50 miles of the French coast. German opposition is still very meager on the ground. German opposition out on the waters of the English Channel is noticeable by its absence. There just isn't any. German opposition in the air is beginning to make its appearance. Our forces have penetrated as far as 12 miles inland, but we are just beginning to run up against the real German army, the tactical reserves, as Berlin calls them. It's clear that Nazi Marshal Rommel has not yet decided whether this French landing is the real thing or whether it's a feint designed to draw his attention to the Cherbourg area while we prepare other landings somewhere else. If and when Rommel does decide that yesterday's attack is the big attack, he will start throwing the 500,000 or more men he has in Western Europe at our beachhead. When he does, the battle will then start in earnest. It may not begin for a week or 10 days. It will take that long for the Germans to make the necessary transfer of men and equipment. The success of the ultimate battle will depend entirely on what our side has been able to do in that week or 10 days. How many men and how much heavy equipment we have been able to land in France during that time. That is why it's so vital that we command the air and the sea and keep functioning in high gear during this critical period. That is why you hear words of caution emanating from London and Washington. That is why they keep saying, so far, and we have won the first round of the contest. And now let me tell you what's been happening while you were sleeping last night or having your peaceful breakfast this morning. Enormous Allied reinforcements have been pouring across the Channel and onto the beaches and into the gaps in the Nazi line of steel and cement fortifications along the coast, gaps in the much-vaunted Atlantic Wall. During the hours just before and after sunrise, a 50-mile-long train of gliders towed by giant Allied transport planes put down great numbers of Allied troops onto the soil of France. Berlin says that we now have 25,000 men over there, all of whom have been landed from the air. Now, if that's true, then we've accomplished a miracle in that phase of the invasion. One gathers from the dispatches that there have also been landings, many landings, today already from the sea. The airborne troops have seized many new key positions on the Cherbourg Peninsula, that finger of land which points toward the British Isles and is just 80 or 90 miles from the English ports out of which the invasion fleet set sail. That finger of land which would provide a very good road to take us straight to Paris. Today's train of glider planes was almost as impressive a sight for those who had ringside seats along the English Channel as yesterday's must have been. We now learn that the original airborne train was made up of 900 great C-47 transport planes and gliders. The train was 9 planes wide and was 200 miles long as it thundered over the English Channel just 300 feet above the water. Today's train was 50 miles long. We also learned today that Allied planes flew 13,000 flights back and forth across the Channel and the beachheads during the first 24 hours of the invasion. The latest Supreme Headquarters communique, the third issued so far, says that some French towns have been captured and that airborne troops have seized many bridges and roads. We've just learned that it may not be long before our side has some airports in France, airports from which fighters and bombers could operate against the Luftwaffe and against our enemy on the ground. Somehow, big American bulldozers have been landed in France, and they are already leveling off airstrips right within the sound and smell of the battlefield. Another report says that the Paris-Cherbourg Railroad has been cut. The U.S. battleships Texas, Nevada, and Arkansas, and the British battleships Nelson, Warspite, and Ramillies are among the 600 or more Allied naval craft churning around right now in the English Channel, lobing tons of shells into Nazi positions on the ground. For nearly 2 hours early today, Hitler's Big Berthas, Those long-range Nazi guns on the French coast north of the invasion beaches shelled the cliffs of Dover and shelled ships moving around in the channel. Sometimes as many as 5 or 6 of the tremendous shells were whistling over at one time. Supreme Allied Headquarters tells us today that in the first wave of troops to hit the European continent, there were a considerable number of British commandos and American Rangers, those men without fear, those men trained in so many tricky and stealthy kinds of warfare. Here's an interesting little angle in the glider story. The first glider to land yesterday on enemy-held territory was nicknamed the Fighting Falcon. It was purchased with $20,000 worth of war bonds subscribed by students in Greenville, Michigan. And now I have quite a human story for you. A story written by war correspondent Howard Cowan immediately after he returned today from riding in that great glider train to France. The reporter was in one of those transports which had a glider full of men hitched on behind. He says that when the transport got back to its base in Britain, it looked exactly like a can of tinned peas which the bride has tackled with a can opener she hasn't yet learned how to use. Plenty of Nazi flak found its target in that transport. The war correspondent at one point in his dispatch wrote, "Maybe this sounds as if I were scared." Well, I was. It was the first time any of us in the plane had been under fire. And no wonder he was scared, as he puts it. A 20-millimeter German shell sawed its way through the fuselage right next to the place where he was sitting, and then it went off with a noise like the noise a firecracker makes when it's set off inside a tin can. Now let me quote you a few paragraphs from that young reporter's report. He wrote, "As we crossed the English Channel with our glider tied on behind, I looked down and saw dozens of little Allied rescue launches skittering around in the water. They apparently were just practicing. All was very calm down there. But it was a different story when the Cherbourg Peninsula came in sight. From a tiny island offshore came the first ack-ack, but the bursts were far away. Now we were over. The door was opened, and dust and acrid smoke, like that from a burning building, swirled inside the plane. I counted a dozen fires on the perimeter at this end of the Allied beachhead. Occasionally there was a big flash and puffs of smoke, but that was about all there was to see on the ground. Then we got over enemy lines, and the machine guns started. We hadn't touched loose the glider yet, and our speed still left something to be desired. I was on my knees peering out a window, bundled up in my Mae West life preserver, my parachute, and my flak suit. The latter garment isn't a suit at all, but a steel-ribbed canvas vest, fashioned along the lines of an umpire's chest protector, only it also takes care of your back from the collar button all the way down to the tip of your spine. That leaves arms, legs, and ribs feeling very naked. Red and green tracers, and they're not as fast as in the movies, red and green tracers drifted up on the right at an angle of about 45 degrees well ahead of our ship. For every one of those colored lights, there are 4 bullets which you can't see. One of the men in the crew said, "Those guys in front of us are sure catching it." And then we zipped through a fusillade like a train passing switch signals. It sounded as if the plane had run into a hailstorm, or as if somebody were trying to cut it in two with a meat saw. I drew my neck into the flak suit until my tin hat just balanced on my shoulders. All of a sudden, the plane lurched forward with a jerk, and I looked back in time to see the glider rope go limp. The glider soared upward a moment, then banked gracefully and coasted down to earth. On both sides, 20-millimeter shells were coming up, beating a tattoo on the ship, a noise which rose above the roar of the engines. It was easy to tell by the increased pitch of the engines that we were going places very fast. I looked back at multicolored tracers still crisscrossing the path of the plane which followed us. Away off to the left, a big rocket shell was wandering around the sky. It didn't seem to be aimed at anything in particular. It was a far piece away, and thus it was quite pretty to watch. The racket stopped abruptly, and one man in the crew sheepishly picked up a loaded Tommy gun which had been sliding around on the floor between us. He had intended to poke it out the door and empty it at the Germans. Now he grinned and said, "I plumb forgot all about it in the excitement." Well, that's the rather human story written by an AP war correspondent just after getting back to Britain today from a little trip to France in that great glider train. And now here are several bulletins which have just come in. Supreme Headquarters has just announced that Lieutenant General Omar Bradley is commanding the 1st American Army in the assault on Europe. Here's a little story from Annapolis, Maryland, which says that Midshipman Ernest John King, Jr., son of the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Navy, is among the men in the graduating class at the Naval Academy today. And here's a bulletin from the 9th Air Force in Britain, which says 12 C-47 troop carriers and 12 gliders were reported missing today from overnight reinforcing operations beyond the beachheads in Normandy. This is the first specific report of losses from airborne operations since the invasion began. And now here are a few little miscellaneous dispatches from the French front. A U.S. 9th Air Force pilot said he saw American soldiers in France standing alongside roads and leaning on their rifles, awaiting chow during a low-level flight he made over the beachhead. Well, that would seem to indicate that things are going rather well. Here's the weirdest story of the day. The German radio has just declared that German parachutists, were used in combating Allied airborne troops even before they landed in France. The radio tells this rather preposterous story. It says these Nazi parachutists were dropped on top of Allied gliders and set them on fire. Well, that is rather hard to believe. And here's a story from Supreme Headquarters. It says one of America's best-known major generals was demoted to lieutenant colonel and sent home for indicating in advance the time of D-Day. It seems it all happened at a cocktail party in London about 2 months ago. The officer very indiscreetly told his guests that he had an idea when D-Day would be. He told them that, on my honor, the invasion will take place before June 15th. For that little bit of gossiping, he was demoted and sent home. And now here are some odd little sidelights on the big story from around this country. In Corpus Christi, Texas, mothers and fathers of 50 servicemen staged a D-Day parade of penance. They crawled 2 blocks on their hands and knees to the San Jose Church in the Latin American quarter, and there they prayed for victory. One 80-year-old woman who crawled those 2 blocks on her hands and knees said she had 3 sons overseas. In Galveston, Texas, the news of the invasion started music floating from the doors of Trinity Episcopal Church. The Reverend Edmund H. Gibson was pecking out America on the chimes with one finger. When Tom Rice, city editor of the local paper, went by on his way to work, he heard the music, and so he stopped to relieve the pastor, and he played several hymns with one finger. Out of Griffin, Georgia, comes the story of a newspaper's invasion jitters. The war extra of the Griffin Evening News came out in schedule, but 3 pages were upside down. And here's another newspaper story from Poplar Bluff, Missouri. The news force of the Poplar Bluff Daily American Republic were working at top speed to get out an extra when the telephone rang. The conversation went like this. Is the invasion on? Yes. Are you putting out an extra? Yes. Well, I don't want to wait up for it. Would you please read me some of the news so I can go back to bed? The editor's answer? Well, I'm afraid it's censored. Well, that's the news. And this is Robert St. John speaking for Alka-Seltzer. As you've noticed, our sponsor, the Miles Laboratories, has omitted all of its commercial announcements today in order that I might bring you every bit of the news which has broken in the past few hours. And now, from the NBC newsroom in New York, goodbye for a little while.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
.30 a.m. Eastern Wartime. Your dial is set at 660, WEAF, New York. The makers of Old Dutch Cleanser present... Helpmate, the story of Linda Harper. If you've ever lived in a place where the water was hard, You know how much harder it makes your cleaning, But not if you use Old Dutch. No, ma'am, for Old Dutch Cleanser has a fast-acting grease dissolver that cuts stubborn soap curds that form on your sink or make a rim around the bathtub. And in addition to a grease dissolver, Old Dutch also has seismotite to wipe away the dirt. This means you get concentrated cleaning. So even if your cleaning is complicated by hard water, you can get it done easily and quickly with Old Dutch Cleanser. In fact, when scientific laboratories recently made tests on all leading cleansers, Old Dutch cleaned 69 more kitchen sinks per can than any other cleanser tested. So you see, those two extra ingredients, a grease dissolver plus seismotite, can mean a lot to you. Because even if you have hard water where you live, you can get extra cleaning help with Old Dutch. Fast, safe help. So start using Old Dutch Cleanser right away. Get a can the next time you shop. And now, helpmate. In order to vindicate Steve, it is necessary for Steve and Cheryl Brooks to get Margaret Lee to agree to testify that it was Mary James who murdered Eddie Blake. The first step in that direction was to get Margaret Lee to admit she possessed such knowledge. Steve and Cheryl hit on the idea of Joe Christmas pretending to be friendly with the girl. And as you know, their plan has worked. For we heard Margaret Lee say,
"Can you make a long-distance phone call?"
I reckon I could.
I don't mean here. I mean from someplace where they wouldn't know. Steve Harper and that Mrs. Brooks.
There's other phones in Claremont I could use.
Then you call Mrs. Mary James in Axminster. Tell her I'm here. And she'll come here, and she'll pay you, or she'll send somebody.
Yes, and she could come here and get you, and I'd be left out in the cold. I may be old, but I ain't no fool. You're getting something out of this. You're being paid to keep your mouth shut. Now either let me in on it, or let's not even talk about it anymore. I reckon Steve and Cheryl will be back pretty soon.
All right, I'll tell you. Mary James killed Eddie Blake. She's the wife of the mayor in Axminster.
Killed somebody, did you say?
Yes, Eddie Blake. That's the murder Steve Harper's accused of. I heard her do it. I know all about it. And I'm scared to death to get mixed up in this. I'm in a big enough jam already. You get in touch with Mary James. Tell her you know that if you want to, but get me out of here. Whatever you get out of it, I don't care.
Is that all? Just that you do know this Mary James killed this feller? What'd you say his name was?
Eddie Blake. Mary James killed him. I heard it.
Young lady, we hated to do this to you. We hated to trick you this way.
Trick me?
But when an innocent man's life's at stake, well, you'll do anything. Come on in, Steve. Come in, Cheryl.
Now our scene resumes. Steve and Cheryl have just entered the room. We hear the defiant girl saying,
"Oh, you think you're smart, huh? You tricked me into believing you'd help me, and you got me to tell, huh? Well, what good is it going to do you?"
Oh, wait, Joe. Let me talk to her. Now, wait, Steve. Miss Lee, Steve and I were right outside the door there, and we heard what you just told Joe. You said it was Mary James who murdered Eddie Blake. Now, as long as you know that, and you know we know you know it, do you mean to say you wouldn't repeat that testimony to save Steve?
That's exactly what I mean to say.
But the three of us, Cheryl and Steve and me, heard you say it.
And I still say, what are you going to do about it?
Look, Miss Lee, would you let me be tried and probably convicted for a crime you know I didn't commit?
That's your lookout. I'm looking out for me. And I'm not going to testify to anything.
Why won't you testify?
That's my business.
She's afraid, Cheryl, that's why.
Who are you afraid of? Mary James?
That's my business.
What if we said you knew who killed Eddie Blake?
And it'd still be my word against yours.
She's right, Joe. Wait a minute. Miss Lee, do you realize that if you agree to testify, it'll mean Fred James won't be mayor of Axminster any longer? Don't you realize Mary James couldn't do anything to you?
You're a fine one to talk. She's got you on the run.
Oh, yes, but that's because Steve can't prove he didn't kill Eddie Blake. If you'd agree to testify, Steve wouldn't be on the run.
And do you want this on your conscience the rest of your life, Miss Lee?
I'd rather have it on my conscience and be alive than be found up some alley.
Look, a minute ago you were asking Joe to let you get in touch with Mary James. How long do you think she wants you around? What do you think she'll eventually do to you?
Are you going to trust a murderer?
All I want is to get out of here. I was tricked into coming here. I was tricked into telling what I know. Now I want to get out of here.
Where would you go? Back to Mary James?
No, if you want to know it. Just as far away from her as possible. And as far away from you, too.
I'm afraid there's no need talking to her tonight.
Honey, you're just plain scared. You don't realize it, but we're your friends.
Friends? Fine friends you are. If you're my friends, why don't you let me get out of here?
Honey, you're not leaving here until you agree to testify that Mary James killed that man.
Well, I won't testify. And you're just going to keep me here until Mary James finds out where I am. I know what she'll have done with me if she finds me. You don't care what happens to me.
And you don't care what happens to Steve. Well, we do.
Wait, Cheryl. There's no need arguing with her.
Are you going to keep me here another night? Can't you see what I mean when I say every day you keep me here means one day nearer to Mary James finding out where I am?
Shh. Be quiet, everybody. There's a car just drove up, out in front, Steve.
Where, Joe?
Look through the window.
It's Mary James.
You be quiet.
There's two men getting out, Steve.
Yeah. No lights on the car, either.
Looks kind of funny, maybe, huh?
Let me out of here. Please let me out of here. I knew Mary James would find me. She sent for me.
Look here, honey. Did you get in touch with Mary James?
No, but when I left Rapid City, I mentioned I was going to Claremont to a Mr. Smith. Oh, I knew she could trace me.
You reckon that's what it is, Steve? They traced her?
I don't know.
What are they doing? Are they coming in?
Please let me get out of here. I could go out the back way.
Looks like one's staying by the car. The other one's coming up the walk.
Steve, you reckon they're coming for you?
I don't know, Joe. That might be it.
Steve, look, now don't be foolish. If they have come for you, don't let them get you now.
No, Steve. Go on out the back way.
Oh, but wait a minute. We're all getting panicky about nothing.
That fella's coming up to the house, Steve.
Yeah, but it could be anything. I'm through running every time I hear the doorbell ring.
Oh, Steve, if it is somebody after you, you owe it to Linda not to let him get you now. This girl will agree to testify.
No, I won't.
You will, honey, when I get through with you.
Steve, do what Cheryl tells you. Go on out the back way.
What if they've come for me? You gotta let them take me?
He's at the door.
Now, look, Steve, don't be foolish. Here, take my key. Go on out the back door and go over to my house. Nobody will see you.
Go on. Take it, Steve.
Well, all right.
Go on, Steve, hurry.
Well, what about me?
Take her with you. And look, Margaret Lee, if you try to get away, they'll hear you.
I'm not going to try to get away.
They'll get you sure if you do try.
Come on, Margaret.
Sounds like they mean business, huh, Cheryl?
Wait, let me close the dining room door here. Well, you want to open the front door, Joe?
How do you do?
Does a party by the name of Smith live here?
Well,
yes. Mr. Smith lives here.
Oh. You, Mrs. Smith?
No, I'm not.
We're just friends of Mr. Smith.
Oh, I see. Just friends, huh? Is Mr. Smith here?
What is it you want with him?
I want to see him about a little personal matter.
Well, Mr. Smith doesn't happen to be home right now.
Are you, expecting him back soon?
He didn't say when he'd be back.
Oh, that's too bad. I got a very important message for him. Well, it ain't for him exactly. It's for, Miss Lee. 'Cause if she was here, I could give it to her.
Well, she's not here either.
Oh, you're sure of that, huh? And what's your name?
My name's Christmas. Joe Christmas.
Christmas, huh? Can you pick the funny ones, Mr. Smith?
But he's telling you the truth. His name is Christmas.
Well, now imagine that. And it says Smith. Steve Smith, right here on the doorbell. And his name's Christmas. And I suppose yours is Thanksgiving. Miss Margaret Lee?
Say, you're making a mistake. This is...
Shut up, you. See what I got here? This thing might go off and hurt somebody. If I pull the trigger... Now turn around, Mr. Smith. I said turn around. That's better.
Why, you hit him.
Yeah. Dropped him neat, didn't I? And he's out like a light. Now, come on, you.
Let go of me. Ah!
Start to yell, huh? Well, I can handle a dame like you with one hand and keep the other one over your mush. Hey, Muggsy, come help me take this babe out to the car.
A few minutes later, Steve looks out of the window from the house next door and says to a frightened girl,
I can't see anything. It's too dark. There goes our car. Everything must be all right. Come on. We're going back next door.
It's grand to have the youngsters home during the summer months, isn't it? But man alive, how they can track up a clean kitchen floor or leave a shining washbowl sticky and dirty. But listen, with Old Dutch Cleanser to help, you can clean up behind them in a jiffy. Why, with a few quick, gentle wipes of your cloth and just a little Old Dutch, you can have your linoleum spotless. And Old Dutch is not only quick and efficient, but it's safe, too. You see, there's a special combination of 2 extra ingredients in Old Dutch, one for speed and one for safety. There's a lightning-fast grease dissolver to cut the grease in a flash. And then there's famous Seismotite to wipe away the dirt safely. And believe me, those 2 extra ingredients mean a lot. Mean you get extra cleaning help in Old Dutch. Why, in recent scientific tests, Old Dutch cleaned 97 more bathroom wash bowls per can than any other cleanser tested. And in every test made by these scientific laboratories, Old Dutch came out way ahead. So, when your youngsters come running home to tell you how glad they are that school's out, well, you can be glad, too. Just remember that for all the extra cleaning you'll have to do, you can get extra cleaning help with Old Dutch Cleanser. Stock up on Old Dutch right away. On the outskirts of Claremont, an automobile speeds through the night in the direction of Axminster. The driver smiles with satisfaction as he says,
Pretty slick, huh, Muggsy? I told you it wasn't too hard to locate a Mr. Smith and a Margaret Lee.
But we have an idea that smile of satisfaction isn't going to be in evidence very long. Not after Blackie and Muggsy arrive at their destination. You won't want to miss the next exciting chapter in the new, so highly human story of Helpmate at the same time tomorrow. This program is brought to you by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of the new improved Old Dutch Cleanser, and Del Rich, the whole milk margarine.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Around the clock and around the world, NBC reporters are standing by to bring you the latest news of the invasion. Keep tuned to WEAF, New York.
Well, good morning to you. We thought you might enjoy a little music, some of the popular tunes of yesterday and today. A little different theme for us, isn't it, Tommy? A good one, though. Keep looking for that silver lining. Here's Tommy Taylor with a tailor-made song that says the Saltwater Cowboy. He's a saltwater cowboy with the whole world for his range. Just a saltwater cowboy, and the herd he rides is strange. He's a rounding up his country's foes, wherever they may be. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine. Get along, little nippy, I can hear my singing pal. I'm taking you to pasture in a barbed wire corral. He's the salt of the earth, boy, and he's long and lank and lean. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine. Get along, little nippy, I can hear my singing pal. I'm taking you to pasture in a barbed wire corral. He's the salt of the earth, boys, and he's long and lank and lean. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine. Well, first there's Ragtime Cowboy, then Drugstore Cowboy, then Saltwater Cowboy, and I haven't the slightest idea what we're going to have, but the band is going to play Too Marvelous for Words, and Tommy wants to sing it too. Well, fine. Go ahead. You're just too marvelous for words, like glorious, glamorous, and that'll stand by amorous. It's all too wonderful, I'll never find the words that say enough, tell enough. I mean, they're just unswell enough. You're much too much, and just too very, very to ever be in Webster's dictionary. And so I'm borrowing a love song from the birds to tell you that you're marvelous, too marvelous for words. Marvelous, too marvelous. Well, Tommy, inasmuch as you have sung two numbers, one right after the other, suppose you take the announcer's part and read this. Right there.
Well, Bob, I could give you a lot of factual data about the song the orchestra's going to play, who wrote it and when, but I'm not going to. You'd rather hear the orchestra play than me talk, so listen to Beautiful Dreams.
Hey. Here's another song for Tommy Taylor. Looks like a good one. The title's Good Night, Wherever You Are.
I know that the angels will watch over you tonight, wherever you are. I'll be with you, dear, no matter how near or far. Matter how near or far, with all my heart, I pray everything is all right, wherever you are. Good
interrupt this program to bring you some bulletins from the NBC newsroom in New York. Reports coming back to an Allied fighting station in England confirm earlier dispatches that the Allies have now established a beachhead 5 to 6 miles deep at some points in France. German dispatches now claim that major battles are raging in certain sectors. The British Information Service reports that the British 6th Airborne Division has captured and is now holding bridges north of Caen, the scene where some of the heaviest fighting has been reported in the first dispatch of the invasion front. And there is this report from London. A war correspondent aboard the American cruiser Augusta says that the German 7th and 15th Armies, commanded in person by Nazi Field Marshal Rommel, are rushing armored and infantry divisions to the French beachhead front. These bulletins have come to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Gruen Curvex, Watchmaking Miracle. WEAF, New York.
of Life. The story of Dr. Jim Brent. Brought to you by Does, the new kind of soap that does everything in your wash. It was mid-afternoon of a very busy day before Dr. Brent had a chance to do something he'd been wanting to do for some time. Pausing for a moment in his rounds, he stepped into Dr. Frazier's office and spoke to his secretary.
Would you be good enough to call me when Dr. Frazier comes in? I want to see him before he leaves the hospital today. It's really quite important.
The secretary who took Jim's message looked at him oddly as he walked out. She hadn't been there very long, but even she had heard whispered comment about the differences that existed between Dr. Brent and Dr. Frazier. Rumors about the circumstances of Dr. Brent's being asked to resign as chief of staff, and of the selection of Dr. Frazier to replace him. She knew about Dr. Brent's illness, his period of amnesia, and then his return to the hospital. One morning, she had noticed on her schedule that Janet Mercer, Dr. Frazier's stepdaughter, had been operated the night before for appendicitis by Dr. Brent. And that day, Dr. Frazier had been more difficult and exacting than ever. And now, Dr. Brent wanted to see Dr. Frazier about something important. The girl's curiosity was aroused, and later in the day, she regretted the closing of the door behind Dr. Brent as he went into the chief of staff's office.
Well, Brent, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks.
It was good to see you and Carol at Janet's wedding.
It was a happy occasion. Janet and Jean seem to be on the way to a pretty good life together.
Yes, so it would seem. I hope it turns out that way. I didn't get a chance to talk to Carol at the wedding. She looked very well. Very lovely, in fact.
She is very well, thank you.
And the baby. Daughter, isn't it?
Yes. Janie's getting along fine. Dr. Frazier, I came in to see you about My position on the staff here at City.
Your position on the staff?
Yes. I've been bringing more patients here lately than I did there for a while. I'm doing more surgery.
Oh, yes, so I've noticed, Brent.
I expect to be having a pretty full schedule before long, taking over my full practice.
Oh, that's splendid. I'm very glad to hear it. But I don't see...
Under the circumstances, I thought it might be a good idea to have the question of my membership on the staff taken up at the next staff meeting.
But why, Brent? Surely you haven't met with any difficulty in bringing your patients here, in having them receive proper care?
Oh, no, of course not. I found everyone completely cooperative. But since I was inactive for a considerable length of time...
Oh, your name has never been taken off the staff list.
Yes, I know that. I appreciate the courtesy. Because that was what it was while I wasn't practicing. But now that I'm back at work again, I should like to have my position clarified.
Well, of course, if you feel that it's necessary.
I do. I could have had one of the other men bring the matter up, but in fairness to you as chief of staff, and inasmuch as we're in the same field, I decided to come to you about it first.
That was very considerate of you, Brent. Yeah, I'll be more than glad to bring up your name myself, if you want it done.
Thank you, Doctor.
You know, it's deeply gratifying to me to feel that we're on good enough terms for you to want to talk it over with me.
It isn't a question of the terms we're on, Fraser. It's a question of my professional standing at City Hospital. I prefer to bring my patients here. I've been associated with this hospital for many years. Quite naturally, I hesitate to establish a connection elsewhere. But I do want to be clear about just where I stand.
Yes, I see. Well, as I said, I'll bring your question before the next staff meeting. Incidentally, Doctor, I understand that your plans for a new hospital, those you're making with Bill Wiley, are well underway.
Yes, they're progressing nicely. The building is getting pretty close to completion.
So I've heard. Am I right in thinking you'll continue to bring at least part of your patients to City?
Oh, yes, yes. As a matter of fact, I'll certainly bring all of my regular patients here, and probably such surgical cases as we have from time to time at the Wiley Memorial.
Mm-hmm. You expect to have a good many surgical cases there?
Well, that's something we can't possibly predict.
Oh, no, I suppose not. I was wondering, Brent, whether you would selected your staff as yet.
To a certain extent. I've spoken to a number of men about it, but of course we haven't too good an idea of what our needs will be until we get going. And since there'll be very little opportunity for private patients, well, we're waiting for a while.
Yes, that does seem wise under the circumstances. You know, Brent, as I told you some time ago, I've been seriously considering establishing a clinic.
Yes, I remember you saying something about it.
However, I've about come to the conclusion that, well, it doesn't seem to be quite the right time to undertake such a project.
Oh, that's so?
Yes, the difficulties of building, as a matter of fact, even remodeling an old building, which was what we planned to do, are almost insurmountable.
We found it pretty slow going, that's true.
And then there's the question of staff. So many of the younger men in service. Nurses, almost impossible to get. I suppose all this is anything but news to you.
I admit it isn't easy.
I don't like to give up. I'd looked forward to the opportunities such a clinic would give me. I've been wondering if I couldn't find those same opportunities elsewhere.
It was my impression that you wanted the clinic largely as a matter of convenience.
Oh, no. No, I think my idea was somewhat the same as your own, Brent.
In what way?
Well, there are always new things opening up in medicine. new ways of working that are perhaps somewhat outside the scope of a hospital such as City.
That's certainly true. But I thought that your private practice was, well, that it was the thing that you were interested in building up.
Oh, yes, my practice is very large, of course. But it doesn't afford me much opportunity for, professional growth, shall I say. What I was wondering, Brent, would there be a possibility that my services might be useful in this new setup of yours?
I think not, Dr. Fraser.
Well, you said a few minutes ago your staff wasn't complete as yet, you know.
That's true, it isn't. But I'm sure that I can handle such surgical cases as we have for the time being.
But if I could work with you as the thing grew...
Fraser, I've tried working with you. A number of times in the past.
Oh. Well, we're older now, Brent. Not so hot-headed.
I'm not so much older that I've forgotten certain incidents.
No, I'm sorry you feel that way about it, Brent. You see, I was hoping that I could offer you, I have some money that I could put into some such project.
We don't need your money. We never will. Thank you, just the same.
No, that's too bad. I'd hoped we might, work something out between us, Brent.
That's utterly impossible, Fraser, and you know it. Well, I guess I better be going. I'll appreciate it if you'll bring up my membership before the staff meeting.
Oh, yes, I'll do that. By the way, Brent, I've asked to have your son put on my service when he enters the hospital.
On your service?
Yes. He'll be starting next week, won't he? Graduating in a couple of days?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Well, I'm looking forward to having him around. He's a good chap. The makings of an excellent surgeon. You can be very proud of him, Brent.
I always have been proud of him.
Well, goodbye, Brent.
Goodbye.
The secretary in the outer office looked up at Dr. Brent as he went past her. But she could read nothing in the almost grim impassiveness of his face. Be sure to listen to our next episode on the Road of Life. This is Gene Baker saying good day for the makers of Does, and reminding you to do as the Doesums do. Let Does, the new kind of soap, do everything in your wash. efficiency at your dishpan by saving soap. Soap contains war materials. Never waste it. In wartime, never waste anything.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now, get ready to smile again with radio's home folks, Vic and Sade, written by Paul Reimer. Vic and Sade is brought to you by Procter & Gamble's Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. Well, sir, it's 15 minutes past 10 o'clock in the morning as we approach the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here on the back porch we find Mrs. Victor Gook. Mrs. Gook stepped outside a moment or so ago to shake her mop, and discovering the atmosphere to be bright and fresh and deliciously warm, she decided to take a brief rest from her household duties and enjoy the radiant sunshine. And now she perceives a familiar figure in the alley by the garbage box. Listen.
Hello there.
Good morning, Sade.
Mr. Donahoe asleep, Uncle Fletcher.
Glorious day.
Yes.
Run into Ray Fungal there on Kelsey Street just now. Ray tells me he's been in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma the last 2 weeks. Wasn't it in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, where you and Vic bought that easy chair with the adjustable back? What's the matter?
Mr. Donahoe's asleep next door.
Is that a fact?
He got in off in the Kansas City freight drag at 6 o'clock this morning, and he's dog-tired. And at 4 o'clock this afternoon, he's taken a light engine to Murrayville on the jack line and dead-heading back at midnight tonight. Golly, it's the punishment a railroad engineer has to take.
It works out that way sometimes.
Hey, sit down, Uncle Fletcher.
I believe it will.
Isn't it a perfectly wonderful day?
Yes, indeed.
I come out on the porch to shake my mop, and when I got a whiff of the air and felt the breeze, I decided to play hooky and soak myself up some sunshine.
That's right. That's right.
It's warm, and yet it's cool. That sounds crazy, don't it?
Yes, yes, it does.
It's warm, and yet it's cool.
Very crazy, very crazy.
Delicious weather for Mr. Donahoe to get some sleep in. Dandy, fresh breeze blowing and all. I see he's got his window wide open. Pretty white curtain fluttering and dancing.
Well.
Oh, I bet he's just more than snoozing away.
Well.
Oh, ish, Uncle Fletcher. Quit acting so bored. From the expression on your face, a person would think you were in pain listening to your niece rattle on.
Not at all, Sadie, honey, not at all.
You rattle on a while.
Fine.
How's Miss Keller?
She don't say a great deal. Miss Keller don't.
Eats 3 hearty meals every day and leaves it go at that, I bet.
Eats 3 hearty meals every day and leaves it go at that, yes. No, Miss Keller pretty much keeps her trap shut. I don't comment.
Oh, there go some boys along the alley. I hope they don't holler and kick up a lot of noise.
How's this?
Those boys in the alley there. I hope they go on past without screeching and hollering.
Going to talk about Mr. Donahoe some more, are they saying?
You getting sick and tired of the subject of Mr. Donahoe? Hey, we're going to wake up Mr. Donahoe ourselves if we don't watch out.
Yes.
Maybe we better lower our voices.
Right.
He looked just ready to collapse when he got home this morning. I just happened to be glancing out the window and saw him. Looked just ready to collapse.
Who's this?
Mr. Donohue.
Oh.
My. You rattle on about something.
Right. Nice mop you got there, Sadie.
Well, thank you.
New one, is it?
Well, fairly new.
The handle's still pretty white. The metal clamp's not started to rust yet.
It's a fairly new mop.
Congratulations on it.
Oh, goodness.
Beg pardon?
A floor mop is a funny thing to get compliments on.
Not at all. I believe like Ernie Sweeler there in Belvedere used to say.
What was that?
If a person's got something nice, it don't hurt to mention it.
Uh-huh.
Person appreciates hearing something nice mentioned.
Well, imagine.
Say, for example, you're good looking.
All right.
I tell you, you're good looking.
Uh-huh.
You like to hear that?
Oh, sure.
Same identical thing if you got a nice dog, or a handsome diamond ring, or a new suit, or a good mop. You like to hear people mention it?
Yes, I guess I do.
Ernie Sweeler lived by that rule, and he was one of the best-liked fellows in Belvedere.
Mm-hmm.
Dead now, Ernie is. Passed away under very sad circumstances. Still fairly young, too. Not much past 65. I've heard of sad things, Sadie, and I've seen sad things. But I believe this is the saddest thing I ever run up against in all the sad...
Oh, well, goodness. If it's sad, let's not even talk about it. It's too pretty a day. Let's change the subject.
Fine. Vic at the office, are they?
Oh, sure.
Russell at school?
Yes, this is his last week.
Works out that way sometimes. Works out that way sometimes.
It sure does.
I got something in my tooth.
Mm-hmm. The guilty feeling a person gets when they desert their housework and play hooky and sit in the sunshine is all the more delicious when they realize they got 8 or 9 jobs piled up.
I got work to do myself, Sadie, honey.
Oh, have you?
I'm not free to skulk in the sunshine all day.
I hope I never hinted you were.
This is one mighty busy day for me.
Uh-huh. Well, if what I said sounded like I was making out, you didn't have anything to do but...
I only stopped past to pass the time of day. In just a few minutes, I've got to hurry down to the 1000 block on West Washington Street.
Uh-huh. Well,
No, I'm not free to skulk in the sunshine all day.
Uncle Fletcher, I've offended you. Gosh, I never had any idea in the world.
I got just as much to occupy my time as anybody else has.
Uncle Fletcher, I'm afraid we're talking too loud. Mr. Donohue.
What?
I'm afraid we're talking too loud. We'll wake up Mr. Donohue.
Fine.
No, not fine.
I've got to go down to the 1000 block on West Washington Street.
Oh?
I have an appointment with Bert Choffer there in Choffer's shoe repair shop.
Having your shoes repaired, are you?
I'm having the laces changed.
Oh, my.
What's funny?
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just silly this morning, I guess.
Uh-huh.
You're going clear way out to the 1000 block on West Washington just to have your shoelaces changed?
Bert Choffer's an expert at it.
An expert at changing shoelaces?
Yes.
Well, I should think you could change your own shoelaces at home.
What are you laughing at?
Am I laughing?
Eyes dancing around your head like you was going to bust out any minute.
No, but I guess it does strike me strange a person go to all about
I
it.
wear elkskin shoelaces, Sadie. It's a chore to put elkskin shoelaces in shoes. It takes strength to do it. And it takes a knack. And years of practice. No, thunder. If it was just ordinary shoelaces, naturally I wouldn't bother going clear out to Bert Choffer's place. But I'm talking about elkskin shoelaces. Look at my shoelaces once.
Huh?
Yeah, I can see why you laughed. No, this is elkskin shoelaces I'm talking about.
Well, certainly look substantial.
They are substantial. They are substantial.
Mean and obstinate, I bet, to work with.
Mean and obstinate is right. Sadie, honey, I'll go so far as to say this. I'll go so far as to say that I'd be willing to wager $5 silver you couldn't change these elkskin shoelaces into another pair of shoes if you were allowed 8 hours in which to negotiate the job.
Well, I imagine you'd win the wager.
Why, you'd give up in terror and desperation and scalding tears after 20 minutes. It's no laughing matter. Hold up your foot once. Hold it up. Hold it up. Yes, just plain ordinary cotton. Just plain ordinary cotton.
Hmm.
Plain, common, ordinary, 5 cents a pair of cotton.
Oh, well, Ish, quit running down a person's shoestrings.
Take your foot back, Sadie, honey. I'm through.
Well, thanks for nothing, I'm sure.
No, I can see why you laughed when I said I had an appointment with Bert Choffer, Choffer Shoe Repair Shop there on West Washington Street, to have the laces in my shoes changed.
Yeah.
You didn't realize I had reference to elkskin shoelaces.
No.
Why, murder, it takes Bert 2 solid hours.
Lance, I wouldn't have thought...
Hold up your foot again.
Huh?
Hold up your foot. Hold up your foot.
Oh, Ish.
Hold it up. Hold it up.
Oh, you quit treating me like a...
Just like I thought.
What's the matter now?
Just like I thought. You lace your shoes the ordinary crisscross way.
Well, sure I do.
I'll call your attention to the way my shoes are laced.
Let's see.
This is the Cincinnati overhand triple lock.
What is?
The manner in which my shoes are laced.
Oh, for goodness sake.
The Cincinnati overhand triple lock.
Oh.
See how involved it is?
Mm-hmm.
Follow with your eye, please, the different directions this end of my shoestring travels.
Mm.
She comes up through this eyelet here. She crosses over, under, and around.
Oh, it's like one big snarl.
It's the Cincinnati overhand triple lock.
I'll say.
Invented and developed by Morgan Perrin of Downers Grove, Illinois.
Mm.
Morgan Perrin of Downers Grove, Illinois, by the way, was an uncle of Homer Heck's there in Norman, Oklahoma. You bring Homer Heck of Norman, Oklahoma to mind, are they, Sadie?
He never even owned the socks he wore on his feet.
Homer Heck of Norman, Oklahoma, never even owned the socks he wore on his feet.
Mm.
Morgan Perrin attempted to invent another method of lacing the shoes, a method known as the Little Daisy counterclockwise squeal. But it was so involved and complicated, his mind broke under the strain, and he'd never done anything the last 30 years of his life but sit out in the yard in a hammock and chuckle.
Oh, gracious.
So you see, Sadie, honey, Bert Choffer has really got a job on his hands. Not only is he going to change a pair of elkskin shoelaces, but he's going to manipulate those elkskin shoelaces according to the formula laid down by Morgan Perrin of Downers Grove, Illinois, known as the Cincinnati overhand triple lock.
Oh.
And, of course, it'll be quite a strain on me also.
Why?
I'm going to stand and watch Bert while he does it.
Oh.
The man goes through agony. When you used the words mean and obstinate a while ago, Sadie, you didn't use words 1/3 stout enough. A man threading elkskin shoelaces in a pair of shoes and following the Cincinnati overhand triple lock formula of lacing will perspire and sob and cry and shudder and whimper and pull handfuls of hair off on his head and bite his lip and sometimes fall over in a dead faint.
My stars.
Certainly no joke, I can tell you.
Oh.
Well, I better be on my way.
Hey, me, too.
I better be on my way to the 1000 block on West Washington Street.
I better be on my way upstairs and start making beds.
Glorious day.
Lands, yes. I bet Mr. Donahue's just mooring, snoozing away. Such a delicious breeze. See his pretty white curtain how it flutters and dances.
Yes, fine. Well, Sadie, honey, I'll leave you now. I've got quite a heavy day in front of me.
Yes, you're going to have your shoestrings changed.
That's right.
Well, I hope everything goes off smooth.
I hope so, too. I hope so, too.
Oh.
Goodbye, Sadie, honey.
Goodbye, Uncle Fletcher.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block. And don't forget to listen to Vic and Sade the next time. This is Ed Roberts saying good day for Crisco. It's digestible.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Wartime. This is WEAF, New York.
It's time for Brave Tomorrow, a story of love and courage. Written for you by Ruth Adams Knight.
And brought to you by the makers of Ivory Flakes.
Tomorrow. Life requires courage. Out of the challenge of today, we build our brave tomorrow. On the road which leads to the famous Bar H Ranch, there has been a tragic accident. But unaware of that, Jim Holland is awaiting the arrival of his three guests. Courtney Blaine, who is coming to write an article about his job. Marty Lambert, who is coming to escape from the emotional problems which have been torturing her 17-year-old soul. And Louise Lambert, who has seen in this visit a resumption of her acquaintance with Jim Holland and her first relief from boredom since the quarrel with her husband Hal, which resulted in her staying on for a time in Dustville. Leaning on the corral fence, Jim is talking to Steve, his foreman.
I hope you won't mind all these visiting females too much, Steve. I promise to keep 'em out of your hair.
Well, if we've got to have 'em, I'll put up a brave front. Sure don't see any sense in it, though, boss.
You know there are people in this world who've never been on a Texas ranch, Steve?
I don't believe it. What are they living for?
Waiting for the chance, I guess. Well, they're all pretty sensible women, Steve. They won't give you any trouble.
Scream at snakes?
Well, maybe. But not at spiders.
Ride?
English saddle.
Gee, Horsepat. You wouldn't have an English saddle on the place.
Oh, they're going to learn cowboy fashion. One of the ladies is very young and pretty, Steve.
Female age and looks don't interest me one way or the other. I'll be polite to 'em if you say so, but
I most certainly do say so.
What's the matter with the other two?
Not a thing. They're both charming. Miss Blaine may ask you a lot of questions about the ranch.
One of those inquiring dames, is she?
Well, She's writing an article.
About the ranch?
About transporting food for the government.
Oh, your job. Well, hope she appreciates how good you are.
Forget to mention it to her, will you, Steve? Just as a favor.
How could she write an article if she don't know anything?
Well, what I mean is, soft peddle the personal stuff. She can write all she wants to about the number of pounds of beef it takes to feed an army, but I don't want anything dropped about the white felt hats I wear or the pipes I smoke.
Or the dames that think you're a motion picture cowboy.
Yeah, you let any of that foolishness drop.
Okay, boss. I'm mum as an oyster.
They might want to go out on a pack trip.
You got it bad, haven't you?
What do you mean?
Taking time out to convoy a bunch of women on a pack trip. I never thought I'd see the day.
I told you, Steve, I'm tired. Too tired to do my job. Getting out on the ranch is the only thing that helps when I find I'm groggy, adding up figures.
And for Pete's sake, go be yourself. Nobody ever got any rest with a woman along, boss. Nobody.
Well, I'll see. I suppose if this place ever had a real Mr. Steve, you'd just start off down the road and never come back.
This place with a real mistress?
Yes.
You wouldn't be thinking of that, would you?
I might, someday. I've lived out here alone a long time.
Alone?
Yes.
You got me, ain't you? You got the best bunch of cowhands in the Southwest. You got Emmy to keep house for you. What more could you want?
I don't know. I never thought a man wanted anything more, but lately, Steve, I've considered the matter of getting married.
Yeah. Boss, you just ain't.
Well, nothing definite, you understand. I wouldn't even dare think about it until I have your blessing.
Well, you sure ain't got it, nor any prospects.
Do you mean you wouldn't like it?
Wouldn't like it? Now, listen. I've been foreman here for you ever since you was a buck and colt, Mr. Holland. I run this place for you like I run it for your father before you. He's old enough to take over yourself. I've gone right on doing it, too. Putting up with all your newfangled notions, letting you bring in all sorts of fancy stock no regular ranchman ever here does.
But they've done all right, haven't they?
Yeah, done all right, but it ain't legitimate. It ain't according to rules. But I've stood for it. Sometimes I think the place looks more like a museum than a ranch. I'm taking care of everything for you since you went galloping off to the wars, too.
I know you have. I owe you more than I can ever say, Steve.
You owe me nothing. Only don't go bringing any females onto the place to stay or I'm through.
Well, of course, if you feel that strongly about it.
You got ideas about one of these coming down here today?
Oh, this is business, Steve. And an attempt to give a lady a little vacation out of Dustville.
She's staying there. She needs one, all right.
So, you be nice to them all, Steve, will you?
You won't double-cross me? Get to imagine you're sweet on any one of them.
I'm much too old and fond of my own ways for that, Steve.
They say those are just the ones. It seemed to me if you was going to get the marrying craze, you'd have had the lot earlier.
Like measles? Maybe I would have. I've just always seemed too busy for romance. Too much work to be done.
Best break you ever had. I suppose you want me to round up a flock of rocking horses.
Yeah, three nice, gentle animals, please. I'll leave it to you.
Well, I'll go out after them, if you say so. But I'd never thought you'd come to this, boss. If you asked me, it'd been a lot better if you hadn't.
Jim Holland comes slowly up from the corral toward his ranch house, set in a clump of scrubby trees and looking cool and inviting. The path near the house is bordered with cactus. The scarlet blossoms are flame against the grayness of the landscape and the vivid blue of the sky. Jim looks at the scene and draws a deep breath. A breath of utter happiness at the sudden sight of the beauty of this land he loves so sometimes gives him. Steve is right, he thinks. This is his home, his life, his family. He needs nothing more. Not even the companionship of a delicate, feminine woman
like Louise Lambert. Not even the gracious loveliness of Courtney Blaine. And yet, Jim Holland has to admit that the prospect of their coming has shaken him out of his usual well-disciplined routine. He enters the house and goes out into the great ranch kitchen where Emmy, his cook, presides in undisputed authority. At the moment, Emmy stands at the stove stirring the bubbling contents of a huge kettle. As Jim Holland enters, she looks up and says,
"What time you expect this company of yours, Mr. Holland?"
I don't know exactly. He'll have to drive slowly, of course.
"Yes. Well, I got the guest rooms all fixed up ready for 'em.
Good.
Gave 'em the ones on the west side, off the balcony, like you said.
Oh, that's fine, Emmy, fine. I want you to take good care of them.
I'll take care of 'em all right. It'll do me good to cook for quality ladies a while. After all the fine eating I waste on these cowboys.
I always appreciate your cooking, Emmy. Never wasted on me.
Oh, half the time you don't know what you're putting in your mouth. Well, I got little old pies out there cooling now. I'm planning to give 'em a big roast.
Oh, that's fine, Emmy. Thank you very much. Well, I'll let you know as soon as they arrive.
Mr. Holland.
Yeah?
Is there...
Yes, Emmy?
Is there one of these ladies that's extra special?
Why, no, Emmy. There's a lady and a daughter, and the third one is a writer getting material for a story.
Oh.
Why?
Nothing. I was just hopeful.
Hopeful? About what?
Mr. Holland, every time I looks at you, I think, now, why in creation ain't that man gone and got married a long time ago like he oughta?
Well, you and Steve ought to come to some sort of agreement. He's violently opposed to any such idea.
Much as he knows. You ought to have a home, Mr. Holland.
What do you call this?
But this is just the makings. No place is a real home till it's got a woman what loves you in it.
Well, I'm afraid this one will have to wait quite a while, Emmy. We've got a war to win first, you know.
Well, after the war, Mr. Holland, you going to put your mind to getting married then?
After the war?
Yes.
I don't know. It's hard for any of us to know what we'll do, Emmy. After the war.
There's that telephone again. Been ringing like that all morning.
I'll get it, Emmy. I'm going in. Give us a nice dinner now.
Oh, you trust Emmy.
Yes, okay. Don't get excited. Hello.
Boy, Ranch.
Yeah?
Mr. Jim Holland?
This is Jim Holland.
Mr. Holland, you expecting some guests today? 3 ladies driving out from Dustville?
That's right. What about who is this?
This is State Troop North. I'm sorry to have to inform you that there's been an accident.
What kind of an accident?
Well, their car went off the road, tipped over at the bridge turnoff.
Good heavens. Are they seriously hurt?
We don't know yet. The girl's conscious. She gave us your name. We're trying to get an ambulance, but there's none available at the moment. Mr. Holland.
Yes?
The wreck is much nearer to your ranch and to Dustville.
Yes?
Do you have any sort of wagon or truck you could bring? These women have got to be moved.
Of course. I'll be there as fast as I can get there. Emmy.
Yes, Mr. Holland, what's wrong with you?
Call Dustville. Say there's been an accident. Get Dr. Carter down here immediately. Tell him it's emergency.
Accident? Where's any accident?
I'm bringing the people here. Steve and I'll take the truck. Emmy, get me a mattress and blankets and something for bandages. Oh, and the first aid kit. And hurry up about it. Someone may be dying. Steve!
Yes, Emmy. Take the company dinner off the stove and get the bandages ready, and hurry. For a car lies overturned in the bottom of a Texas ditch, and someone may be dying. Louise Lambert or Courtney Blaine? Life requires courage. Out of the challenge of today, we build our brave tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WEAF, New York.
Once again, we present David Harum, one of the most beloved stories of American fiction. For David Harum is America. It's the story of every one of us, of our search for love, for happiness, and the good way of life. Housewives who would like to save both time and money in cleaning will profit from this letter from a woman who is not...
The National Broadcasting Company interrupts all its programs to bring you a special broadcast. We take you now to London.
This is the advanced Allied command post of the invasion forces. Part of the amphibious forces which struck at France yesterday were manned by personnel of the United States Coast Guard. Covering them for the combined radio and press global pool was Mr. Tom Trainer, war correspondent of the Los Angeles Times. Mr. Trainer has just arrived at the command post from France after landing on the beachhead with the American Army units that the Coast Guard delivered into battle. He is here in the studio to give you his eyewitness report of the invasion. Mr. Trainer.
I've just returned from France after hitchhiking on 8 ships, mostly Coast Guard. Coast Guard craft seem to be all over the channel, snaking survivors out of the water, rushing wounded to first aid, and landing infantry and vehicles on the beach. I hit the beach myself early during D-Day when the Coast Guard cutter on which I was stationed went close ashore to pull aboard some men who had capsized in a duck. They came aboard shivering and shaking with cold, and as soon as they got below, proceeded to get seasick all over the place. I ceased interviewing them at this point and asked my skipper, Lieutenant Raymond Rosenblum of Baltimore, if he would hail a passing landing craft inward bound to the beach and put me aboard. The transfer was made, and my new skipper, Lieutenant Edward Raymond of Pittsburgh, said, I don't think we can get in. It's all these obstacles that are messing the thing up before we even get to the beach. I couldn't see any obstacles. That's the trouble, he said. Neither can we. The tide is running high and they're covered. Those are heavy posts driven into the sand with booby traps attached. At low tide, we can avoid them. At high tide, you see, he pointed to various landing craft up and down the beach, which had been stove in and swung idly back and forth with the surf. They got it, he said. We prowled up the coast a mile looking for an opening, and then heard a loud hail behind us. A sleek-looking patrol craft slid by, and the skipper shouted, Hold off. Don't put your craft ashore until you get further orders. Now what? I asked Raymond. We'll see if we can get you on something smaller, he said. He got out his loudhailer and called a landing craft personnel, which was heading into the beach. Motor machinist mate John Kramer of Albany, New York, and Seaman First Class Jack Whitney of Columbus, Ohio, took me aboard. Okay, said Kramer to Whitney, let's go and keep an eye out for the traps. We came sliding and slewing in on some light breakers and grounded. I stepped ashore on France, walking up a beach where men were moving casually about, carrying equipment inshore. Up the coast a few hundred yards, German shells were pounding in regularly, but in our area it was peacefully busy. How did you make out? I asked one of the men. It was reasonably soft, he said. The Germans had some machine gun posts and some high-velocity guns on the palisades and made it a little hot at first. They waited until a landing craft dropped their ramps, then opened up on them while the men were still inside. In a few cases, we took heavy casualties. Then the Navy went to work on the German guns, and it wasn't long before they were quiet. The general lack of fortifications at this point was astonishing. The barbed wire consisted of 4 single strands, such as we use at home to fence in cattle. A man could get through by pushing down on one wire and lifting up on another, providing they weren't booby-trapped. The engineers and beach battalions, however, had blown gaps in the wire through which we could move vehicles. A few dead lay about, and some wounded were here and there on stretchers awaiting transfer to ships at sea. All up and down the broad beach, as far as I could see, men, jeeps, bulldozers, and other equipment were moving about like ants. A few columns of black, greasy smoke marked equipment which had been hit by shell fire and set afire. The German shelling continued steadily at various points up and down the beach, but so far not reached the area in which I was walking. It would work over an area, then move on to another. It was accurate, landing for the most part close to the water's edge, and I saw one small landing craft catch fire after taking a hit. Men came spilling out of it into water waist deep. From time to time, there were huge concussions as the engineers set off demolitions. The ground would shake, and the troops would throw themselves violently on the ground. I climbed a rock embankment and came to a piece of flat land where hundreds of men were digging foot trenches. When they got down about 1.5 feet, they struck water. Some of them were lying in the water, and I asked if there was much shelling. There is when there is, one man said. Right now there isn't, but when it comes, it sure comes. I asked him what German fortifications he could point out. He showed me some tunnels at the top of the palisade. The palisade rises above the beach along this stretch of coast. There were five or six positions I could make out, nothing particularly formidable. I walked over to an aerial which seemed to mark a command post. A colonel and a major were sitting beside a split trench half filled with water, and I said to the colonel, "Sir, I'm a war correspondent." He looked up from a map fiercely, and the major said, "I think you'd better stop back later. You might try going up that path there where you see those men. If you can make it, watch out for mines. It's heavily mined." A long column of men was winding up the palisade on a narrow path. They weren't moving. At the skyline, they seemed to be knotted up. To reach the palisade, I joined a column who were wading across a slough. The water came nearly to their armpits, and they had to hold their rifles and equipments over their heads. The water was rather warm, but the bottom was a slimy mess. When a man got to the far side of the slough, he would always stop in a maddening way, holding the rest of us up. We shouted angrily, but when we got there, each one of us stopped too. The reeds on the far bank were loaded with mines. One man lay at the top of the bank dead. The mines had been marked with bits of paper, and soldiers at the top advised just how to climb so as not to venture into dangerous ground. There were more dead men along the narrow path which led up the palisade. The column had stopped moving, and I began to step past men following a captain. Suddenly a voice said, "Watch yourself, fellow, that's a mine." A soldier sprawled on the bank was speaking. He had one foot half blown off. He'd stepped on a mine a short time earlier. Now, while he waited for litter bearers, he was warning other soldiers about other mines in that vicinity. I can stand the dead, but the wounded horrify me, and I only looked at him to thank him. He looked very tired, but perfectly collected. "What you need is the medics," I said. "I'll try and get them for you when I go back down." "Yeah," he said, "but how are they going to get up here?" He was right. The pathway was so clogged with men and so heavily mined that it was impassable. The engineers would have to get up there first. The column didn't move forward. The captain I was following stopped, and so did I. I asked him his name, and he said he was Louis Hilly of Cincinnati. "It looks like they shell around here a bit," I said, pointing to some shallow craters. "No," said Hilly, "those are all mines. That's why we're stuck on this path." We tried to edge a few feet further forward and came to a soldier lying in the path, curled around a mine. He said his name was Private Morton Soratello of the Bronx, and I asked him if it didn't make him nervous to be curled around a mine like that. "No," he said, "I just keep clear of it and pass the word on to those behind." Just ahead of him, Second Lieutenant Bernard Flynn of Springfield, Massachusetts, and Sergeant Arthur Brown of Brookfield, Maryland, were sitting in the immediate vicinity of mines, which they were calling to attention of all who passed. "It's all right, except when a shell comes in," Flynn said. "Then you're apt to forget and fall on the thing." While we were stopped there, a squib-like report sounded behind us. I thought it was a mortar going off, but Captain Hilly said it was a mine. He'd heard enough of them this day. At the top of the palisade, the knot of men had gotten to its feet, and it looked like the line might move. One man darted over the skyline, and almost immediately afterwards, we heard the speedy burst of a German machine gun. Then a few stray rifle shots. The bullets cracked overhead, and everyone instinctively ducked lower. These were some troops who had never seen combat before, and the bullets must have seemed close to them, although we were 100 feet below the skyline. The line remained stationary, and I looked down on the beach and the sea. Landing craft of all descriptions were sliding in through the low surf, disgorging men who moved through the water with amazing alacrity. As soon as they got ashore and saw the men moving about calmly, they seemed to steady down and began to walk quietly themselves. I waited a spell longer, and the line didn't move, so I began to make my way down the path again. It was slow work. The soldiers were so alarmed that I would step on a mine right next to them, that one man told me to walk on his back rather than step off the path. I promised I would try and get the engineers up to disarm the mines. While I was going down the slope, the Germans began shelling our area. It was hard not to throw myself on the ground willy-nilly, but the thought of those mines kept me from it. The shells were still landing at some distance on the flat. I took a last look at the greatest armada in history before going on the flat. It was too immense to describe. There were so many transports on the horizon that in the faint haze they looked like a shoreline. Destroyers were almost on the beach, occasionally jolting out a salvo that was like a punch on the chin. Farther out, but still incredibly close to the beach, sat our huge battle wagons and cruisers. Overhead, formations of fighters swept swiftly through the air with nothing to do. During this entire day, I never saw a German plane nor spoke to a man who had seen one. I reached a small command post on the flat where a dispatch had just been handed 2 captains. It said that our troops were a mile inland, but we could still hear small arms fire. They were apparently being harassed by snipers, but so far it meant nothing heavy in the way of emplacements or an armored force. Just as I reached the beach, the German artillery came down in earnest. I dived into a split trench, but a man was in ahead of me, so I ducked under a bulldozer where I felt very safe. The only trouble was that I didn't want to get out from under the bulldozer after the shelling had stopped. The stuff was coming in close enough to send pebbles flying in, and I felt pretty badly shaken for a period. The first landing craft I boarded hung upon a sandbar. We had to unload and carry 5 stretcher cases through deep water to a second craft. Out in that great field of ships, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find my Coast Guard cutter. I never could locate it, but finally boarded another Coast Guard craft after transferring 3 times. Fortunately, it was the lead ship for the Coast Guard Rescue Flotilla, commanded by Lieutenant Commander Alexander Stewart of Mamaroneck, Long Island. We set off for England a few hours later, but a breakdown held us up, and we were 16 hours making the crossing.
You have just heard an eyewitness report of the Coast Guard and American Army effort in the invasion beachhead by Mr. Tom Trainer, broadcasting.
You've been listening to Tom Trainer of the Los Angeles Times, acting as special reporter for the National Broadcasting Company with the U.S. Coast Guard. Now back to NBC in New York.
And here we are back in New York after hearing that exclusive NBC story by Tom Trainer of the Los Angeles Times. We now bring you a brief interlude of music.
WEAF New York for complete and timely news coverage. At 1:45 this afternoon, listen to Morgan Beatty reporting on the last-minute developments in the news.
This program will be interrupted whenever bulletins come into our NBC newsroom. Portions are recorded and transcribed. Well, we only need a downbeat to send us on our way and put our rhythm on the line to start us off today.
Johnny Moth, who loves to eat fur coats and cloth. He spent the winter starving in a closet there.
Now summer season's coming, and the little moths are humming for his cheap fur coats upon the bill of fare.
They will cost you many dollars. By consuming cuffs and collars, you'll have nothing but the buttonhole by fall.
If you're wise, then in a box you'll send your furs to I.J. Fox. For in their storage box they're safe until you call.
Caledonia 54500, I.J. Fox Fur Storage.
It hits us round this time of year. We'd like to burst with song, so if you know these lyrics too, feel free to hum along.
A buzzer took a monkey for a ride in the air. The monkey thought that everything was on the square. The buzzer tried to throw the monkey off his back, but the monkey grabbed his neck and said, "Now listen, Jack, straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Ain't no use in diving. What's the use of jiving? Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. The buzzer told the monkey you were choking me. Release your hold and I will set you free. The monkey looked the buzzer right dead in the eye and said, your story is so touching, but it sounds just like a lie. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Don't you blow your top. Fly right.
Never hit the screen.
Who?
She stole Charlie McCarthy's radio show.
Who?
She can sing like a bird.
Who?
She's the greatest find of this or any age.
Who? Who?
Why, Jane Powell, of course, Charles Rogers' new sensational discovery. And he's the man who discovered Deanna Durbin. Can he pick 'em?
She's for me, then.
And for everybody. Jane Powell will sing her way into the hearts of America. She's lovely, she's young, she's enchanting. She's that sensational new find in Song of the Open Road, the year's best musical.
Oh, now I know. That grand picture with Charlie McCarthy and Edgar Bergen.
And W.C. Fields, no less.
And Sammy Kaye and his orchestra.
And Regis Toomey, Reginald Denny, and Benita Granville. Yep, it's a honey of a musical. You'll adore Song of the Open Road, a sweetheart of a picture. Here's your chance to see one of the brightest film musicals of the year. Charles R. Rogers' production, Song of the Open Road, now playing at Lowe's Criterion Theater, Broadway and 46th Street.
Hello there, all today I've waited for tonight. Gee, I'll say you're looking devastating. Where we go, maybe a show. Hello there, did your mother say she'd leave a light? Tell your brother not to bother waiting. Where we go, after the show, we could meet the gang at Tony, or go for a drive. I'm only alive when we two agree to a night together. Hello there, are you ready for a lovely time? Go and steady, I got a lucky lover's right to say hello there every night. Da 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 da. Hello there, how you doing? Hello there, what's a brewing? It's a lovely night for making the round, doing the town. Better get going before it's too late. My heart's a glowing 'cause we got a date. We'll meet the gang at Tony, or go for a drive. I'm only alive when we two agree to a night together. Hello there, babe, are you ready for a lovely time? Golden steady, I got a lucky lover's right to say hello there. I'll be ya, I'm so glad to see ya. I got a lucky right to say hello.
Remember me? Of course, the spirit of strange odors.
Hi, Mom. What you doing? Rendering fat. The government needs it for explosives. Ooh, it sure smells.
It smells, of course, because I'm all over the house right now.
Mom, can I I go over to Jerry's? Well, all right, but don't stay late. Oh, Jimmy, hand me that box, the OD-30. I'll get rid of this smell quick.
OD-30? No, anything but that. Oh!
You can kill the axis with waste path and kill those bad odors with OD-30, the new all-purpose deodorizer. Use it in solution to vaporize in hot water or as a rinse, spray, or sprinkle to get at the source of every bad odor.
OD-30?
Yes, OD-30.
We cover up this little gem and let it rest today, so here's the last one on the bill, where rhythm pays and pays. That's all we have for you today, but be our guest tomorrow. We'll have more music for you then if we can beg or borrow. Portions of this program were recorded and transcribed. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
(12:30 Eastern Wartime). WEAF, New York. Here is Elmer Peterson, NBC war reporter and news analyst, to give you the story behind the latest news. Mr. Peterson.
In military terms, this is D-Day +1, the second day of the big fight to liberate France. But all day yesterday, radio went across the channel with the invasion troops, recording and transmitting sound pictures of the actual fight. The British Broadcasting Company sent along wire recording machines with 2 aerial combat units. One, the story of a Canadian transport pilot who flew in his cargo of parachute troops. The second is a recording of those paratroops singing as they are carried by plane toward the great adventure. These sound pictures of the invasion were picked up by NBC this morning via shortwave. They are presented now as another chapter in NBC's complete invasion coverage. And here is the story of the RCAF pilot who flew his paratroop to the coast of France early yesterday.
We went in to drop our paratroops, going down to less than 1,000 feet. As we made our run over the dropping zone, the flak was scattered. The stick commander, paratroops are treated like a stick of bombs, called the captain of the aircraft, an RCAF man, on the intercom. Do you have any final instructions? I am taking off my headpiece and putting on my jumping helmet. The captain said, we're all set now. The stick commander said, righto then, good luck. He was an Englishman. The captain said, okay, and good luck to you, too. Those were the last words we heard on the intercom. After that, you could hear the click of the static line as each parachute was released. We changed course. We couldn't see the men as they were dropped. All we wanted to do then was get the hell out of there. We had done all we could for them, and we headed for base. As we left the dropping zone, the flak increased, and we were hit on one engine. As we crossed the coast, the searchlights caught us, and the pilot started bounding the base of action again and got out of that one. Then the motor revved up and burst into flames, and the prop flew off like a boomerang at a great rate. And we got home on what was left. As we came home, we saw other streams of aircraft going out. We realized that we were just a tiny item in a vast shuttle service. We had done our job.
And so D-Day, the day of deliverance, is going well.
And now, if you listen, you'll hear a good old American ballad as sung by paratroopers in their transport plane, en route to the invasion coast sometime early on D-Day.
And so the great adventure began. Our soldiers, British, Canadian, and American, are now fighting on the soil of France. They are the men who, a few hours before, had set off in a multitude of landing craft from the shores of Britain. These men you now hear singing in this actuality broadcast made in the crowded hold of one of those craft. Of men setting out for battle echo the confident words of the man who is now leading them in the field.
And now you'll hear a film recording by George Wheeler, NBC correspondent, from aboard the cruiser Augusta.
George Wheeler speaking from the heavy cruiser, United States ship Augusta. It's 3:30 on the morning of Tuesday, June the 6th. Just exactly 3 hours before H-hour. H-hour, as you understand, is the moment when the troops hit the beach. This is a curious moment in the lives of men. It's possible at a distance in time and in place to suppose many things, to over-dramatize the situation. You might, for example, think that there would be excessive gaiety among the men. There's not. Or you might, on the other hand, suppose that men would be sitting quietly counting over their secret thoughts. There's not that either. There's a extreme usualness about the behavior of everybody here. I think probably it's because everybody here is well trained. There's nothing amateur about this ship. This is George Wheeler, speaking from the command ship of the American forces involved in the invasion of France. The order has just been passed to commence firing as soon as we can bear on the target. In just one moment, you are going to know what it sounds like to hear a ship of war fire with you not more by microphone than 20 feet from that battery. It's going to be a blinding flash, just as there are blinding flashes from a battleship not more than 1,000 yards off our port bow. That battleship has been blazing away for the past few moments, for the past, to be exact, 25 minutes. And we have just come into the area where we can bear on the target and where we are also within range of the target. But in this operation, since there are a great many mines in this area, and since by this time, here we go, that was a salvo of 8-inch guns from this heavy cruiser, the Augusta. Another salvo. A third salvo. Ladies and gentlemen of the United States, we are now in business. You have just heard 2 recordings by George Wheeler, American broadcast reporter with the United States Navy. We return you now to the United States.
We have just received a report, a Swiss report, quoting sources in German-occupied Milan, to the effect that a large Allied fleet has been sighted off Genoa and that a landing on the Ligurian coast of northwestern Italy is expected hourly. There is no confirmation of this report. It must be borne in mind, however, that it is entirely likely. We are now pursuing Kesselring's forces north of Rome. We have landed on the French coast, and there can be no question but what eventually Allied strategy will work into new offensives. There's also a report from London that an Allied armada, this is also a Nazi report received in London, that an Allied armada of more than 100 ships, including battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and landing craft, now are off the French port of Le Havre. Here is an indication from enemy sources of the great extent of the Allied power being assembled to continue the invasion of France. Meantime, from a Supreme Advance Command Post of the Allied Expeditionary Force, there comes the announcement that Allied troops have repulsed German counterattacks in the Caen area of France. Caen, as you know, is that important rail and road center on the Paris-Cherbourg line, 115 miles from Paris. This same report from the Supreme Advance Command Post states that all beaches now have been cleared of the enemy, although some presumably still are under artillery fire. Some of the beaches, headquarters added, have been linked up with those flanking them. At the same time, Air Force headquarters announced that during the 6 days from June 1st to last night, Allied air forces flew the stupendous total of 71,000 sorties, a dramatic testimonial to the growing might of Allied air power, the air power which is shielding our land forces in France at this moment. In those 71,000 sorties, many thousand tons of bombs have been dropped, an enormous tonnage which is indicative not only of Allied might, but also of the power needed to destroy Nazi defenses. Earlier in this program, you were listening to some of NBC's documentary recordings of the news of this historic invasion. The last record was made by George Wheeler, made on a film recorder outfit while aboard the United States cruiser Augusta. And now we have another documentary recording, another NBC exclusive broadcast. This morning, Tom Trainer of the Los Angeles Times came back to London from a European beachhead. We are giving you again his report, as first broadcast about an hour ago over the National Broadcasting Company network.
Please, Ed.
This is the advanced Allied command post of the invasion forces. Part of the amphibious forces which struck at France yesterday were manned by personnel of the United States Coast Guard. Covering them for the combined radio and press global pool was Mr. Tom Trainer, war correspondent of the Los Angeles Times. Mr. Trainer has just arrived at the command post from France after landing on the beachhead with the American Army units that the Coast Guard delivered into battle. He is here in the studio to give you his eyewitness report of the invasion. Mr. Trainer.
I've just returned from France after hitchhiking on 8 ships, mostly Coast Guard. Coast Guard craft seem to be all over the channel, snaking survivors out of the water, rushing wounded to first aid, and landing infantry and vehicles on the beach. I hit the beach myself early during D-Day when the Coast Guard cutter on which I was stationed went close ashore to pull aboard some men who had capsized in a duck. They came aboard shivering and shaking with cold, and as soon as they got below, proceeded to get seasick all over the place. I ceased interviewing them at this point and asked my skipper, Lieutenant Raymond Rosenblum of Baltimore, if he would hail a passing landing craft inward bound to the beach and put me aboard. The transfer was made, and my new skipper, Lieutenant Edward Raymond of Pittsburgh, said, "I don't think we can get in. It's all these obstacles that are messing the thing up before we even get to the beach." I couldn't see any obstacles. "That's the trouble," he said. "Neither can we. The tide is running high and they're covered. Those are heavy posts driven into the sand with booby traps attached. At low tide, we can avoid them. At high tide, you see," he pointed to various landing craft up and down the beach, which had been stove in and swung idly back and forth with the surf. "They got it," he said. We prowled up the coast a mile looking for an opening, and then heard a loud hail behind us. A sleek-looking patrol craft slid by, and the skipper shouted, "Hold off. Don't put your craft ashore until you get further orders." "Now what?" I asked Raymond. "We'll see if we can get you on something smaller," he said. He got out his loudhailer and called a landing craft personnel, which was heading into the beach. Motor machinist mate John Kramer of Albany, New York, and seaman first class Jack Whitney of Columbus, Ohio, took me aboard. "Okay," said Kramer to Whitney, "let's go and keep an eye out for the traps." We came sliding and slewing in on some light breakers and grounded. I stepped ashore on France, walking up a beach where men were moving casually about, carrying equipment inshore. Up the coast a few hundred yards, German shells were pounding in regularly, but in our area it was peacefully busy. "How did you make out?" I asked one of the men. "It was reasonably soft," he said. "The Germans had some machine gun posts and some high-velocity guns on the palisades and made it a little hot at first. They waited until the landing craft dropped their ramps, then opened up on them while the men were still inside. In a few cases, we took heavy casualties. Then the Navy went to work on the German guns, and it wasn't long before they were quiet." The general lack of fortifications at this point was astonishing. The barbed wire consisted of 4 single strands, such as we use at home to fence in cattle. A man could get through by pushing down on one wire and lifting up on another, providing they weren't booby trapped. The engineers and beach battalions, however, had blown gaps in the wire through which we could move vehicles. A few dead lay about, and some wounded were here and there on stretchers awaiting transfer to ships at sea. All up and down the broad beach, as far as I could see, men, jeeps, bulldozers, and other equipment were moving about like ants. A few columns of black, greasy smoke marked equipment which had been hit by shell fire and set afire. The German shelling continued steadily at various points up and down the beach, but so far not reached the area in which I was walking. It would work over an area, then move on to another. It was accurate, landing for the most part close to the water's edge, and I saw one small landing craft catch fire after taking a hit. Men came spilling out of it into water waist deep. From time to time, there were huge concussions as the engineers set off demolitions. The ground would shake, and the troops would throw themselves violently on the ground. I climbed a rock embankment and came to a piece of flat land where hundreds of men were digging foot trenches. When they got down about 1.5 feet, they struck water.
Some of them were lying in the water, and I asked if there was much shelling. There is when there is, one man said. Right now there isn't, but when it comes, it sure comes. I asked him what German fortifications he could point out. He showed me some tunnels at the top of the palisade. Palisade rises above the beach along this stretch of coast. There were five or six positions I could make out, nothing particularly formidable. I walked over to an aerial which seemed to mark a command post. A colonel and a major were sitting beside a split trench half filled with water, and I said to the colonel, "Sir, I'm a war correspondent." He looked up from a map fiercely, and the major said, "I think you'd better stop back later. You might try going up that path there where you see those men. If you can make it, watch out for mines. It's heavily mined." A long column of men was winding up the palisade on a narrow path. They weren't moving. At the skyline, they seemed to be knotted up. To reach the palisade, I joined a column who were wading across a slough. The water came nearly to their armpits, and they had to hold their rifles and equipments over their heads. The water was rather warm, but the bottom was a slimy mess. When a man got to the far side of the slough, he would always stop in a maddening way, holding the rest of us up. We shouted angrily, but when we got there, each one of us stopped too. The reeds on the far bank were loaded with mines. One man lay at the top of the bank dead. The mines had been marked with bits of paper, and soldiers at the top advised just how to climb so as not to venture into dangerous ground. There were more dead men along the narrow path which led up the palisade. The column had stopped moving, and I began to step past men following a captain. Suddenly a voice said, "Watch yourself, fellow, that's a mine." A soldier sprawled on the bank was speaking. He had one foot half blown off. He'd stepped on a mine a short time earlier. Now, while he waited for litter bearers, he was warning other soldiers about other mines in that vicinity. I can stand the dead, but the wounded horrify me, and I only looked at him to thank him. He looked very tired, but perfectly collected. "What you need is the medics," I said. "I'll try and get them for you when I go back down." "Yeah," he said, "but how are they going to get up here?" He was right. The pathway was so clogged with men and so heavily mined that it was impassable. The engineers would have to get up there first. The column didn't move forward. The captain I was following stopped, and so did I. I asked him his name, and he said he was Louis Hilly of Cincinnati. "It looks like they shell around here a bit," I said, pointing to some shallow craters. "No," said Hilly, "those are all mines. That's why we're stuck on this path." We tried to edge a few feet further forward and came to a soldier lying in the path, curled around a mine. He said his name was Private Morton Soratello of the Bronx, and I asked him if it didn't make him nervous to be curled around a mine like that. "No," he said, "I just keep clear of it and pass the word on to those behind." Just ahead of him, Second Lieutenant Bernard Flynn of Springfield, Massachusetts, and Sergeant Arthur Brown of Brookfield, Maryland, were sitting in the immediate vicinity of mines, which they were calling to attention of all who passed. "It's all right, except when a shell comes in," Flynn said. "Then you're apt to forget and fall on the thing." While we were stopped there, a squib-like report sounded behind us. I thought it was a motor going off, but Captain Hilly said it was a mine. He'd heard enough of them this day. At the top of the palisade, the knot of men had gotten to its feet, and it looked like the line might move. One man darted over the skyline, and almost immediately afterwards, we heard the speedy burst of a German machine gun. Then a few stray rifle shots. The bullets cracked overhead, and everyone instinctively ducked lower. These were some troops who had never seen combat before, and the bullets must have seemed close to them, although we were 100 feet below the skyline. The line remained stationary, and I looked down on the beach and the sea. Landing craft of all descriptions were sliding in through the low surf, disgorging men who moved through the water with amazing alacrity. As soon as they got ashore and saw the men moving about calmly, they seemed to steady down and began to walk quietly themselves. I waited a spell longer, and the line didn't move, so I began to make my way down the path again. It was slow work. The soldiers were so alarmed that I would step on a mine right next to them that one man told me to walk on his back rather than step off the path. I promised I would try and get the engineers up to disarm the mines. While I was going down the slope, the Germans began shelling our area. It was hard not to throw myself on the ground willy-nilly, but the thought of those mines kept me from it. The shells were still landing at some distance on the flat. I took a last look at the greatest armada in history before going on the flat. It was too immense to describe.
You have been listening to a recorded eyewitness account by Tom Trainer of Los Angeles on his return from an Allied beachhead. He was introduced by Merrill Muller. And now here's Don Hollenbeck.
In a special broadcast from London a few minutes ago, NBC reporter W.W. Chaplin gave us a well-rounded report on our progress in France. And Bill reports it is progress. Chaplin says the enemy has been cleared from our beachheads. But better than that, some of those beachheads along the Normandy coast have already been linked up, consolidated. To quote Bill, all the French beaches on which Allied troops have landed have been cleared of the enemy, I was just given that assurance in the great map room of the Ministry of Information, where the walls are covered not only with maps of the invasion area, but also with photographic likenesses of Allied leaders and enemy leaders, von Rundstedt, Rommel, and Goering. Chaplin reports that this is a great day in the air, too. The forces may even surpass yesterday's record of 13,000 sorties, flights by individual planes. Well, that's the bright side of the picture, and as Bill says, no wonder the Allied communique reports satisfactory progress. But on this second day of invasion, known in that map room as D+1, Allied leaders are putting another note besides optimism in their voices, a note of caution, Chaplin reports. We get that warning, too, from our NBC reporter George Wheeler, who's in the Channel now with the American Navy. As George says, we're in business on the continent and carrying the business through. But as in every business, there are two columns in the ledger, one for profit and one for loss. There will be loss in this invasion business, too. No use blinking that fact, Chaplin told us in that special broadcast from London a few moments ago. We'd only be fooling ourselves if we did. There are so many things known as imponderables, things over which generals and admirals have no control. Weather is the big imponderable. Bill says it was better this morning, better than on D-Day, but then it closed in again. The latest word Chaplin had before his broadcast was that there were heavy clouds over much of the small area that can be used for landings in France. Returning pilots also reported some icing up as they flew through the upper levels of those clouds. And nature isn't the only obstacle, Chaplin says. The Germans can by no means be discounted because they haven't yet mounted any major counterattacks. Their resistance is increasing. Some of those coastal guns, which were thought to have been knocked out in the initial attack, have been in action again this morning, and the Luftwaffe has been showing some signs of life, Bill says, and the ground fighting is heavy. In fact, now this is another enemy report received in London and relayed by Bill Chaplin in a special broadcast from London a few moments ago. Massed formations of German reserves are attacking our forces with what the German Overseas Agency calls terrific ferocity in Normandy. The Germans claim our losses have already mounted to several divisions. Undoubtedly an exaggeration on the familiar German pattern, but losses there have unquestionably been, Chaplin says, and there will be more. Finally, while German air resistance is on a small scale so far, Allied leaders in England admit that it's increasing. The Luftwaffe laid low in the early hours of the invasion, a natural thing to do with the skinny resources at Goering's command. Now that skinny reserve is being used where the German High Command figures it will count the most. There's simply no telling what the strength of the German Air Force in the West is. With all the battering of production and the heavy losses in the air, it must have shrunk to a minuscule figure put beside the stunning 11,000 airplanes that the Allies can draw on. The most optimistic guess at the time the Luftwaffe was in its flower didn't put its strength above 5,000 or 6,000 planes. If there are 1,000 now available for use on the Western Front, the German Air Force is in better shape than they have any right to be. So we can be sure that wherever Goering uses the Luftwaffe, he will use it to the best advantage. Although just here, there's no such thing as an imponderable. 11,000 airplanes is a lot of airplanes, and the Luftwaffe is engaged in a hopeless fight, although it may be a fight full of bitterness and tricks while it lasts. Now I'm going to repeat a bulletin that was brought to you a few moments before by Elmer Peterson. Here it is, a bulletin from Zurich, Switzerland. Unconfirmed reports from German-occupied Milan say that a large Allied fleet has been sighted off Genoa. The supposition is that a landing will be made on the Ligurian coast of northwestern Italy. There is, however, no confirmation of this report, and it has not been received from any other source. I repeat, Zurich, Switzerland hears from German-occupied Milan that a large Allied fleet has been sighted off Genoa. The Zurich Dispatch adds that a landing on the Ligurian coast of northwestern Italy is expected hourly. And here's a bulletin from Stockholm. Dispatches from Berlin report today that the Allies landed several divisions along the Seine Bay of the Normandy coast and by noon had consolidated their Orne River Bayou bridgehead. In other words, Berlin has now confirmed the Allied news of consolidating beachheads, that maneuver that's so important in a landing, reported by W. Chaplin in a broadcast from London, which we have gone over for you just now.
Thank you, Don Hollenbeck. Keep tuned to this station for further invasion bulletins. This is the National Broadcasting Company. WEAF, New York. The following program is transcribed.
You Give me Cuticura, please.
Cuticura for me, too.
Yes, in nearly every drug and 10-cent store, people are asking for Cuticura.
Pardon me, Mr. Keach, but what is Cuticura?
Why, Cuticura is the name of fragrant, mildly medicated preparations for the skin and scalp. They've got many important daily uses. Many use Cuticura soap and ointment to promptly help relieve externally caused rash and blemishes.
And men find Cuticura ointment excellent after shaving for quickly relieving cuts and nicks. It's great for tired, burning feet, too.
I use Cuticura to help protect and keep my complexion lovely.
And I use fragrant Cuticura for baby.
Friends, try economical Cuticura soap, ointment, and talcum. They contain valuable medical ingredients. That's why many nurses in certain hospitals use them. Buy Cuticura today at your drug or 10-cent stores. Just say,
"We want Cuticura."
You know, Cuticura.
Cuticura for daily skin care.
Cuticura for factory rash.
Cuticura for skin blemishes.
Cuticura, Cuticura, Cuticura. I hear and see it nearly everywhere. What is Cuticura?
Why, lady, haven't you heard? Fragrant, mildly medicated Cuticura soap and Cuticura ointment are among the world's most successful preparations for problem skin.
Yes, satisfaction is guaranteed, or Maker will refund your money if you write direct.
Friends, see for yourself, as thousands have, how promptly Cuticura helps relieve externally caused pimples and rashes, eases out blackhead tips, and helps bring back radiant, new, natural complexion loveliness.
Many nurses use Cuticura for helping relieve factory rash and eczema itch.
Remember, Cuticura contains medical ingredients valued by doctors.
Buy fragrant, mildly medicated Cuticura soap and ointment today. Just go to any drug or 10-cent store and say,
We want Cuticura.
You know, Cuticura.
This program came to you by means of electrical transcription. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Station WEAF, New York. The following program may be interrupted for news flashes as they are made available. It is now 1 p.m. GRUEN, Gruen Precision Watch Time. An ideal watch time.
Mama, I'm glad where you don't have to worry. And then you were ashamed because you knew she wasn't not that kind of person. She worried for all the right things. She believed in her faith and in a good fight. Her worrying would be the right way. Turned on the radio, you turned it off. You heard a hymn. You were wishing they'd play Beautiful Isle of somewhere. Beautiful Isle. We live anew, land of the true. They read your favorite psalm, that one about not being afraid of the terror by night. You thought you heard them talking about those great lines in England, standing there patiently, orderly, waiting to give their blood for the boys who would be wounded. You thought, I wonder if the Red Cross would take my blood right now. And then you remembered with relief war bonds. At least you could buy 1, 2, as many extra war bonds as you could. But you still wanted to give your blood. Maybe save a boy's life. That was the thing your heart wanted. And then again that prayer, oh God, God, take care of him. What a day. Invasion Day, a day out of time. I listened all day to our station. NBC, I was proud of NBC. I don't think I've ever been prouder of belonging to an organization. All day long, not a commercial. All day long, prayers, hymns, stirring music, and these reports coming in. All day long. It was something I can never forget. The voices of our friends. Bob St. John, Caesar Searching, John Goddard, John W. Vandercook, Robert Danton, who's right here now, whose boy is over there somewhere. Right there, isn't he, Bob?
Yes, he is. Right there.
The captain?
Yes, and soon to be a major.
Bless his heart.
Well, that's what I did yesterday.
And you were reading the news?
Yes, at that moment, a flash was handed me. Of course, we never have time to look the flashes over. Possibly it's just as well. But when it said that there are 11,000 planes flying out to make this tremendous invasion, why, of course, I had my boy right up there in the sky with me.
Yeah.
I know. It's probably, I think, the longest prayer ever said in less than a second.
The prayer you said. I know.
Maybe a comma.
Well, I think it was the one I said, isn't it? God, take
Just
care
that.
of them. Take care of all of them, God. Please, God. Ben Ames Williams, our guest today, said almost a year ago, was it a year ago when you were on with us? Well, anyway, whenever it was, you had predicted shortly before that there would be a great many books that would have a religious angle. That people would go back to religion. And, you know, in reading your book that we're going to talk about later today, Leave Her to Heaven, I marked one place where the man breathed your kind of prayer, Bob Danton. It's curious, isn't it, what's taken possession of all of us. Irreligious. Is there a word? Irreligious? Unreligious. Unreligious men and women suddenly are praying. Sometimes they don't know what they're praying. But they know why. They know why. It's because they've got to have something more than is in themselves, something more that's in this world around us. They've got to have it. And so they pray. And there was Bob Danton. And all of this was coming out. Remember, Bob, the day we had the nationwide broadcast about the preparations. And there they were, just as we'd said they'd be.
Those same men that are sitting right here where we are now.
John Vandercook over there somewhere.
Bill Chaplin.
Yes.
St. John.
Yes. And Brooks, Bill Brooks, I suppose, up at least 48 hours without sleep, wasn't he?
You have no idea. I kind of wish that you might have been there in our newsroom as this business went on.
Do you know why I didn't come? I longed to come, but I was afraid of being a nuisance.
I don't think that you ever could be a nuisance.
Well, I was just afraid that it would be one more person, but I could picture every bit of it. The tickers going, men in their shirt sleeves rushing around, their eyes gaunt and weary, but going on and on.
Mary Margaret, you never would have been a nuisance. And don't take this in an uncomplimentary way, but I don't believe anybody there knew that anybody else was there.
I see. Oh, that's how you knew I wouldn't be a nuisance. That takes me down a notch or two. Oh, well, tell anything about it, Bob, that you want to say.
Well, to give a picture of the coverage, the invasion coverage, as it is from an announcer's point of view, it's very seldom that we knew exactly where we were going until within maybe 5 seconds. And sometimes while we were reading bulletins, we'd have to pick up a phone in one hand and we'd get a cue from Ad Schneider of the special events.
Bless
Mr.
his
Brooks.
heart.
Bless
He's
his,
one of my favorites.
A monument to that boy, let me tell you. And he very calmly, in the midst of all this, I won't say it's confusion, but tenseness is a weak word. He'd say, job 24, go to London, Bob. I don't know what for. Go to London, 24. London, then maybe they wouldn't come through. Then Elmer Peterson or Robert St. John would suddenly, I'd look over there, and they were sitting beside me, and I'd calmly turn the microphone over to them. And then they would fill in the necessary time. And all in all, I think the thing went off beautifully. I don't know how they did it.
No.
Nobody, the public has no idea of the immensity of the preparations and of the actual soul-killing work that those men went through. I'm not speaking of the announcers now.
No, you're talking about the newsroom.
Yes.
And all those men.
That desire to bring it to the people, to get it to them as accurately and as honestly as they possibly could. I give great credit to them for it.
Oh, well, I just think it was thrilling. It couldn't have been more so. And then last night when I heard Fred Waring.
Oh, that is perfect.
Doing the battle hymn, Vincent.
Oh, yes.
And then doing The Time Is Now. Mm-hmm. The Time Is Now. It must have been as stirring as our party. I'll never admit anything could have been more exciting and stirring than our party, but he had 1,000 veterans in his theater. I mean, 1,000 boys.
That's true.
I didn't mean veterans. Well, maybe they were at that. It seemed to me that's what they said. But I thought of servicemen. That was what I was thinking. Well, isn't it? Were you listening, Ben Ames Williams?
No, I wasn't listening. It didn't seem necessary.
You just knew.
You had the feeling that you were together with so many millions of people in the world, whether you were listening or not.
Yes.
The feeling of unity in the world yesterday was the thing that struck me more than anything else.
And the churches, the people in the churches, women with work-scarred hands, all alone. Here a serviceman and his wife or his sweetheart, you couldn't tell, one still here, you know, all praying. I don't know. What do you think has happened to the world? It's in great travail and it turns to something?
Well, that has always been true, of course. The old saying, the devil was sick, the devil a saint would be.
Mm-hmm.
The devil was well, the devil a saint was he. When we're in trouble, we turn to some power and look for help. That's the thing which is instinctive in us all today, the submission to a power which we can't define. We can only be sure it's there because we know we need it.
Mm-hmm.
And we have learned by experience that when we need things badly enough, we usually get them one way and another. Yes. That sense of submission to an outside power.
You say that and leave her to heaven.
Do I? Well, I've forgotten.
Let me see. I want to... may I just read that one little bit? I put down the number of the page, at least I hope I did. You always think you put things down, and then you have them 412, I think. Is the one that I wanted. You remember anything about Ben Ames Williams, Vincent?
I remember his last appearance here with pleasure.
Do you remember that he was born in Missouri?
No.
You were raised in... Oh, Mississippi. How could I have made such a mistake, and me from Missouri?
That's a terrific mistake.
Yeah. Well, then you went to Ohio, didn't you? Yes. And then you went to Boston. Yeah. I'm right on those. And you were a newspaper man there. And I remember you're saying that whenever you got to writing in a rut, you wrote another way, even if magazines wouldn't take it. say that something like the Saturday Evening Post had taken everything in the world that he wrote for a long time. Then he began to write a different kind of thing. That takes courage.
No, it resulted simply from the fact that I didn't want to be bored.
Or it bores you to write in the same way or to sell to the same.
Very tedious to be doing something you know you can do.
Of course, I have to tell you what Annie Laurie Williams, our favorite agent, said to me today. Said, you know what? I've just sold Leave Her to Heaven. That's Ben Ames Williams' latest book that's out today for $100,000 to the... And I don't remember to
She
whom.
told me about it, too, to Fox.
To Fox. Did she just tell you today?
No, I knew about it.
You knew about it before. Well, having said that, I will now read you what he says about... This is his hero, who sat on the edge of the bed thinking what his life had been. And at last, without realizing the strangeness of his own action, it was a thing he'd never done before, he knelt, his head pressed on his crossed arms. He prayed no formal prayer, yet his thoughts shaped humble, grateful words. I've made as many mistakes as most men, he said to God. Probably I've made more. But Ruth, that's his wife, loves me, and so I'm the richest of men. Nothing can take that away from me, and having her love, I'll go through whatever's coming and never damn my luck. I'll need help, need all the help I can get to be what I want to be to her, but I'll do the best I can. And then, you say, humility and surrender brought him peace. And he who had lain wakeful through the dark night, there on his knees beside the bed disordered by his tossing, slept for a while as a child sleeps, his head pillowed on his arms. Yet he was in terrific trouble.
Yeah, he was in a tough spot.
He was in a very tough spot at that moment. And so, Bob Danton, we're wishing your boy all the luck there is, and he'll be in every prayer that I say from now till the end.
Aren't you lovely? Thank you very much.
He often has done our station breaks or announcements, what is they call them, Vincent?
Station identification.
And he has red hair, and I like him a lot. Red hair is my favorite kind of hair. And red hair is lucky. I wonder if his boy has red hair.
I don't know.
Well,
He's left us now for the moment.
yes, he's left us now. Well, come on. You know, the thing about you, Ben Ames Williams, I don't know what to do with you. You have the doggonest ability to create a character, a perfectly loathsome person in many ways. And then you go to reading about this terrible woman, and there you are, yourself, me. Bits and pieces of her are me. And I'll bet everybody who reads about her will have that same awful, shocked, horrified, worried feeling. Those are mild words to what I felt.
Well, that's an entirely new point of view for me, and it never had occurred to me that anybody would recognize herself in...
Well, I only mean in parts. I hope that I would never be quite what your Ellen is. Ellen is... well, tell her how you happened to write this book about the 7 deadly sins.
Well, this is, as I've said before, this is a book about the 8th deadly sin. I started many years ago with a vague idea that I might write a series of novels or magazine stories, each one dealing with one of the 7 deadly sins. But as I said to some people in Boston the other day, when I came to gluttony and sloth, I thought I was getting too personal, so I gave it up.
I wouldn't exactly call you slothful. How many books have you written?
Well, I think about 33 or 4 stories might have been published as books, but of course I've written a great many magazine serials, which might as well have
you've
been
not
books.
exactly been lazy. Such books as The Strange Woman, that's another one of those women. And Come Spring, and Threads of Scarlet, The Strumpet Sea, and Splendor. And, you know, I don't know Amateurs at War at all.
That's a very fine book, but I didn't write it. I just wrote an introduction to that.
Oh.
And some introductions to the things that are in it. That's a bunch of first-hand accounts of the way Americans have fought in this and in other wars.
Really?
And my function was just to tell why the battles were fought and how they were fought, so people would understand what they were reading about.
Well, now go on about the 8th deadly sin.
Well, eventually I decided to write a book about jealousy, and I wrote this book in a rather curious way. I set out with the idea it might be a psychological novel. But it became obvious that in this extreme type of personality, melodrama was almost sure to come along. So in the first draft of this book, the first 400 or 500 pages perhaps consisted largely of my explaining to the reader what the characters were thinking when they did and said certain things. And then I cut all that out after I got it clear in my own mind and just let the characters do and say those things without explanation, hoping that the reader would be able to understand them as well as I did without any explanation.
That's it. I understand them all too well. That woman who was willing to lie or almost anything to dramatize herself and to have her way. Your Ellen.
Yeah, she was willing to do almost anything.
Yeah.
Anything, as far as I can tell.
Well, he said, leave her to heaven means that she defied every natural law. She was able to escape all the penalties.
Did you recognize the quotation, by the way? We neglected to put that in the book. Do you know where it comes from?
You know that I'm ashamed to say I don't exactly, but it was very familiar to me.
Mrs. Williams discovered it when we were groping around to try to get a decent title. It's in what Hamlet's father says to him in the second appearance, I think. He says, in effect, as for your mother, you remember Hamlet's mother had misbehaved in various ways. As for your mother, contrive against her naught. Leave her to heaven and to the thorns which in her bosom lodge do prick and sting her. So that it really fits this book surprisingly
it's too bad you didn't put it right in.
We hope to do that in the second 400,000.
Yes, the second million. Vincent, did you recognize it?
No, I didn't. Like you, it sounded familiar to me, and I couldn't place it.
I just thought I would have said I would have said Shakespeare, I guess. I always say Shakespeare, the Bible, because it's very safe.
Very
safe.
Yeah. There.
It's very, very safe. I wish, though, that you'd blow some of the cobwebs out of our brains by telling a little about that ranch. I had a feeling it was a real ranch that you knew, where you saw the turkeys and where you saw the wild horses.
It is. I went out there in 1928 or thereabouts with a group of friends on a visit to the place, and went out again the following summer and knew it very intimately. And as you may gather, it made quite a strong impression on me. It's out in the New Mexican mountains, just about as I described.
And their horses as wild as
I think now, as a matter of fact, that whole ranch has been given to the Boy Scouts of America, so that they have a wonderful place.
You made those turkey gobblers sound bigger than any turkeys that I ever saw.
I never forget how big they looked the day I saw them coming down the canyon. I shot one of them myself, and almost dropped dead running to catch him, just as the fellow in the book did.
They're wild turkeys.
Oh, yes, they're wild turkeys.
And how many are in a flock?
Well, there are about 6 in that particular group.
Mm-hmm.
The one I shot weighed about 25, 26 pounds. Big bird.
Mm-hmm. And they were so remote from human beings that it took a good deal to startle them, didn't it?
No, they're quite shy. As I suggest in the book, I was alone on this occasion. Ellen was not with me. I lay there very quietly for a couple of hours waiting for them to come along, and lay even more quietly after they came in sight until they did come near me. Kenneth Roberts was with me that day, but he was in another spot further down the canyon, and I got the shot before the turkeys got to him. So he came up and helped me get the bird on the horse and so on.
Oh, Kenneth Roberts was with you, not Ellen. This is an actual scene in the novel. Yes, I prefer Kenneth for you, too. Charles Francis Cole was on our program the other day, and he said that you and Kenneth Roberts, or you at least, started him writing fiction.
Well, that isn't true, because before I ever met Charlie, he had written 3.5 million words of fiction, all of which he had sold, and that's quite a lot of fiction for anyone.
Well, I thought you'd be glad to know that he was giving you credit, anyhow. I think it's Kenneth Roberts that he takes the credit for starting to write fiction.
Well, I don't think that's true either.
Listen, are you going to...
Kenneth wrote fiction long before he ever met Charlie.
What am I going to do about this?
I don't know. Take it up with Mr. Coe, I guess.
I'll tell you, one of the most interesting things about Charlie is that you enjoy everything he says, regardless.
We certainly did. I heard from his publishers today, and they said that they'd had more letters on the program than he did with us than almost anything.
He's a wonderful fellow.
Well, I wanted him to come to my birthday party because I said, you really have wrestled, haven't you, in the garden? Well, he said, not that garden, but the other one. And then later he told me, now, after all, why have you got to bring that up? I'm a writer now. He said.
It's a wonder he didn't say no, but in the Garden of Eden, it would have been just like it.
No, he didn't. You want to talk a little about Ellen?
No, I
You think
said
she's
all
an
I have to
exception,
say
don't
about
you?
her.
You mean it's in Leave Her to Heaven?
Yeah.
You're just leaving it to the prospective purchasers to go out and buy Leave Her to Heaven and read about
it's
it.
a year or more since I finished the book, and so I'm a little stale on it.
Would you care to have me tell you about Ellen?
I'd be delighted. I'd like to get the dispassionate point of view on her.
Well, she's simply beautiful. He meets her, the hero of this book, meets her on a train, and his description is full of words like frankincense and myrrh, at least the feeling of frankincense and myrrh, and skin that the blood is right underneath, rushing.
You've got me blushing now.
I'll fix you. I'll really fix you. You won't talk about your heroine? All right, I'll talk about your heroine. And you can tell he's fallen for her, but he has that little feeling. He can sense in her, perhaps, this passionate intensity that is going to try to wreck his life. And she thinks he looks like her father, who's dead, and she had this jealous absorption in her father. You know, one of the scenes in the book that when he's with these children and he comes upon them, she comes upon her scattering the ashes of her father, and you describe it so beautifully. She rides a horse wonderfully, this Ellen, and she's hugging to her bosom as a woman would a child this container where the ashes of her father are, and she's scattering them like a well, it must have looked like a frieze of old where a sower going out to sow, and she's scattering these ashes. And you think that she doesn't know anybody in the world is watching her, and then later it comes out that she knew all the time that he was there, and so she, even after all the ashes are scattered, she scatters a few more, or pretends to. There's a key to Ellen, don't you think?
Putting on an act.
Sure, she was always putting on an act. And yet she was, her jealousy and her intense love, if you could call it love, they were real, weren't they?
They seemed so to me when I was writing the book.
Would it hurt your feelings if I would say that it seems to me you make much worse women than you do men? Worse in the sense of they're such
my cue not to say a
dreadful
word.
women. Well, look at the strange woman. Now, you know that she was not a pleasant woman. You haven't forgotten her, have you?
No, I haven't forgotten her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I will. Because people keep asking me where I found her, and keep asking Mrs. Williams what sort of a man I must be to write about such people. They keep asking my friends what kind of woman Mrs. Williams must be for me to write about such people.
Oh, well, I just think you knew them all before you knew her. Anyway,
I've known her since we were 16. So.
You have? Isn't he baffling?
He certainly is. He gets out of things beautifully.
Can you think of any measures I can use with him, Vincent?
No, I can't offhand.
No, I think that Mrs. Williams is like Ruth in Leave Her to Heaven.
Yes, she is.
I felt that very much because you created a beautiful character in Ruth. Ruth is the...
There's an interesting thing. Now, you've talked quite a lot about Jenny in The Strange Woman and about Ellen in this book, but this is the first time you've mentioned Ruth.
Because Ruth, after all, is subordinated to Ellen. Now, don't tell me she isn't.
The real answer is that the unpleasant women are much more interesting to you and to the reader than the pleasant ones, isn't it?
So that's why you...
That's why you prefer books about unpleasant women.
Well, I don't know. You have me there, Ben Ames Williams. It's true. But I still think that it's the way you've written Leave Her to Heaven. Ruth, after all, she's an adopted sister of Ellen's, and she comes into the book in just that way that an adopted sister would. Everybody asks her to do things. She's cheerful and kind and obliging and never suspects the worst about anybody. But those are not as dramatic, are they?
Like the old saying that a newspaper can't come out with a headline saying no news today.
Well, that's perfect.
It's only when abnormal things happen that the outsider is interested.
What was it you said? As a younger man, you thought that stock drama rarely touched normal lives? But as you grew older, you found it did.
As I came to know more and more people, I found that in most of their lives there was something which was definitely on the dramatic side.
Yeah.
After all, life is the fundamental drama.
It is. It's dramatic, but it's not pointed up the way fiction is, I've decided.
Well, in fiction, you simply leave out the undramatic parts.
And that, otherwise, it would be as dull as life often is, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Fiction.
I've finished, since I wrote this, I've finished another book, which is about the most ordinary people in the world, whose life was intensely dramatic.
What sort of people were they?
Well, I don't want to go into that now.
Oh, honestly, I knew he was going to say that.
It took me 50,000 words to write it, and it would take me at least an hour and a half to explain it.
Well, may I just explain one little thing to you? You see, by the time you've written it and it gets in the book form, then you forget the one you've just done. So when I ask you back when the other one comes out, you will have forgotten it by then. Now's the only time we ever will hear anything from you about it.
What you should be asking me is what the book I'm going to write in 1956 is going to be about.
Well, what is it?
Well, as a matter of fact, I think very seriously at that time writing a book about adolescence.
In 1956?
I think by that time I'll be just the right age to understand it.
Should I ask him now how old he is now?
I don't think so, no. He wouldn't answer you anyway.
No, he certainly wouldn't, and I shuddered to think what he would say.
You remember you got me started the last time I was here, and they almost had to cut us off the air.
What did you say last time?
You got me mad, and I swore. You remember that?
I got you mad?
Well, you got me talking about something about which I felt strongly.
Not politics, I hope.
Well, it may have been.
It was a little political. Yes, I remember.
Yes, I seem to recall.
Sorry the subject came up, Archie. It's been a good deal better if we just let that
Better
go.
left unsaid.
Yeah. So we're about to have a couple of conventions. Yeah.
Why two? Why two?
Why have two conventions?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you better change the subject since you have this book on adolescence that you're going to write, Ben Ames Williams. Why do you want to write a book on adolescence, apart from the fact that you think by then you'll understand adolescence?
Well, I've wanted to ever since I was a child.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been tried, and tried with tremendous effect. In this book, Peter Dominic, may I be forgiven for recommending another book?
Well, I think it's very generous of you.
There's a very swell book recently published about adolescence. And if you haven't read it, you ought to read it.
What's its name?
Peter Dominic.
Peter Dominic. Who wrote it?
I don't remember offhand.
It's the first novel by somebody or other. I forgot his name.
Well, I certainly will.
But it's a book which is well worth reading.
Do you think that adolescents are tortured in their souls? Do they suffer?
Well, of course. No human being suffers so much, as a 6-month-old baby, unless it may be a 3-month-old baby. There's no possible torment so great as that which is expressed by a baby's crying.
I think they just
See,
do
their
it.
sense of perspective isn't as even as ours. So when anything happens to them, they think this is the ultimate catastrophe. As you grow older, of course, your susceptibility to torment decreases. You become calloused. And perhaps at adolescence, you are capable of greater suffering than at any other time in your life.
You haven't got
because
a callus.
You still have the lack of perspective which goes with youth. And the beginning of understanding, which enables you to get the shades of suffering that you couldn't get when you were younger, and that you won't get when you're older.
It's very beautiful. Well, I look forward to that 1956 novel of adolescence.
I'd like to come on the air with you and we'll discuss it then.
How many years is that, Vincent?
12 years off, that's all. We will have just finished our 22nd birthday party in Madison Square Garden and the Yankee Stadium and a few other places.
We're going to have Yankee Stadium and other places for annexes next time. So we invite you to be a guest. How's the Mary Margaret McBride Rose doing?
I was delighted to find that the 6 which I planted last fall came through the winter excellently and are thriving.
Hardy country rose, that's what we are.
The only trouble is that, I hesitate to say this, but they were all labeled. I planted about 18 roses in a row. And somebody during the winter stole 3, and the ones they stole were not those labeled Mary Margaret McBride.
Well, I
a lot of the people down in Maine are very ignorant, you see.
Yeah, should I be... I'm glad for you still to have your sick. But I do feel a little hurt and slighted all the same. But,
Well, it just goes to show that that's a rural district.
but you hurt me, too, about Maine. I thought Maine was the most honest place in the world. I didn't think anybody ever stole anything there, not even a rose.
Well, you know, when a person sees something they really want and can take it, the temptation is pretty severe.
Mm-hmm. Is this a personal remark?
No.
Huh?
No,
Just a
that's,
philosophical observation on life.
Yes, you have to have a certain sense of social inhibitions to refrain from stealing when you have a chance.
Mm-hmm.
And if you live in a small town, those inhibitions are not always so strong.
What do you really
How do we
think?
get on these subjects?
No, now you've started me thinking about something. I often wrestle with myself on the subject of motives and what prompts you to be good occasionally and then suddenly break out and be just as bad as you can. Do you think it's just do you think that we're governed more by fear than anything else?
I think it's largely a question of digestion.
So when your digestion's good, you just rip-roaring or as bad as you can be. When your digestion is bad, you feel you're about to meet your maker, and so you don't.
No, I think the converse is true.
You do?
When your digestion is bad, you come home and kick the cat.
Well, that may be.
When your digestion is good, you behave yourself. But when your digestion is bad, you seek release in some way.
No, I disagree with you. I don't believe that people with bad digestions go out and steal.
Oh, but they misbehave in other ways.
Yes, they're cross and cranky and crabbed, which is perhaps worse.
Worse, much worse.
Are you advocating stealing above being cross?
Well, I'm an expert at both, so I don't think we'd better go into that.
One of these days, he will really stop coming on my ear. He will begin to think that he commits himself too far. You're awfully cagey, though. What do you suppose makes you so cagey?
Years of experience.
Mm-hmm. Would you be as cagey if, say, Vincent were asking you questions, do you think?
I wouldn't answer any questions anybody asked me except you.
Yeah, that gives you a sense of achievement, Mary Margaret. You've done better than anybody else could have.
Well, I think, Vincent, with that, we'll just remind everybody that this guest today is Ben Ames Williams. Williams, just the way you'd expect it to be spelled, Williams. And his latest book is Leave Her to Heaven. And The Strange Woman, as I remember, is still a bestseller. After 3 or 4 years, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, she's so diabolical. And Ellen is just as diabolical. I just feel that I want really to tell them what happened to Ellen, and since you don't remember, I might as well, but I won't.
Well, I feel I want to tell them this is station WEAF New York, to which they are listening. And also to mention the fact that we're going out to Morristown, New Jersey next Tuesday afternoon to do our 1 o'clock broadcast from there. We're broadcasting from the Historical Museum at Morristown. Admission to the broadcast is by ticket, and the tickets may be obtained from the Chief of Police of Morristown, who will have the tickets available for you any time of the morning, afternoon, or evening.
Therefore, we'll be sure to have in our audience only people with good digestions, because nobody else will go near the police department.
I guess that's right. You can get your tickets starting Thursday morning. It's tomorrow morning, and we suggest that you get there early to ask for tickets.
Mm-hmm. You seem to know more about it than I do, Mr. Conley.
Well, I just found it out within the last 5 minutes, so I can't lay any great claim to knowledge.
I thought we ought to be very serious about our sponsors today. It seems so long since I've talked about them, doesn't it to you?
Yes, we kind of glossed them over lightly there for a few days.
You see, I really love my sponsors. I really think they're wonderful people, wonderful products. I appreciate more than anything in the world that's ever happened to me the letters that have come during our 10th anniversary celebration, where you all said, as a birthday present to you, Mary Margaret, I went out and bought every single product of yours that I could get. And not only did I buy it now, but I always buy it and buy them, and I'm going to keep replenishing my supply. Now, that's really wonderful. And then you added the thing that makes me even happier. You said, you know why? Not just because we're fond of you and Vincent, but because when you recommend a product, it always turns out to be just the way you said it would be. So.
You couldn't ask for anything more than that, could you?
You take the Bohack stores. Mrs. Huberkamp wins $5 worth of Bohack merchandise today, writing from Bayshore, Long Island, about the Bohack stores. Her fourth son may be in Italy. Not in Italy, but in France right now. I don't know where he is, but he's overseas somewhere. And she is taking care of the 4 children of another son who is doing war work at a distant place, and his wife is with him. Well, she was a listener to our program, but there was no Bohacks near her. She was very dissatisfied with the store where she was buying, so she decided to find the Bohacks if it killed her. And she said, "Believe me, I'm glad I went exploring. Such a variety of all my favorite brands, fresh vegetables, delicious meats, courteous, helpful clerks, store roomy and clean, and all under one roof at no extra cost. It seems like fiction. Dealing there is ample reward for the extra walk, and I'm looking forward to taking my daughter there when she comes home. I guess it's her son-in-law who's doing war work. I bought most of your products there. Smith's split peas. Say, by the way, Vincent, the other night when we were dining with the Auslanders, Joseph Auslander, the poet, his wife eats soup last.
She does.
She eats up her meal, and then she orders soup.
Very attractive woman otherwise.
Beautiful woman. Wonderful poet. Don't you think that's a good idea?
I'm not sure.
She just does not want a sweet, and so she has soup.
Well?
And I thought, why, there's Smith's 3-minute mix. You see, you could decide that you just had to have soup when you'd finished your meal, and it only takes 3 minutes to do the 3-minute mix. And it has that wonderful split pea flavor, Smith's split pea. Remember me telling you how Smith's split peas are grown in a special part of the United States? They're in the Northwest, so they get a special rain and a special climate. And they're different, that's all. They're like all my products, just different. And this 3-minute mix has a different flavor. Oh, well, then Mrs. Hovercamp says that she has dromedary. That's the mix, that you take out of the package. Say you want to make cupcakes. You mix a cup of water with it, and then you just pour it into cupcake pans after you've mixed it. And you don't have to put in any spices, sugar, shortening, anything. Dromedary is well, it's Mary Washington's own recipe. She was the mother of George Washington.
She certainly was.
Mm-hmm. And Sweetheart soap, Mrs. Hovercamp says she gets. That's that fragrant oval cake that doesn't waste away and is so economical, makes a wonderful lather, is good for even the most fragile baby skin. Did you ever try it for shampoos? Good for that, too. Says she got Noxon at Bohacks. I wasn't sure about that. That's the creamy liquid that you use on your silver services. Well, and I got the most beautiful silver spoon, Vincent, from a listener. It was her great-grandmother's. It's thin and worn, and I'll use Noxon on it without any fear because it will not scratch, and you just rub it on, rub it off, and the whole thing's done. She got Hemo there, too. That's Borden's Hemo, else to the cow and Borden's Hemo. Well, that has vitamins A, B1, B2, D, niacin, and minerals, iron, phosphorus,
and calcium.
He just loves that. He loves to get in a mineral. And it's a chocolatey drink, this Hemo, H-E-M-O. It's a chocolatey drink, and you enjoy drinking your vitamins and minerals. That's really good, And she says, Van Camp's. But the other night I cooked Goodman's egg noodles with cheese for the children. I wish you could have seen them eat. Tommy had 4 helpings, and then he said, "Gee, Gran, we certainly have swell things to eat. I'm glad you found that new store. That's Bohack, by the way."
Mm-hmm. That's Bohack's. Do you have a Bohack special, or is this the wrong day for it?
Oh, yeah. Florida Valencia oranges, extra large and juicy, 5 pounds for 35 cents. Florida Valencia oranges tomorrow at all Bohack stores. She didn't put in Fannie Farmer, did she?
No, she didn't.
Well, the Fannie Farmer people are still asking us to save paper. There are 700,000 different items being shipped to the Army that are wrapped or boxed in paper. That means the demand for paper has increased enormously. So when you buy Fannie Farmer old-time candies, those luscious, creamy, rich candies that still have the same quality, though you can't get as many of them, and you buy Salto nut meats in the Fannie Farmer shops, save paper and buy war stamps and do all the other things that you ought to do, that it's your duty to do. And here's Fleischer yarns. I like to be very serious about Fleischer yarns. Now, there's some more integrity. 77 years those Fleischer people have been making the very best yarns, testing them, trying them, making them so that you can knit sweaters, knit lovely, soft, downy little things for babies. Generations have had Fleischer things. And your favorite needlework counter would have books that are illustrated and all the Fleischer yarns and all the directions and all the tools for using them. Vincent has a Fleischer sweater.
I have. I'm very proud of it, too.
People wrote that they were certainly glad to realize it wasn't a myth. when I held it up, but they were disappointed you didn't wear it.
Yes. Well, it was a little warm in there, I felt.
I wish we could have had sandwiches of enriched tip-top bread for everybody there. Wouldn't that have been wonderful?
It would have been nice.
You could have handed out peanut butter, and I'd have handed out mashed up ham. Not mashed
to put on
up
the sandwich, on the bread.
Yeah, with pickle.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd have had enriched tip-top bread with all the vitamins and minerals, and that wonderful crust and the flavor. Really an awfully good bread, enriched tip-top bread. It's a new loaf that our enriched tip-top people made, especially when we went to war, because they wanted to put more nourishment. They wanted to put more vitamins, more minerals, more everything. Some of you did compare it with other loaves, and you've written me that you like it a lot better, and those of you who didn't, I'll be glad to hear from you. What's the matter, Vincent? You want Onco?
Yes, I was just...
Say, do you think Gimbals have Onco?
I'm not certain. I believe they have.
They put us in an advertisement.
Did they?
Wasn't that nice? Mm-hmm. About our birthday party. Right into their ads in the New York papers, they put us.
That was very nice of them, indeed.
They're sweet. Well, anyhow, they ought to have Onco because it's 100% carnauba wax. You know what that is? That's that palm tree that gives off on its leaf this wax. It's the hardest wax you ever see. I haven't read Mr. Hewitt's letter.
No, you haven't.
And I keep saying nobody in the world would ever buy anything for floors or furniture except ONCO if I ever read Mr. Hewitt's letter, because he is this laboratory and he tested it, and he's very honest. He's Peter Cooper's grandson. Very... Ben Ames Williams is laughing at me. Why do people laugh at me?
I can't understand it.
You're wonderful.
M.J. Creed in Chester, Pennsylvania is carrying Onco, and Russell E. Smith in Millville, New Jersey is carrying Onco.
You haven't said a word about Bulldog Blue or Dazzle.
Neither of you.
Well,
what do you want to say about them?
Well, Bulldog Blue is our liquid... I bet Ben Ames Williams remembers about it. The Bulldog's picture on the front. I think we said something about Yale, where you didn't go, did you? But it's a liquid concentrated bluing that goes a long, long way.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dazzle is a bleach. And everybody needs a bleach. And we buy our Dazzle in the quart-size bottle.
Why?
Well, because it's more economical.
That's right.
And if your dealer doesn't have Bulldog Blue, would you please write me his name and address as a very extra special? Say, I went to a wedding yesterday, 2 days ahead of time up at West Point.
Well, you went to the pet show 10 days ahead of time, so you're getting closer all the time.
Yeah, Thursday, General Omar Bradley's daughter, you know, whose mother is an old school friend of mine, is getting married. But I went yesterday.
It was just announced today that General Bradley is in France, you know.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and that woman, my friend Mary Bradley, is a brave, fine woman. Here's her only child, just getting married to a West Point graduate, who will have 1 month of holiday, and then he's geared for war. And there's her husband, General. I'm going to have her on the program. Mary Bradley, don't you think so?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to tell Vincent. Let me tell about all the brides that were up there, and the rice at the Thayer Hotel, and the little shops just full of wedding cakes, and the florists just sending out one bridal bouquet after another. You know, they marry them at the rate of about one every 5 minutes.
Have you finished now?
And I went to a wedding after all, Vincent.
Mary Margaret McBride will be back again tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. This is Vincent Connolly speaking.
Mary Margaret McBride's program is a WEAF feature presentation.
(1:45 p.m. Eastern War Time). WEAF, New York. The National Broadcasting Company presents Morgan Beatty, NBC military analyst and Washington reporter, in a continuation of NBC's invasion news coverage. Today, Mr. Beatty gives you the latest news of the invasion and an analysis of the war to this minute, direct from our microphone at the War Department in Washington's big Pentagon building. And now, Mr. Beatty.
This is Morgan Beatty speaking from the Pentagon in Washington. I'll be back in a moment with news of the day.
Meanwhile, please listen to the following announcement, an important message for every man and woman in New York City. Here's a way to get real value from a $1 bill. Just enroll as an associate member in New York City's Police Athletic League, and that dollar will be put right to work, giving many healthful, wholesome hours of recreation to a boy or girl in one of the crowded sections of town. Enroll at your neighborhood police station or send $1 to Police Headquarters, 240 Center Street, New York 13. Now back to Morgan Beatty in Washington.
Nor does he know whether this is the main attack on Fortress Europe from the west. The Supreme Command in Britain has achieved almost a miracle of planning on news. In front of us today are scores of dispatches from reporters who've gone through the fire of landing operations. Also, there are reports based on the briefing of correspondents at Supreme Headquarters, General Eisenhower's headquarters somewhere in Britain. The correspondents there, from the tone of their dispatches and the blank spaces, you can almost sense, are unable, for reasons of security, to give us a clear picture as yet. That's why I say the High Command has achieved almost a miracle on the news front. We've got plenty of facts to go on. There's plenty of material for you and I to mull over, but it gives us no pattern to show just how the Allied battle plan is shaping up. I thought it wise to admit as much to you today so you would understand. As a matter of fact, we've just now got a bulletin a few moments ago from Zurich in Switzerland. It says that unconfirmed reports from Nazi-occupied Milan in Italy said today that a large Allied fleet has been sighted off Genoa and a landing on the Ligurian coast of northwestern Italy is expected hourly. Milan is about 300 miles north of Rome in another part of the European theater. But we must remember, these are Nazi reports. From what has come through from Allied headquarters, however, in Britain, we can begin to grasp the magnitude, the size of the operation in Europe, and tell why our initial landings were successful, why it's possible to reinforce the beachheads of northern France. The weight of Allied attack at the beachheads, the combined weight of naval power and air power, was too great for successful enemy counteraction, whether he had tried it or not. Accurate battle figures tell the story. More than 900 aerial transports alone were used in the opening blows. The invasion air fleet, 9 planes wide and 200 miles long, plowed across the channel today, and another air train with gliders tacked on behind, a train 50 miles long, poured in reinforcements. On the first invasion day alone, 13,000 flights were made by Allied planes from British bases. The Germans must have been able to figure fairly closely in advance on the size of this initial thrust at them from the air. They must have known that back in Britain, thousands more planes were ready to pounce on the Luftwaffe in case it should try at the outset to maul our glider forces. Therefore, the enemy held back his fire, held back his reserves in the air. He used only local air attacks from what we might call the crust of air defense along the coast. True, we may have knocked out many of their airfields in recent weeks, too, but whatever the cause, we lost only 70 aircraft on the first invasion wave, 12 of them troop carriers, 12 of them gliders carrying troops. But you might well ask, where were all those guns on the invasion coast? Why didn't they mow down the men? Here's where we should be most cautious. Some reports by returning correspondents, some reports from headquarters indicate that those coastal guns at some points did go into action. Some of our beachheads were apparently held up for some time, but many more of our beachheads did succeed, and while losses were not what they were expected to be, it is still important that there's no report on these losses as yet, presumably because we do not want the enemy to know how successful his coastal defense system, his west wall, has proved. But the main reason why the enemy's coastal defense system didn't work out so well is this, and what I report to you now you may have heard before today, but it seems to me to be the most significant fact of invasion yet released. The 4,000 warships that carried the initial landing forces across the channel poured 2,000 tons of shells at specific targets on shore every 10 minutes. 2,000 tons of shells every 10 minutes during the landing operations in a 60-mile stretch between Cherbourg on the Normandy Peninsula and Le Havre, the port city lying in between the Normandy Peninsula at other French port in the north and Brittany in the other peninsula. In view of the fact that a battleship, there were 6 Allied battleships operating hot guns in the close quarters of the channel the other night, but in view of the fact that one battleship alone can pour out vastly more firepower, more accurately than most air fleets yet used in warfare, in view of that, it's understandable that much of the enemy's responding fire from the shore was silenced when the initial landing parties dashed ashore. So the enemy's coastal defense zone, the great fortified, mine-trapped, tank-barriered zone, the defense he had counted on to hold us until he could tell the direction of our attack and its magnitude, that coastal defense strip failed him in the pinch. And at the latest news tells us, Allied troops have struck inland in France in heavy fighting, and the first Nazi counter-blow near Caen, 20 miles inland, has been successfully repulsed by our forces. At the same time, the latest reports also tell us that the enemy has now been cleared from all our landing beaches, and some of the beachheads have been linked up. That is, the fighting forces have pushed forward and fanned outward to join hands with landing parties a few miles down the coast. Reports from the Cherbourg Peninsula area at the tip of Normandy, another critical point of fighting, show a decided improvement at dusk today, that is, dusk European time. These reports indicate the Allies are making considerable progress along the whole front in between Caen and Cherbourg, despite bad weather and stiffening German resistance. You see, our landing parties are now trying desperately not only to link hands with each other, but they are working to attain certain objectives in the rear where our airborne divisions, and the Germans say we've landed 6 such divisions further back, or about 25,000 men, where our airborne divisions are holding off the enemy. Together, the combat teams that landed in boats and the airborne divisions landing further back by air are trying to create a huge beachhead to make a complete strip of Allied territory, perhaps 20 miles deep, and extending along the coast some 60 miles between Cherbourg at the tip of the peninsula and Caen. So much for the actual operations of northern France. But is this the main operation? And why was this particular area chosen for the first attack? We do not have official answers to these questions, but geography and the Allied main objectives in the Western invasion help us towards sketchy answers. The Allies have chosen as their first landing point or area in Western Europe a strip of French coast that is almost the farthest distance from Berlin of any in Western France. But it is not quite the farthest. Brittany would be a little farther west. But why was this strip of coast chosen? It's quite clear now that the heavy fighting around Caen, near Le Havre, answers this question. That's where, we were told a short while ago, the Germans have chosen to strike back with their mobile reserves. Not their main reserves, but the mobile forces held ready to back up the coastal defense system, the system that failed the Germans. Caen controls the railroads and highways in between the two peninsulas of northern France, so that it's possible from that point to fan out and cut off the peninsula of Normandy from the rest of France. The base of the peninsula, you know, is only about 60 miles wide, so that if our forces can hold Caen and spread out from Cherbourg, we will have achieved a huge beachhead against the enemy, a beachhead into which we can pour troops enough to stick. We who are not military men should keep in mind that in warfare, the flanks are the weakest positions of any army or fighting force, and it's only possible to use so many soldiers, so much fighting equipment on a given battle line. Now, if we, the Allies, should gain the Normandy Peninsula, our tremendously superior naval gun power can protect the flanks of a line across the base of the peninsula where it joins onto the main geography of France. Our tremendously superior air power can prevent the Germans from striking back successfully. In other words, our fighters and bombers and transports will be in control of the air. Thus, the advantages of the Allied forces at this moment in the beachhead area, as our superior air and sea power, these advantages are being used for all their work. This means that as the fighting goes on, the infantry soldiers and the artillerymen, the fighting ground forces who must stick, will not have to worry seriously about their flanks on each side of them or on the air above them. They will have one job to do, a very difficult job and a costly job, because they will not have as great a force as the enemy can pour in, the job of sticking on a battle line 60 miles long. As we've noted before, only so many soldiers can be used on a given line, and a 60-mile-long line is not a wide battlefront. So, if we can only pour in the maximum number of men that can operate on a 60-mile line, the Germans' one superiority, his superiority on land, will be neutralized in this particular battle area. Thus, we'll be on an even footing with the enemy on the ground and superior on the flanks, that is, on the sea and in the air. It's fairly clear that this is the Allied plan for this particular invasion coast area. Now, let's go back to yesterday afternoon in the White House, where the President held his first post-invasion conference with newsmen, when he was cautioning us against overconfidence at this point. He used one sentence that sticks in my mind. He said, "The war's not over. This operation's not over. It's continuing." At this point, it's obvious Allied strategy to indicate to the Germans that this is only the beginning, that warfare is continuing, and the Germans themselves, of course, are very sensitive on this point. The fact that they give us, through Zurich, a bulletin reporting Allied fleets off Milan, north of Rome, indicates that they're fishing for information. The reason for this strategic purpose of silence about our planning is clear. We wish to prevent the Germans from knowing whether any more landings are coming and where they may be coming. If the enemy does not know, he can afford to risk sending very few reserves to the present fighting front, and our men will have to face less firepower, fewer bullets. That's why the German radio is constantly reporting further Allied activity. Activity like that reported from Zurich, and activity like that off the shores of France, opposite Dover. They are reporting landings in that area in a guarded, sometimes garbled sort of way. They're fishing, again, for information which they will never get. So up to this moment, the main battle of Europe is the battle for the Normandy or Cherbourg Peninsula. The major fighting is at 2 points. Caen, where our forces hope to pry that peninsula, in a sense, away from the geography of the rest of France and use it as a base for further attacks. The other main point of fighting is in the neighborhood of Cherbourg, because Cherbourg is a fairly large port, a port that can absorb heavy reinforcements, big guns, thousands of soldiers per day, many thousands more than we could land with full equipment any other way. And that's the story of invasion up to this moment. And now for a few last-minute bulletins. The Russian newspaper Red Star says the Red Army is poised for attacks on the eastern front against the enemy. This is obviously devised to prevent the Germans from releasing any more forces on the Russian front to face us in the west. That's very encouraging, this report in the Red Star. The Russians, you know, are only now beginning to realize the tremendous difference in land warfare and amphibious warfare. Their newspapers this morning are printing pictures of landing craft, those strange ships that literally vomit men and guns on the beachheads. It's the first sight many a Russian ever had of this kind of fighting machine. And here in Washington, we're getting all sorts of news today that hasn't been cleared up in recent days because of the invasion to come. News, some of it very important relatively, but of very little importance now that invasion has actually developed. For example, Chairman David Walsh of the Senate Naval Affairs Committee today confirms that we have, as I reported to you exclusively some time ago, sent an American light cruiser to Russia. But he says the ships were leased to the Russians. It still belongs to the United States. And then we have, as a few last-minute bulletins, Chairman Donald Nelson of the War Production Board reports today that he believes an expansionist economy sparked by private enterprise should develop after the war. That's all for now, and thank you. I'll be back at this same time tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, around the world capitals and in our New York newsroom, NBC is standing by for new developments on the invasion. General Eisenhower's headquarters overseas has established the release hour of communiques at 11:30 p.m. British time, which is 5:30 in the late afternoon in New York. We suggest you tune to NBC around that hour each evening. The morning communique is released at about 5 o'clock in the morning, New York time, and the NBC newsroom's early morning broadcasts give coverage to that communique. At 3:45 this afternoon, NBC brings you a special 15-minute summary by the noted news analyst H.V. Kaltenborn over station WEAF. In the meantime, any important bulletins on the war reaching our newsroom will be put on the air immediately, interrupting any of our scheduled programs. NBC is now returned to normal programming, but the news of the invasion still has the right of way over all else. Morgan Beatty's news report from Washington is heard each day at this time, 1:45 over station WEAF. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The future of the world hangs on the outcome of the final struggle between the Allies and Nazi Germany. NBC will provide complete news coverage of the invasion. Stay tuned to WEAF, New York.
This is Ed Prentice, your host, welcoming you to the General Mills Hour, the living, breathing reenactment of the day-by-day activities of typical American people. We bring you what we believe to be the finest entertainment, drama and humor, and a philosophy that you and I can use in the important business of living. Dramatized problems that concern us in our relationship with our families, our communities, our nation. On the guiding light, you will hear Dr. Gaylord tell an assembly of his neighbors what D-Day means to the melting pot community of 5 Points. Today's children, the young people, men and women facing a world at war. The Woman in White, with its story of nurses, our need of them now and in a post-war world. The General Mills Hour, an hour of fine entertainment.
Guiding Light. The Guiding Light, brought to you by General Mills, creators of new foods and new ideas for a better world. Today, as the fate of the war hangs on the invasion, there should be just two kinds of Americans, those who fight and those who back up the invasion. Now, how can we best back our fighting men? By producing the weapons they need, and by furnishing the money to buy these materials of war. In other words, we must bend our every effort on the production front, and we must buy more and more war bonds. We're not being asked to give our money to back up the invasion. No. We're being asked simply to lend it, and at a nice profit. Now, how can any of us at a time like this turn down such a request from our government? We must figure out how to buy more bonds. Families whose wage earners buy bonds through the payroll savings plan should figure out how to increase their war bond purchases. Others who buy bonds direct should plan ways and means of buying extra bonds now. Get your money into the fight. Buy more war bonds now. And now, the Guiding Light. At the little church in 5 Points, a special meeting has been called by the Reverend Mr. Gaylord to commemorate the event which everyone in America today is talking about, the Allied invasion of Europe. For the past half hour, the church has been gradually filling with the people of the melting pot community. People of many different faiths and nationalities who tonight, more than ever, are united by their common bond of Americanism. The church now is packed. As the minister approaches the pulpit, he notices with satisfaction that there is quite a sprinkling of servicemen in his audience. Some of them men home on furlough. Others, like Jacob Kransky, discharged veterans of World War II. Perhaps, thinks Mr. Gaylord, the presence of these uniformed men will help to bring home the significance of what he's going to say.
Friends and neighbors of 5 Points, you've heard, all of you, the thrilling news. which the radio and newspapers have been bringing us since early yesterday morning. The great battle to free Europe and destroy once and for all the power of its cruel oppressors has been joined at last. It is a time of glorious and momentous meaning for all of us. A time, surely, that we at home can best observe, indeed consecrate, by determining to do everything in our power to speed the day of victory. It is clear to all of us, I think, that we and our allies are now entering the final decisive phase of the war, so far as Europe is concerned. The struggle may be hard, may be long. The price of triumph, we can be sure, won't be cheap. The enemy has been hoarding his strength for the test of power that lies ahead. He'll use every ounce of that strength in a desperate last-ditch attempt to avoid defeat. But let us never forget that we, you and I, in our own community, can hasten the day when our boys, the laurel of victory won, will come marching home. With that thought in mind, let us gladly bear our share of the burden, a share that is so very light in comparison with that being borne by our armed forces. I know that for some of us, those who are unable to make a direct contribution by doing essential war work, the opportunities for aiding the men in the front lines may seem limited, insignificant. But let us not underestimate the importance of the small tasks we are given to do, the small sacrifices we are asked to make. Let us, by all means, cultivate our victory gardens, save our waste kitchen fat, buy as many war stamps and bonds as we can, and take a conscientious part in voluntary war activities. For these things, too, will hasten that day of joyous reunion with our fighting men, to which we all look forward. I know how many of you have sons, brothers, husbands, sweethearts overseas, some of whom undoubtedly are now seeing action for the first time. I know what a burden their absence places on your heart, how much you miss them, long to have them back with you in your home. And I know, too, how doubly great is the yearning of our soldiers, sailors, and Marines themselves to return to their homes and families, to the familiar scenes and pleasant occupations from which they were called in the line of duty. Their thoughts are of you, of your love, of 5 Points, of their job, the corner drugstore, baseball game, all those sentiments, privileges, comforts, and pastimes, the big and the little things, which make up our American way of life. It is these things they are fighting for. These things their valor is preserving. These things which will be their reward when the smoke of battle has cleared and the light of peace again breaks over the world. It is almost 4 years since the Nazi peril to the hopes of free men reached its peak of ruthlessness and violence. Our military fortunes are now in the balance. Let us not yet take victory for granted and assume that right, truth, decency will automatically prevail. Our young men at the front know differently. They know the price of freedom, and they are paying it unflinchingly. Let us give them our help when that help is most vital. They must, they can, and will win. But in a large degree, it is up to us to decide when and at what cost. The critical days of the war lie ahead. We've arrived at the beginning of the end. Let us make that end swift and certain. Let's go all out for the boys. Let's bring them home. And now, will you join me in prayer? Our Father in heaven, whence cometh our strength in battle, we pray thee to bless our arms in the struggle now beginning. Let thy ever-watchful presence comfort and protect our loved ones in the shock and stress of conflict. Give us at home the will to bear with unwavering devotion our share of the war's burden. And may those who are bereaved in the days to come find refuge in thy bounteous mercy. Be thou, O Lord, our sword and our shield. Amen.
You are listening to The Guiding Light. What can we do to back the invasion? Well, we can all buy United States war bonds. Buy them as we've never bought them before. Tonight, why don't you kind of hold a family council and see if you can't find ways and means of increasing that war bond allotment through the payroll savings plan. And buy extra bonds when you can. Remember, when our servicemen are doing so much, this is the least we can do to back them up. Get your money into the fight. Buy more war bonds now. And now, your host again, Ed Prentice.
Thank you, Gene. As the people of 5 Points file slowly out of the little church, the challenging words of the Reverend Mr. Gaylord fresh in their minds, they take with them an added consciousness of their privilege in being Americans and a new resolution to prove themselves worthy of that privilege. Now, I know that all of you have been following the trial of the People versus Bertha the trial in which a young girl is being tried for the murder of Tom Leeming, a wealthy young man about town. Tom Leeming, with whom, as you know, Bertha was in love. Now, as you followed the testimony of the witnesses called by Pete Mono, the Special Assistant State's Attorney, and in John Murray's cross-examination, we've heard established the fact that Bertha was in Leeming's apartment on the night of the murder. Now, in just a few seconds, you'll hear a very startling statement made by Bertha Schultz in the office of her attorney, John Murray. A startling statement by one of today's children.
Today's Children, brought to you by Bisquick. They come rather often in June. warm, golden days when you feel you have to spend more time outdoors? Well, why not? Cut corners here and there. Your housework will always wait for you, and get meals as quickly and easily as possible. Which, to my way of thinking, means relying on Bisquick. Yes, Bisquick can save you plenty of time and work fixing good things to eat. For instance, the fluffy hot biscuits that glorify a simple pickup meal. You make them just by adding milk to Bisquick. Or you can have a pancake supper. A supper that features real old-time egg pancake. Light and tender and creamy smooth. Bisquick gives you your dry ingredients, blended just right. For delicious pancakes, you just add eggs, milk, and butter, or other fat to Bisquick. Almost nothing to it, and you get some of the eatinest pancakes ever. Now, there are a lot of other good things you can make in jig time with Bisquick. Shortcakes and cobblers, waffles, muffins, dumplings. Streamlined directions right on the Bisquick package. These June days, give yourself extra time off with Bisquick. And now, today's children. Ladies and gentlemen, the trial of the state versus Bertha Schultz continues. You are all invited to come and witness this exciting trial in action. All you have to do is write a letter or card to Today's Children, NBC, Chicago 54, and tickets will be sent to you immediately. There are a few seats available for the broadcast of June 15th, 16th, and 19th. Come and meet in person Marilyn, Bertha, John Murray, Pete Mano, and other members of the cast. Everyone who has attended the trial of Bertha Schultz has so thoroughly enjoyed being present and meeting the cast. And we think that you won't want to miss the chance of seeing this interesting broadcast. So, write today for your tickets for June 15th, 16th, and 19th. Write to Today's Children, NBC, Chicago 54, and admission tickets will be sent to you. NBC Chicago Studios is the only place where the trial may be witnessed. And now, Today's Children.
What's the matter with you, Bertha? What's wrong with you? I'm your attorney. Don't you realize that? This business of keeping things from me, things that I've got to know, I just don't know what to call it. I just don't know what to think of.
Words spoken by John Murray as he paces back and forth in his office early this afternoon. Words directed at the young woman he is defending, trying to defend against a charge of murder. Words that are a result of the cumulative strain imposed upon the young attorney through day after day of the trial, particularly the last session of court, which saw John draw a rebuke from the judge for going out of bounds in cross-examining a witness. Anger, resentment, and actual frustration underlines the words with which John Murray plays his young client. And for Mama Schultz, who sits next to Bertha in John's office this afternoon, for Mama Schultz, whose sagging shoulders and nervously working hands betray her anxiety, it's as though she felt the impact of John's words even more than her daughter does.
I'm your attorney. Don't you realize that? What's the matter with you, Bertha?
I'm sorry, John. Believe me, I am.
Don't you realize the importance of this case?
Of course I do. I'm on trial, John.
importance.
Then why haven't you told me everything?
Well, I thought I had. I tried to remember everything. I guess I just forgot.
Forgot? You mean, Bertha, that you've been able to forget anything that happened that night?
So many things happened.
Yes, that's just it.
I was also mixed up.
I know. But if it was mixed up for you, think of how much more mixed up it is for someone trying to piece together your story with incomplete information.
John, I don't
Bertha
know.
has been trying to do what's right, John. It ain't her fault. It ain't that she hasn't been trying to remember everything to tell you. Everything.
But, Mama Schultz, the fact remains that I haven't been given the facts. Now, how can I possibly prepare a defense unless I know the whole story? The complete story. How can I possibly cross-examine witnesses when at the last minute they bring out testimony that takes the wind right out of my sails?
Yeah, I know.
Now, that man who testified for the state. Bertha, I asked you time and again to account for those hours between the time you left the park and the time you arrived home. Do you mean to tell me you don't remember having a cup of coffee with this man? That you completely forgot his dropping you off at a picture show?
That didn't seem important at the time, John. There were so many other things to explain, to account for. Besides, I didn't know who the man was. Had no idea I'd ever see him again. Neither did you. How could I know he was a policeman? I just couldn't know.
That's just it, Bertha. That's why I've got to know everything. I can't wait till the state puts witnesses on the stand to fill out your story for me. I've got to be prepared in advance.
That's right, Bertha. We know that, John. Ain't that why we are here?
I should have had everything straight before this trial began. Why, we can't afford another day in court like this one.
I've told you I'm terribly sorry, John. I know how you felt when the judge said all those things.
No, that's all beside the point. My feelings don't count. It's you I'm thinking of, Bert. Hey, if you'd only try to believe it. Don't you trust me? Don't you want to confide in me? Are you afraid of me?
Afraid? Why, no, of course not. But you know everything now.
I wonder.
John, please.
Now, Lily. You mustn't. Just listen and answer everything like John said.
What more can I tell you? Haven't I been through it over and over? Everything. How I went to the hotel last night, up to Tom's apartment. How I saw him lying there. How I lost my head and ran. How I went into the park.
All right, Bertha, all right.
Naturally, I can't remember every little detail.
Having a cup of coffee with a stranger, going to a movie was more than just a detail. What other tiny details have you forgotten?
None, John. I swear it.
I wish I could be sure. I wish I could really be sure there are no other strange lapses in memory.
What do you mean by that?
Bertha.
I'll let you be the judge of that.
Don't you think I've told you the truth?
You haven't told me the facts.
That isn't what you mean, is it, John? What you mean is you don't believe in me.
No, I didn't say that.
But I know it. You don't believe in me. Nobody does.
Oh, Libby.
Perhaps you don't want to go on with the trial, John.
Now, Bertha.
You don't have to, you know. Nothing's holding you.
Don't talk like that, Bertha.
We've got to talk about it. If John doesn't feel he wants to...
I've no
then
intention of stepping out, Bertha.
You're sure of that?
Don't worry. I'm seeing this through.
You don't have to. No reason why you should feel obligated.
Bertha, I'm just trying to tell
yes,
you.
I know. You're trying to believe I'm innocent, but somehow you can't.
Will you stop, please?
Stop! Yes, why not stop everything? What's the use of my pleading innocence? What's the use of your even trying to defend me if you think I'm guilty? Why go on? Maybe I am guilty.
What did you say, Bertha? Maybe you are guilty. What do you mean by that? The question remains unanswered as John Murray looks at his client. There is silence in the heavily paneled office. Oppressive silence. Significant silence. You are listening to Today's Children. Is your husband muffin-minded? A lot of men are, I know. So remember how easy it is to make wonderful muffins with Bisquick. No sifting of dry ingredients. No trying to keep your place in the recipe book. You just add milk, an egg, and a touch of sugar to Bisquick, according to the simple directions on the package. Yes, that's all you do to stir up muffins that men go for with loud yelps of glee. Can't you picture these muffins? Big, puffy, amber-crusted muffins, dropped to the table piping hot. Friend husband grabs one quick, pops it open. It's all golden and feather-light inside. He puts on butter, which gets all melty, piles on luscious fruity jam, and is a very happy man indeed. Look, remember what muffins can do for a meal, won't you? Also, what Bisquick can do for muffins. Now, here again is your General Mills host, Ed Prentice.
Thank you, Gordon. Hey, you heard Bertha Schultz's statement to John Murray. Maybe I am guilty. That's what she said. If I remember correctly, today wasn't the first time she made that remark. And it set me wondering. You know, I've followed this case just as closely as you have, and I thought from time to time that perhaps this girl was being tried on a charge of which she was innocent, but I don't know. More and more I have the feeling that she might be guilty. I understand when the court convenes tomorrow, Pete Mono is bringing to the witness stand a young woman who was also present in Tom Leaming's apartment on the night of the attack, Josie Forrester. I'm going to be on hand, and I'm sure you will be, too. For anything can happen. Well, we pause briefly for station identification.
WEAF, New York.
Bible, formerly heard at this time, is now being broadcast in the morning on another network. So won't you please consult your local newspaper for time and station. You know, friends, to understand is to be tolerant. That's a lesson that Eileen Holmes, student nurse in The Woman in White, must learn. And even though she's just entered training at Municipal Hospital and will meet for the first time Helen Bradley, superintendent of nurses, Eileen encounters her first conflict today on The Woman in White.
The Woman in White, dedicated to the women of America whose responsibility is tomorrow's world. Brought to you by Betty Crocker Soup. Wouldn't you like to serve home-cooked soup without all that homework? Then get acquainted with the Betty Crocker package soup, the vegetable noodle soup ingredients. This product was developed by Betty Crocker and her famous gold medal cooking staff, and it's truly an aristocrat among packaged soups. To make your soup, here's all you do. Just empty the package of Betty Crocker ingredients, vegetables, noodles, seasonings, into boiling water. Add butter or meat drippings, and let simmer. Now, isn't that easy? And the soup is delicious. full of garden, fresh vegetable goodness, rich with creamy noodles. Try it, and soon, won't you? The Betty Crocker Vegetable Noodle Soup. Better get 3 packages today. And now, the woman in white.
Look here, Helen, it's you who are being unreasonable. And I believe in this instance rather ridiculous. No matter what you say or try to do, you can't change things. Do you understand? You can't change
Would
things.
you please lower your voice? I can hear you. It isn't necessary to shout.
But do you understand? Have I made myself clear?
Quite clear. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave.
I'm not leaving until I get some sort of an answer.
I gave you my answer. If it doesn't satisfy you, I'm sorry. I told you a few moments ago that you're keeping me from the graduation exercises. Now, there's nothing further for me to say. So if you'll pardon me, I should be in the auditorium. Of course, I wouldn't expect you to appreciate that.
Under the circumstances, no. You're back from your vacation earlier than you were expected.
Oh, I see. Then you were here during my absence.
Yes. I was told you were away and weren't due back until the end of the week. No, Helen. It isn't necessary for you to see your girls, as you call them, receive their caps.
Either you leave this room or I will.
I wouldn't if I were you.
I could have you
But you won't.
I'm sorry, Miss Bradley.
Oh, why, Dr. Burton.
I couldn't help overhearing some of your conversation. If you're being annoyed...
Mr. Hill was, just leaving.
Goodbye, Miss Bradley. Perhaps we can continue our conversation at some other place. At a more convenient time for both of us.
Come in, Miss Holmes.
Oh, I didn't know there was anyone with you.
Miss Holmes, this is Miss Bradley, our superintendent of nurses. I didn't know you'd have the pleasure of meeting her on your first evening at Municipal Hospital.
How do you do? How do you do, Miss Holmes? You said, Doctor, this was her first...
Yes, Miss Holmes is entering training.
I don't remember her application, but then I've been away for several weeks. Did Mrs. Martin okay it?
Yes.
Won't you sit down? Thank you.
Miss Holmes comes highly recommended. I'm sure that you'll find her record quite satisfactory. Oh, and by the way, she's from my hometown.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. After you've gotten her settled, would you mind stopping in at my office?
You'll be here for a time yet?
Yes.
Very well, Doctor. I'll see you later, then.
You needn't worry about anything now, Miss Holmes. Miss Bradley's in charge, and I'm sure that she'll be able to make you feel quite at home.
Well, thank you, Dr. Burton.
I'll be seeing you around.
Well, good night, Doctor.
Good night.
Now, supposing you tell me something about yourself, Miss Holmes.
There really isn't much to tell, except that I want to become a nurse.
Obviously, or you wouldn't be here. You realize, of course, that the nursing profession isn't an easy one. There's a great deal of hard work connected with it. Responsibility. The period of training is trying and difficult. But for those who sincerely want to be of service, I think I can safely say that the profession can't help but be gratifying. It doesn't necessarily pay back in dollars and cents, but there's the personal satisfaction of helping people who are ill. Come to a hospital for care, treatment. And understanding and sympathy, I might add. What I'm trying to say, Miss Holmes, is that there isn't any glamour or any romance attached to this profession, as some few young women are apt to think.
I'm sure I haven't any false impressions because I've had what you might call first-hand experience. You see...
First-hand experience?
I've been a patient on several occasions. I know the qualifications of a real and fine nurse. She happened to be one of your own nurses, Miss Adams.
Karen? You knew Karen Adams? Oh, yes. Dr. Burton did say that is, during the epidemic.
Yes.
I see. And she looked after you,
I was her last patient before she contracted the disease herself.
Well, then it was she, shall I say, who might be the reason for your entering training.
Yes, Miss Bradley. During my illness, I don't believe I once heard her say that nursing was difficult or demanding. To her, it was a great adventure. An adventure in life and death. With its tragedy and its comedy, too. I don't mean to sound disrespectful, Miss Bradley. What you said to me, I suppose, is more or less customary.
I'm very sorry, Miss Holmes, if you feel that I've been misrepresenting.
That isn't my feeling at all. Only, well, perhaps I'm the one at fault. Because it so happens that I've been more in touch, not only with the nursing profession, but with the medical profession as well, more than the average girl who enters training. When I was just a youngster, I made calls with my father, helped him now and then.
Your father was a doctor?
Is a doctor.
I see.
And a very good one.
You're a little sensitive, aren't you, Miss Holmes?
Perhaps.
I advise you to get over that rather quickly.
I'm sure in time I will, Miss Bradley.
We seem to have gotten off on the wrong foot, which really was quite unnecessary. You're evidently tired. Suppose we call a truce and get you settled for the night,
I'm sorry if I said it.
No, that's quite all right. Perhaps it was my fault, having been somewhat on edge when you came in.
I do want you to understand. Being a nurse, and a good nurse, is very important to me. And I don't want you to think...
I won't. You only arrived today?
This evening. My train was late. I should wire Doc. I'd forgotten completely. I promised I'd let him know that I arrived safely. Is there any way?
Oh, yes, I have the desk at Western Union for you.
I'd appreciate that very much, Miss Bradley.
Miss Frank, will you get Western Union on the phone for me, please? Yes, thank you. May take a few minutes. So your father's a doctor,
Well, he actually isn't my father. I mean, well, I've lived with him ever since I was a baby. My parents were killed in an accident.
Oh. Well, then this doctor adopted you.
No, he didn't.
And you never knew about your real parents?
I know a great deal about them. Dr. Purdy knew them quite well.
Dr. Purdy?
Yes.
Name sounds familiar.
Perhaps you've heard Dr. Burton speak of him.
Yes, perhaps.
And he's been in the papers. Well, in the local papers, anyway. His name's been mentioned for the fine work he did during the epidemic.
Yes? Yes. Oh, just a minute. Western Union is home.
Oh, thank you. Hello? This goes to Dr. Robert Purdy, 310 South 1st Street, Oakview, Iowa. Dear Dad, arrived safe and sound. Train 6 hours late. But I'm here, and everything is wonderful. Just as I knew it would be. Write soon. All my love. Sign it, Eileen.
Well, I guess that takes care of everything, Miss Holmes. I hope you'll be comfortable, and I'm sure that after a good night's rest, you'll be ready to start in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Miss Bradley.
Yes? Well, come in, Helen. What in heaven's name took you so long?
Paul Burton, wherever did you find this girl?
Eileen, you mean? Well, I didn't find her, Helen. She just... Well, she just happened, that's all.
Yes. If that's the way she impressed me, she just happened.
There was a pause. Neither the superintendent of nurses nor Dr. Burton spoke. And then words that more or less surprised the doctor. Words from the lips of Helen Bradley.
She's going to need some looking after, Paul. A great deal of looking after.
You are listening to The Woman in White. When the famous Betty Crocker gives her own name to a product, as she's done with that new packaged soup, Betty Crocker Vegetable Noodle Soup Ingredients, well, you can be sure that this product's about the best of its kind your money can buy. So when buying packaged soup, naturally you choose, don't you, the Betty Crocker quality, the soup tested and approved by Betty Crocker and her staff of cooking experts? Is it on your grocery order today? Betty Crocker Vegetable Noodle Soup Ingredients. And now, here is your host again, Ed Prentice.
Thank you, Bob. Eileen Holmes, a student nurse, an individualist, keeps before her always the image of Karen Adams, a Florence Nightingale, hopes to follow in the footsteps of all women in white. The wonderful profession, nursing. We all know how much nurses are needed, today more than ever. Young girls who are graduating this June from high schools all over the country should stop and think for a moment before making their decisions for the future. Your daughter can enter no finer profession than that which Eileen has entered, the profession of the woman in white. Well, this is Ed Prentice, your host on the General Mills Hour. See you tomorrow.
We now invite you to join a nationwide audience to sing and to enjoy the best-loved hymns of every faith, hymns of all churches, which follows immediately after a special news bulletin.
This is Don Hollenbeck. We delay our program momentarily for some invasion bulletins from the NBC newsroom in New York. A spokesman for the German government admits officially that the Allied beachhead in France is 21 miles long and 6 miles deep. Berlin Radio says that between 2 and 5 new Allied divisions, 75,000 more men, were landed in France last night. Just a moment ago, Berlin broadcast that an entire Allied airborne division has been landed on the west coast of Normandy. NBC monitors heard a German broadcast 1 hour ago admitting that Nazi troops had given up the town of Bayeux, 6 miles inland on the Cherbourg Peninsula. And DNB reports 100 Allied tanks are attacking today near the village of Caen, 9 miles inland from the sea. General Eisenhower's noon communique states German forces have been cleared from all beachheads in France. From Italy, the bulletin that Allied forces are now 40 miles beyond Rome at Civitavecchia. This news came to you from the NBC newsroom in New York.
Welcome to Hymns of All Churches, brought to you by General Mills, which we today dedicate to that greatest undertaking of all times, the invasion of Fortress Europe. As we gather to sing, our sons and brothers, yes, fathers and husbands too, are making an heroic attempt to wrest the continent of Europe from the hands of the marauder. In this solemn hour, join us as we pray that God give them strength and courage to carry on, and that we in turn may be inspired to a fuller realization of the responsibilities which rest with us.
Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. Christ the royal master leads against the foe. Forward into battle, see his banner go. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. Onward then, ye people, join our happy throng. Then with all your voices in the triumph song, glory, Lord, and honor unto Christ the King. This through countless ages, men and angels sing. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before.
We sing next one of the loveliest hymns in our repertoire. The Catholic favorite, Mary, Help Our Valiant Soldiers. A touching plea to the Virgin Mary for the safety of our boys, sung to the ever-lovely music of Mother Dearest, Mother Fairest. Our soloist today is Kenneth Morrow.
Mary, help our valiant soldiers. Guard them all on land and sea. Keep them ever near to Jesus and sing close to thee. Mary, help them, help, we pray. Help our soldiers night and day. Bring us peace and dearest Mother. Bring our boys home safe, we pray. Mary, help them, help, we pray. Help our soldiers night and day. Bring us peace and dearest Mother. Bring our boys home safe, we pray.
Among the great writings of all time, none is more comforting, no more reassuring than the 23rd Psalm. For centuries, people the world over has turned to it for inspiration and courage at crucial moments. And so today, we turn to it again. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. As we near the close of our broadcast, it is the sincere hope of all of us on Hymns of All Churches that our hymns today have brought you comfort and strength in the difficult but triumphant days that lie ahead. Let us remember that when our cares become too heavy to bear, we can always turn to Him and pray. O God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come, be thou our guard while troubles last, and our eternal home.
Now, friends, with the invasion so much on our minds, naturally, we're all talking about it. It's the most important thing in our lives. But please, when we talk, let's remember this. Careless talk costs lives. Our enemy is clever. He hopes we aren't. He hopes we'll tell in a bus or a restaurant or to someone who'll repeat it some little piece of information that he wants. He hopes we'll talk about our letters from men in the service and repeat what they said. And those of us who are in war work, yes, he hopes we'll let out some of the things we know about our work. But let's fool him, please. The enemy has big ears. He hopes we have big mouths. Let's show him he's wrong. Let's think before we speak. Let's remember that careless talk costs lives.
p.m. GRUEN, Gruen Precision Watch Time. See the Gruen very thin. WEAF, New York.
This program may be interrupted to bring you the latest war bulletins.
Ivory Snow presents A Woman of America. Ivory Snow brings you the story of Prudence Dane, a woman of America whose courage and faith are the glorious heritage of all women of America today. Today, A Woman of America is happy to have as its guest Lieutenant Commander John Kilgrew of the United States Maritime Service, enrolling officer in New York City, who is here to tell us something about that fine branch of the service.
Thank you, Mr. Gallup. First, I'd like to remind your listeners that the Merchant Marine offers a fine career and opportunity for service to young men, especially those between the ages of 16 and 17 and a half. Our merchant service, Marine, has some of the finest new ships in the world, and today, more than ever, crews are needed to man them, now that the long-awaited invasion of Europe is underway.
Well, safety measures are excellent in the Merchant Marine, aren't they, Commander?
Yes. Our merchant ships, sailing in convoys, are protected by both Navy and Air Force escort, and in addition, each vessel carries a well-trained gun crew.
Well, what about chances for advancement?
Why, they're excellent. After 14 months at sea, a man can apply for officer's training. Of course, all enrollees get a thorough training course before they ship out, and their beginning pay is from $80 a month up, with practically everything clear, including free medical and dental care.
Now, who is eligible for the Merchant Marine, Commander Kilgrew?
Men from 16 to 17 and a half, and from 26 to 35 and a half. Stewards may be enrolled up to 50 years old. All those interested should apply now to their nearest U.S. Maritime Service office, or write to the U.S. Maritime Service, Washington 25, D.C.
Thank you, Commander Kilgrew. And remember, friends, for more information about the Merchant Marine, write the U.S. Maritime Service, Washington 25, D.C. Authorized in 1806 by an act of Congress, our then young and struggling federal government undertook the building of a national road to lead west over the mountains that isolated the Atlantic seaboard from the rest of America. Extended in 1825 to the Mississippi River, in the decades that were to come, it proved itself a deciding factor in our national life by making the people see the value of centralized government. Along its entire length rumbled the heavy Conestoga wagons loaded with freight and produce, named, like the breed of horses that drew them, from the place of their origin, Conestoga County, Pennsylvania. Always the road pointed like a beckoning finger to the rich vastness of the uncharted West that lay beyond. But its most precious cargo was the people. People by the thousands, like Prudence Dane and Wade Douglas, like all those of the little Dane caravan who traveled its length and beyond. And so it was that night in June so many years ago, as Prudence quietly closed the door of Wade's cabin and started across the moonlit compound of the frontier outpost of Fort Donaldson.
Prue, come back here.
Good night, darling. Come and have breakfast at my cabin in the morning. Oh, dear God, please. He must see that valley once more before it happens. He must. He loves it so. And I promise I'll do my part. Nothing, not even our marriage, shall delay the start. Only let him see that valley. Let him ride with the wind on his face, a whole man, across it once more. In Christ's name, amen.
Forgotten is the hurt Prudence felt when Wade placed the date of their wedding second to the start of the wagon train. But she realizes full well how closely interlocked are the two events in Wade's mind. A great peace descends over her, and a few minutes later, she comes to her own darkened cabin. And as she pushes open the door...
Prue, is that you?
Yes, Peg, it's me. Oh, I'm sorry I awakened you.
I wasn't asleep. Oh, there's a candle and matches there on the table.
I don't need them. I can see well enough by the moonlight.
How's Wade feeling? Wasn't it just wonderful the way he walked in on the meeting tonight? Didn't you just love it?
It was dramatic, wasn't it?
And isn't it marvelous that the wagon train's getting started day after tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, you should have heard Emmy. You'd have thought Wade had said we were going to start for the moon.
I can just hear her.
She says she just can't possibly get ready. Well, not in less than a week.
And Emmy will be the first one to be packed, though. You watch and see.
What did the doctors say about Wade, Prue? Was he angry because he got out?
Jim wasn't very pleased about it, but wasn't much he could do. Didn't seem to hurt Wade a bit.
Oh, I'm so glad. You know you're awfully lucky to have him in love with you, don't you, Prue?
I know, Peg. And I'm very grateful.
Prue?
Yes?
Are you going to be married before the wagons start? Are you, Prue?
No. No, we're not, Peg.
But why not? I thought you said...
I know I did, but that was before I knew we'd be starting so soon. You see, there's so much to be done.
But you've got your dress.
I was thinking things that have to be done so the caravan can start. We'll all be too busy to worry about anything else.
Oh, Prue.
I mean it, Peg. Nothing must delay the start. Every last one of us must do all we can to help. Nothing is more important than that.
Don't you call getting married important?
Compared to the start of the wagon train, no. You see, Peg, if we were living back east, in a town somewhere, the wedding would be important. But in a wagon train, nothing takes precedence over the common good of all. So, whatever my personal feelings might be, they'll have to be put aside. At least, until the wagon train gets underway.
But behind Prue's voice, there was a haunting note of wistfulness, of longing, that belied her brave words. In the morning, when Wade came for breakfast, she gave him no hint of what might lie behind her calm gray eyes. Breakfast over, Wade went about his work around the camp. There were wagons to be checked, problems to be settled. So many things, and so little time in which to do them. Now the sun is almost overhead, as Wade approaches Tom Hatfield, who is busy at his wagon.
Hello, Tom. How's it going?
Oh, hello, Wade. Say, I'm glad you came up. There's something I want to ask you.
Sort of hot, ain't it? Go ahead, Tom.
Well, Every last one of us brought along an awful load of farm tools, plows and such like, and they take up a plague lot of room in the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
Room we could use for other things. I was wondering how this would strike you. Suppose we took the iron parts off and just kept them. Then, when we got to where we're going, we made new wooden pieces. What do you think, Wade?
Well, I was just thinking you might have something there, Tom. Of course, I wouldn't want to see everybody do it.
Oh, no. We might need them along the way. Keep, say, 4 or 5 all set up and strip all the rest.
Well, talk it over with Will, Tom. See what he thinks. If he's for it, then you go ahead.
All right.
Anything else giving you any trouble?
Only Em. She swears she can't have the household stuff ready in time. But you know how Em is.
I bet you'll be the first to be ready. I got to get on, Tom. See you later.
Sure, Wade, and mighty good to have you up and around.
I'm glad of it myself, Tom.
I tell you, Judy, I heard it with my own ears.
Honestly, Anne?
Sure.
Oh, I think it's wonderful.
Oh, you women are all alike. You mention the word marriage to you, and... Oh, hiya, Wade.
Hello, Bob. Judy, Miss Hawkins.
Hello, Wade.
Well, it sure is mighty nice to see you up and walking around the way, Douglas. We'd almost given you up.
Oh, you can't kill a tough old buzzard like Wade.
No, not much chance of that, Bob. How are things going?
Oh, say, by golly, Wade, I'm glad you came by. I want to talk
What's
to you
all
about...
this I've been hearing about you and Prue Dane, Wade? Is it true?
Yes, Wade. Annie was just telling us.
Is it really true, Wade? Are you and Prue going to get married?
Well, I guess it is, Bob. At least Prue said yes.
When, Wade?
What to tell you, Judy?
I'm only hoping now that she doesn't change her mind.
Well, there's not much danger of that, Wade. Will you accept our congratulations?
Why, thank you, Judy.
And mine, too, Wade. Prue's one of the finest women in the world.
Thank you, Ann. I know that.
All right, you two. Now that you've pinned him down and found out what you wanted to know, how about leaving us alone to discuss something important, huh? You know, we do have to get this wagon train ready to start.
We'll go and leave you alone. But congratulations, Wade.
And from me, too, Wade.
Thanks, both of you. See you later.
What I tell you, Judy? I knew what I was talking about.
Congratulations, Wade.
Thanks.
But it'll be all over camp in another half an hour. You know how Ann Hawkins is.
Thanks, Bob. What was it you wanted to ask me about?
Oh, yeah. Say, Wade, I've been checking on supplies, and by golly, Slim was right. None of us have got any too much in the way of food. Did you know that?
Oh, I knew we were sort of low, but I don't think we got anything to worry about. Like I said, we'll be in the buffalo country soon. There's lots of antelope.
Yeah, I know, but we can't just live on game. It's flour and sugar and coffee and salt and things like that.
Oh, Wait, Douglas. Who's that calling? Oh. Yes, Slim, what is it?
Come on over. Caleb wants to see you.
All right, I'll be right over. Oh, don't worry too much, Bob. We'll make out.
Sure hope so, but I don't see how.
Then I'll go see what Caleb's got in his mind. I'll drop back a little later.
Okay, Wade. If you say not to worry, I won't.
I didn't mean to drag you away from Bob, Wade. Slim here just yelled at you without thinking much.
That's all right. I was through. What's on your mind?
Well, Wade, you know Slim and me spoke of the food being kind of short.
Last night over at your cabin?
Yeah, I remember. Bob and me was just talking about it.
Well, I don't think it's much of a worry after all.
Nah.
What made you change your mind?
You remember when we all went back to Independence?
Yeah, if you remember, I bought quite a supply of victuals myself, with my own money.
I'll say you did.
How much extra have you got?
Oh, I'd say maybe a couple of tons. Wouldn't you say so, Slim?
Easy that much, Caleb.
I ain't got room for it all in my wagon, so if any of the others want any, they're welcome to it, Wade.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Caleb.
They're welcome as the stars that shine, Wade. Like I said, I can't haul it all.
Well, actually, Bob was just telling me he was sort of worried. Why don't you go have a talk with him?
I sure will. We'll go right over. Come on, Slim. I reckon Wade's got plenty to do without standing here talking to us. I'll see you later, Wade.
Yeah, sure, Caleb.
Caleb, I don't know how you can keep your face so solemn and straight. I swear I don't.
It's a gift, Slim.
You reckon he suspected anything?
Not him. He's too dumb. He actually dug up a prospect for our little scheme. Well, come on. We got to work fast. We got to get all them supplies sold before night. And at 3 times what I paid for them.
so Caleb begins with his plan to bring as many of the wagon train into his power as rapidly as possible. In the press of getting the wagon train started, Wade has unwittingly aided him. And yet the people of the caravan may not be willing to pay the high prices Caleb plans to ask. But if not, will they be forced to travel the balance of the way on short rations? Well, there until tomorrow, we leave the story of a woman of America. Listen then, won't you? This is Frank Gallup reminding you, for speedier dishwashing, for snow white hands, buy wonderful Ivory Snow. S-N-O-W. Be sure to listen again tomorrow when Ivory Snow brings you A Woman of America. Please save every drop of your used kitchen fat. It can save a soldier's life as ammunition or military medicine.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
For a wash that's white without bleaching, use Oxidol with its lively, active Hustle Bubble Sub. Oxidol's own Ma Perkins. Can you tell me where I can find a woman to do my weekly washing? Mrs. Margaret Bone of 1310 West Van Buren Street in Phoenix, Arizona, writes that a great many women have asked her that question. Well, with so many women doing war work today, washwomen are hard to find. So Mrs. Bone always answers no. But then she cheers the women up by telling them how they can do their own washing and get their clothes really beautifully white. Mrs. Bone tells them to use the laundry soap that she uses, Oxidol, because Oxidol washes clothes white without bleaching. Now, Mrs. Bone proves her point by showing the women some Oxidol-washed sheets that are on display in her little linen shop. And she tells them that Oxidol washed the sheets that white without bleaching. So, washwoman or no washwoman, if you want to get your clothes brilliantly white, take Mrs. Bone's tip and try Oxidol yourself. You'll discover that Oxidol can wash your clothes brilliantly white. Yes, white without bleaching. Oxidol can do that because Oxidol's Hustle Bubble Suds are so lively and energetic, they lift dirt out. That's why clothes come clean without hard rubbing. Why, sheets and towels, all your white things, except maybe for fruit stains or such, come white without bleaching, gleaming white. And active as they are, those suds are genuinely safe for wash colors and rayons. So get that famous orange and blue bullseye package of Oxidol, and next wash day, see how Oxidol washes your clothes white without bleaching. Last night, I began thinking about a talk that Ma and Evie had just yesterday about Gary Curtis. Evie didn't get very far with Ma. But today is Ma's heavy day at the Red Cross, and Evie knows that. So Evie has taken this opportunity to stop by Ma's house to see Fay. We find the two sisters seated out on the front porch as Evie is saying,
I talked to Ma yesterday, Fay. Ma doesn't see this at all. I wanted to know how you felt about it.
I don't know what to think, Evie.
Well, Fay, you've got to make up your mind sooner or later. It may as well be right now.
I can't believe Gary took that money, Evie. $32,000.
You do love Gary, don't you, Fay?
Yes. Yes, I do love him, Evie.
Well, Fay, it's a question of who you love most. Ma or Gary.
Ma or Gary?
Fay, we've got to protect Ma from herself.
I
I don't understand, Evie.
Ma's going to believe that Gary didn't take that money, isn't she?
Of course.
What if he did?
Oh, but Evie...
I still say, what if he did?
But he didn't.
Now, wait. You're being just like Ma, Fay. You're blind.
Oh, Evie, I'm not blind. Gary couldn't have taken that money. He wouldn't have. I'd never believe in 1,000 years Gary Curtis would ever touch a penny that didn't belong to him. Evie, I know Gary better than you do. After all, he's lived right here in the same house with Ma and me. And I know Gary. I know him. I could believe a lot of things about him, but I'd never believe he was dishonest, Evie. Ma knows people. You know she does. Even before I ever liked Gary, Ma accepted him as wholeheartedly as she ever accepted anybody. Evie, what do you know about Gary? Nothing. I've seen Gary at some time or other every day since he's been in Rushville Center. And even if I'm wrong, could Ma be wrong? Could we both be so awfully wrong, Evie?
Fay, you've known Gary for how long?
3, 4, 5 months. Ever since he's been in Rushville Center.
Who was he? Where did he come from? Before that?
Why, he was in the Army.
Before that? Before he was in the Army, what did he do?
Why, I don't know.
You see, Fay, you don't know anything at all about Gary. You just think you do. You haven't the slightest idea where Gary Curtis was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or what he was doing then, or anything about him. You're not reasoning, Fay. You're being emotional. And this is one time you can't let your emotions run away with you. And neither can I. If I let my emotions sway me, I'd be perfectly blind to everything, too. That's what Ma's doing, just like you are. Because Gary's a nice young man. He's good-looking, and from all I've heard about him, he's contradictory enough to keep a girl interested. Gary's got lots of good points, Fay. But I still say that neither you, Ma, nor I, or Willie, or Shuffle, or anybody know anything about Gary Curtis.
Evie, what are you trying to get me to do?
Fay, we've all talked it over. Willie and Shuffle and me. We're not going to let Ma get herself involved in this. Because we think enough of Ma, that's why. And the least we can do for Ma is to let her see this thing logically. But you're standing in the way.
I'm standing... Evie, you...
I know, little sister, it's asking a lot of you. But you've got to think of Ma. It's very possible that Ma's thinking more of your being close to Gary than she's thinking of Gary himself. I don't think Ma realizes that herself. $32,000 is missing. That's a lot of money. That money wasn't missing before Gary started to work at the Surlock plant. Why, this thing can be the biggest scandal Rushville Center's ever known. Do you want Ma connected with it?
No.
Fay, don't think this is easy for me. It isn't easy at all. I'd rather do anything than to have to ask you to do this. But you do it for Ma. Wouldn't you do it for Ma? Wouldn't you?
I'd do anything for Ma. You know that, but...
Fay, you've been accustomed to doing everything Ma says. Being the youngest and living here with Ma, that's only natural. But I'm older than you are. I know what I'm asking you, and I know it's for the best. I've got a good reason, Fay, a reason I haven't even told Ma. I can't tell her, not yet. And I can't tell you either. But I'm going to ask you to believe me and trust me. Believe that I know what I'm talking about. Won't you do that?
Oh, I believe you, Evie,
but think it over. But think it over without talking to Ma. Naturally, Ma's going to be thinking of you. And Ma's going to feel she should stick by Gary because of you. But Ma isn't going to realize that. But you do. And you've got to reason this thing all out by yourself, Fay. And not depend on Ma. Even though she doesn't realize it, Ma's depending on us. On you and me. And we can't let Ma down. Now, what are you going to do about it?
I'll think it over, Evie. I'll think it over.
peculiarly enough, Evie seems to have taken for granted that Gary is guilty. What is it that makes Evie so convinced? Who? And what is it that Evie can't tell either Fay or Ma? But now we turn our attention to the office of Augustus Pendleton at the bank. It seems the banker is just completing a long-distance call.
Yes, confounded operator. If you've got Fort William on the line, just give me the hotel. That's all I want. Well, then connect me. Don't just say you will. Hello. Room 618, please. Hello. Clint? Augustus. Look, Clint, I just called to tell you everything is going along according to plan. Smooth as silk, Clint. I've got everything working just the way I want it to. No, Clint, that's just what I was afraid of. You stay where you are. Don't think of coming back here till I tell you to. I've got just a few little details and one big one to work out, Clint. The most important is yet to come. Pardon me just a minute. Oh. Somebody just came in. I'll call you back. But it'll only be a few days more, that I assure you. 2 or 3 at most. Goodbye. Confound it, Matilda. Can't a man even talk on the telephone in his own office? Bad enough at home. You have to just open the door and walk in like that without knocking?
Oh, Augustus, you and your telephone calls.
Ye gods, I can't even make a phone call without looking up and seeing you.
The phone call shouldn't be so confidential, Augustus. I was downtown, just thought I'd stop by. Aren't you glad to see me?
Huh.
Oh, it's such a warm day, Augustus. You shouldn't get your blood pressure up like that. It isn't good for you.
What you want to see me about?
Well, can't a wife stop in at a husband's office? Does she have to have a reason?
What is it? I haven't looked lately. Is your account overdrawn again?
No, not this time, Miss Sweet. I was thinking of giving a dinner party, Augustus.
What's the purpose of the dinner party?
Same purpose. Gary Curtis.
Oh, ye gods, are you back to that?
Well, I never was away from it, Augustus.
I've told you Gary Curtis is not coming into my home.
Yes, I remember you did. That's why I thought I'd better mention it to you before I send out the invitations. Augustus, I'm not going to let Fay Perkins have Gary Curtis for her exclusive own. It's the reason why Gary isn't seeing Gladys. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to give them a chance to patch up whatever differences they might have. And I'm going to have a dinner party, and I'm going to invite Gary Curtis.
Oh, you are?
Yes, I am.
And what brought on this sudden decision, might I ask?
I see you so little around the house lately. I have to come down here to get an opportunity to talk to you. That and the fact I just met someone down the street. Are you interested in who I just met, Augustus?
Who?
Jeffrey Powell.
Jeffrey Powell?
Yes. Gary's father, you know. And Jeff's just as interested in Gary finding the right girl as I am. From all the indications, Jeff agrees it should be Gladys. Well, I thought it would be a good idea if Jeff and I discussed the situation. So I invited him to drop by the house tonight. I thought I'd tell you in case you're not going to be home as usual lately. Any objections, Augustus?
Why, none at all, Matilda. Do, by all means, have Mr. Powell drop by the house anytime you like. And I'll be wanting to talk to Mr. Powell myself very soon. You might think that over, Matilda, and worry about it. Now, will you kindly run along and let me attend to my business?
And Jeffrey Powell is not only the father of Gary Curtis, but also the man of Matilda Pendleton's past. And Matilda eyes her husband in wonderment. Wonder so plainly written in her face, it's possible to read Matilda's thoughts, almost as if we were hearing them voiced in Matilda's own words.
Wants to talk to Jeff himself. About what? What does he mean by that?
And, of course, we wonder, too. Why don't you tell women more about how good Oxidol is for dishwashing? Lots of Oxidol users have written in to ask that question. Now, if you're using Oxidol on wash day, you already know how Oxidol washes clothes white without bleaching. So, doesn't it stand to reason that a soap that good at laundry should work wonders on greasy dishes, too? Actually, Oxidol makes grease vanish. Yes, Oxidol's hustle bubble suds are so lively and active, they dissolve grease. And naturally, suds that active last and last. Now, they're active, but not strong or harsh. Plenty of women who use Oxidol every day have hands so soft and smooth that any woman could be proud of them. Try Oxidol on tonight's dishes and see for yourself how it dissolves stubborn grease. Well, tomorrow, Matilda offers interference. Be listening to Ma Perkins tomorrow. Until tomorrow, then, this is Charlie Warren saying so long. And remember Oxidol, won't you?
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
.30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. WEAF, New York.
This is Elmer Peterson. We delay our program momentarily to bring you late invasion bulletins. A German broadcast from Berlin said German coastal batteries have beaten off an Allied landing attempt off Le Havre this afternoon. There is no Allied confirmation. Heavy fighting continues around the rail junction of Caen on the Cherbourg Peninsula, where a German counterattack with tanks, undoubtedly drawn from local reserves, has been beaten back. Nearly 500 flying fortresses and liberators, escorted by fighters, have attacked a number of road junctions south of Caen, a further indication that we are out to wreck German communications on and to the Cherbourg Peninsula. And a late German report says an entire Allied airborne division has been landed on the western coast off the Normandy Peninsula, indicating we may be planning a pincer drive against Caen. In Washington, the War Department has disclosed that the American general who was demoted for violating security regulations was Major General Henry J. Miller, commander of the 9th Air Force in Britain. This news has been brought to you from the NBC newsroom in New York.
The following program may be interrupted to bring you the latest war news.
Pepper Young's Family, brought to you by Cam-A, the mild beauty soap for a smoother, softer complexion. And now, Pepper Young's Family, written by Elaine Carrington. Friends, it's late in the afternoon, and the Bradley twins and Nancy are still at the Young house. Not only have the twins had their lunch there, but they've had their afternoon naps there, too. Now Mrs. Young and Nancy are on the porch, watching the babies dig with spoons in a patch of earth. Nancy is saying, with a sigh,
Well, guess it's time to take the imp home.
Oh, don't go just yet. Can't you wait until Sam gets here so we can have a look at the twins?
Oh, no, I shouldn't, Mary. I should be firm and go home right away so I can start their supper now and get to work on Kurt.
But you can't go yet. The twins are having such a good time. Look at your Mary making some kind of a pie and trying to get Kurt to eat it. Look at her. Mary, darling, take that dirt out of your mouth. Don't try to eat that nasty brown dirt.
I better go down and stop this. I knew it was too good to last.
I'll lend a hand.
No, Mary. No, dear. You mustn't eat the dirt.
That didn't taste good, did it, darling? That's right. Spit it all out.
Bad girl.
Oh, she's not a bad girl either, Kurt. Just because you have sense enough not to put mud in your mouth doesn't mean you have to scold your sister for doing it.
No, that's right.
Nothing, Hattie. She just made herself a mud pie to eat, and it didn't taste so good.
Oh, Well, now, you two little tykes, come on inside. I've got your supper ready for you. I've cooked some nice cereal, and I made some pudding, too.
Oh, no, Hattie. I'm taking them home, dear. You shouldn't have done that.
Oh, but it's time for their supper.
And besides, Hattie loves fussing over them, so you may as well relax, Nancy.
All right, twin. Go along with Hattie. I'll tote you home afterwards.
Come on.
Hattie, here, I'll carry Mary up.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Bradley.
You know, she can walk, but she loves to be carried.
Look at Kurt scorning all help. Oh, Nancy, that darling. Now, you two go inside with Hattie.
Sometimes they're darling. Here we are.
Come along, twin pal. Come on inside. Eat supper.
Oh, sit down, Nancy, dear.
Thanks. Mary, you know, this is the height of luxury, to be able to sit here on the porch another half hour and rock.
You know, Nancy, I just enjoy rocking. I may be old-fashioned, but I'll take a rocking chair any day over those straight chairs.
Mm-hmm. Isn't there something I could do for you, Mary? Isn't there something upstairs you'd like that I could get for you, or some mending you'd like done, or maybe an errand that I could run for you, just to make up for this lovely day at your house?
You sit still. Come over here often. That's all you have to do.
You better not urge me. I'll be over here all the time.
Good.
I won't come over, however, next week when Linda's here. I don't want her to see the babies, you know, might upset her.
I don't think so, dear. I think the more Linda takes interest in children, gets used to the sight of other people's babies, the better it'll be for her. I think she'll enjoy the twins. But there's something you can do for me, though.
Well, thank goodness. What is it?
Run down to the mailbox, see if there are any letters stuck inside. I've got to open it. You know, I'm singularly disinterested in mail when my family are all home. That doesn't go for Peggy or Pepper.
I'd love to get the mail for you, dear. Mary, you know, your place looks so sweet now. Everything's growing and the roses beginning to open up. My, the ramblers are in bud. And the vegetables are coming up in leaps and bounds.
I'll soon have enough to send you over a mess. You can take some lettuce and spinach home if you want to, and some radishes. I think I'll have onions and carrots for you in a short while.
Oh, there's a letter here for Peggy. It's from Carter.
Oh, that's good. It's the first thing she looks for when she comes home.
I'll bring it up to you.
I'll keep it right here on the porch for her. Thank you, dear.
Oh, say, here comes some of your family, isn't
Oh.
it? Well, it's Sam and Peggy in the car. Hi, Peggy.
Hello, Nancy. Are the twins here?
Oh, I wish somebody'd be glad to see me for myself once in a while. Yes, they're here, Peggy.
They are, eh? Well, trot 'em out. Let's look 'em over.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Nancy.
Oh, I've had the most heavenly, blissful day in
Hello,
your
Sam,
house.
darling. Hello, my baby.
Hello, Mama, dear. Is Pepper home yet?
No, not yet, dear.
I saw him this noon, Mama, and what do you think? He asked me to go to Lake Beauregard when Linda and he go up there. He thought it would be a good idea.
Oh, that's nice, Pegs. I think it's a wonderful idea.
I'm so excited about it. And I wanted to tell Pepper that I asked Mrs. Green for my vacation, and she's going to let me know about it. Oh, Mama, I do hope I'll get it. Because I just love Beauregard. And being there when Linda and Pepper are there will be such fun.
Oh, of course that'll be fun, dear. Oh, Peg's darling, here's a letter for you.
Oh, from Carter?
From Carter. Came this afternoon.
Oh, give it to me, Mama.
Say, where are the twins? I don't see them anywhere around. Or are they taking a stroll out of sight somewhere?
I should say not, Sam. No, they're out in the kitchen having their supper in style with Hattie.
I see.
You know, Sam, I've been here since noon. I just stopped over with the twins to pass the time of day, you know. We've stayed for lunch and nap and supper. At least they have.
Well, I wish you and Kurt was safe for dinner.
No, absolutely not, Mary. I'm taking them home the minute the crumbs are wiped off their faces and they finish their pudding. Oh, Sam, this is the nicest house to spend a day in the whole world.
Well, I can recommend it myself, Nancy.
I think you could.
Oh, Mama.
What's the matter, dear?
Carter's not going to stay on this side. He's going to be sent back overseas just as soon as they feel he's able to.
Oh, Peg, that's too bad.
But, Pegs, it's undoubtedly what Carter wants to do, isn't it?
Well, yes, Daddy. He says I mustn't feel too badly about it, that he's needed over there. But I hoped...
Well, he wants to finish the job, honey, and I don't blame him.
I know he does, Daddy, but I hoped there was a chance he might stay on this side. But he says they need him more overseas, and... Oh, dear, I just wish they'd stationed him here.
Oh, I know how you feel, Peg.
I was so sure he'd stay here if he could, and be stationed at some camp, and I could go down and join him there, and we could be married.
Yes, and he probably hoped the same thing, dear. And instead of feeling sorry, you should feel proud of him for getting back in harness as fast as he can.
I am proud of him, Daddy, only...
Yes, Pegs.
Oh, poor Pegs. It's a terrible disappointment for her.
Of course it is. Why, it seems so sad for Carter to have to go back instead of staying here for a while.
But knowing Carter, I'm sure it's what he wants to do.
Yes, I suppose it is. Oh, Sam, if only this war would be over. An end of that.
Well, we're certainly doing our best to make that wish come true.
Yes.
Oh, hello, Mrs.
Oh, no.
hello, Edie.
I didn't know you were back in Elmwood.
Yeah, I'm back, Mrs. Young.
Oh, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Mrs. Young, is Peggy home yet?
Yes, Edie, she just came in. She's gone to her room. She's a little upset.
What about, Miss Young?
Well, she just heard the Carter's going back overseas, when she so hoped that he'd be stationed here.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, I know how Peg must feel, Mrs. Young, but honestly, they need all of us they can get over there right now. As a matter of fact, I don't know when I'll get home again to Elmwood.
Andy.
I know, Edie, but there's a job to be done.
Yes, I understand, Andy. Really, I do. Mrs. Young, do you think I can go in to see Peggy? Do you think it'd be all right?
Why, yes, Edie, I guess so.
Okay. Excuse me, everybody.
Yes,
How's Linda, Mrs. Young?
Oh, she's much better, Andy.
Oh, that's wonderful. We came over to find out the latest news about her.
Peggy! Woo-hoo-hoo! Oh, Peggy! Peggy, where are you? Peg! Oh, here you are in your room.
Oh, Edie, I wish you'd leave me alone for a little while, dear. Huh? I wish you hadn't come over just now. You know I don't want to be rude, Edie, but honestly, I don't feel like talking to anybody.
I know, Peggy. I know all about it. Your mother just told me about Carter going back across. Oh, Peggy, I'm terribly sorry. I know exactly how you feel.
Edie, you can't know exactly how I feel. Nobody can know how I feel unless they have somebody they love going overseas right now.
Well, that's just it, Peggy. I know exactly how you feel.
But, Edie, you don't. You couldn't.
Yes, I do, Peggy, because... Well, Peggy, I love somebody who's going overseas right away, too. Oh, I love him terribly.
You do? Who is it now, Edie?
Oh, Peggy, I'm so in love with Andy Hoyt, I don't know whether I'm coming or going.
Edie, are you really? Well, what about Andy?
Well, I think he loves me, too, Peggy. I think he loves me a lot. And so, you see, I do know just how you feel, because Andy has to go back pretty soon, too. And, oh, Peggy, I feel the same way about Andy as you do about Carter. I can't bear to have Andy go back this time. Oh, Peggy, isn't being in love with a soldier the hardest thing in the world, even while it's the best thing in the world? Even while you wouldn't be out of love with him for anything in the world.
Yes, Edie has put Peggy's thoughts into words more clearly than Peggy can herself. Being in love with a soldier is the hardest thing in the world, even while it's the best thing in the world. But neither Peggy nor Edie would be out of love with their soldiers for anything in the world. I'd like to ask you if this doesn't sound pretty reasonable to you. Since you do take baths and since you do use a soap, you might just as well use a soap that does something extra for you. Isn't that true? I'm talking about Camay, of course, because Camay does more than leave you wonderfully clean. It leaves you exquisitely clean and fresh, but then that extra something Camay gives you. It leaves your skin just touched with a hint of delicate, flower-like fragrance. You step from your bath fresh, dainty, and with just a suggestion of the very delicate, feminine fragrance no other soap but Camay can give you. So why not use it? Why shouldn't you use a soap that helps give you that dainty, truly feminine impression that's so attractive in a woman? And you'll enjoy using Camay. Turns your bath into a luxury of fluffy, creamy white lather. Thick, fragrant lather that will make any woman honestly enjoy her bath. And when you finally leave your Camay bath, your skin is as fresh, as beautifully clean as can be, and that extra something that only Camay can give you. Your skin is just touched with a hint of Camay's delicate, truly feminine fragrance. And you are a dainty, feminine woman, sure of your charm, sure of the impression you're making on nearly everyone who comes near you. Huckleberry pie is a special treat for the Young family. What's the occasion? Edie's engagement to Andy Hoyt. And what is the reaction to the announcement? You just be sure to listen to Pepper Young's Family tomorrow. Remember, it's Cam-A, the mild beauty soap for a smoother, softer complexion that brings you Pepper Young's Family. Now, this is Alan Kent inviting you to listen again tomorrow. Have you done it yet? Have you gotten your family into the habit of making the soap you use last? Because remember, conserving soap is patriotic.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. .3:45 p.m. Eastern Wartime. WEAF, New York.
The Right to Happiness, usually heard over most of these stations at this time, will not be presented today in order that we may bring you the special program that follows. It will be heard at its regular time tomorrow. The National Broadcasting Company brings you at this time the noted news analyst, H.V. Kaltenborn, with a mid-afternoon summary of the news.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's quite possible that before this broadcast is completed, we will be able to take you to London for an on-the-spot broadcast by one of our observers. But in the meantime, while we're checking up on the signal, I will carry on. Allied invasion forces have cleared the enemy from all of their beachheads in French Normandy. Today they are fighting their way inland. The first heavy German counterattacks in the Cannes area have already been beaten off. We have probably occupied the town of Bayeux near Cannes, and the first mail has been delivered to our soldiers in France. Weather in the English Channel cleared up this afternoon, which helps enormously, both for air and overseas operations. The American, British, and Canadian assault forces are being reinforced constantly. Hundreds of gliders are shuttling thousands of troops into the Cherbourg Peninsula. Surface craft in large numbers are sailing into the coast. Large areas of French coastline have been freed from the Germans and are now available for safe landings. General Eisenhower's headquarters tells us that heavy fighting is raging inshore. The Germans are striking back against the expanding perimeter of the beachheads. They are putting up little resistance in the air and none at sea. The Berlin radio has just admitted that the Allies landed between 2 and 5 more divisions in France yesterday and last night. We lost 12 gliders and 12 C-47 transport planes during the past 24 hours in these transport operations. We must assume that Marshal Erwin Rommel is speeding armored and infantry divisions to the invasion zone. A full-scale counter-onslaught should develop within 24 hours. The more troops and material we are able to land before that assault comes, the better our chances of hanging on. All our reports indicate that the situation improved considerably last night and early today. Sharp German armored counterattacks in the Cannes area, 9.5 miles inland, have been beaten off. The Germans tell us we are now using 100 tanks in an offensive in that single area. The Germans may be emphasizing the importance of our mechanized equipment here to explain the setbacks which they are experiencing here. The Berlin radio has just reported that the Germans lost Bayeux. This town, close to the Normandy shore, is 16 miles northwest of Cannes on the railway and highway to Cherbourg. It would probably be the first town we could take, since it is not far inland and lies between 2 of our well-established beachheads. Bayeux is near the center of our most concentrated operations on the Normandy Peninsula. This afternoon, 500 of our biggest bombers, escorted by fighters, attacked the road junctions in the Bayeux area. We are trying to isolate the strongly defended port of Cherbourg against the possibility of any German reinforcements. All beaches have now been cleared of the enemy in this area. Some of them have been linked together. This strengthens our position against counterattack. Our airmen report that the Normandy Peninsula today is dotted with fires. Some suggest that the Germans are carrying out demolitions preparatory to withdrawal. This seems over-optimistic. Shell fire and air bombs set many fires, and perhaps some forest fires. The Germans are following their usual practice of transporting troops by air to meet any sudden threat. British planes shot down 5 big Junkers 52 transport planes while on missions over France. The German radio says that Allied forces today attempted a landing in the Calais area of the French coast along the Straits of Dover. Berlin also asserts that Allied ships approached the French coast from the north, apparently bound through the Dover Straits for the invasion area. This may well be true, but we must be careful in interpreting what it means. There will be all kinds of feints and diversions to keep the Germans busy. Even a landing might be nothing more than a commando raid. The more we keep the Germans stirred up at many places, the less likely they are to concentrate against us at the right places. The Germans also report brisk fighting at the Sainte-Mère-Église town. This town is at the southeastern base of the Cherbourg Peninsula. They say it involves the American 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions. British tanks and infantry have occupied a 25-mile stretch of the Normandy coast. They have already pushed inland nearly 3.5 miles and have cut a coast road vital to the Nazi movement of reserves. It looks today as though the Allies have established one continuous beachhead from Cannes to Bayeux. This gives us 25 miles of excellent flat beach on the eastern coast of the Normandy Peninsula. And now to London for a direct report.
This is W.W. Chaplin in London, the spokesman of General Eisenhower's Supreme Headquarters. Allied Expeditionary Force are singing a chorus of caution about the invasion tonight. They show evidences of anxiety that a spirit of over-optimism may result from the truly astounding success of the first phase of our invasion. The reaction, if events should grow more somber, might be damaging. Now, it may not all be like the first phase. During the past 2 days of our fighting men have been cold and wet. They've eaten what and where and when they could. They are very tired. They have not yet got their second wind. Only superb leadership under such conditions can prevent a perfectly natural dip in the invasion grasp. So, Schaeff cautions against optimism, urges sober satisfaction. And Londoners, at least, are heeding that caution. There is an almost dreamlike quality about the British capital. We're so close and yet so detached. The people give no outward signs of the emotions which flame, of course, inside them. And that, I think, is good. They know the die is cast and are glad of it. But they await far more decisive days before they give vent to those emotions. At least, as Schaeff desires, until our men have got their second wind. Our own little underground improvised broadcasting home here, source of the news for all American radio listeners, had a distinguished visitor this afternoon, Mr. Brendan Bracken, Member of Parliament, and Mr. Churchill's Minister of Information, dropped by informally to see how the American broadcasters are making out. He found a lot of unshaven and weary broadcasters hard at work. Some were in once neat uniforms, now wrinkled because they've been used to sleep in on tables and even on the floor. Others in GI battle uniforms, men just back from assignments that took them to the invasion beaches or far behind enemy lines with the paratroops and glider soldiers. The floor was littered with papers. The atmosphere was full of smoke and noise. Shouted questions and answers, clacking typewriters, ringing bells. Occasionally, from a studio door that quickly opens and closes, the tense voice of a broadcaster telling the latest invasion news to American listeners. Mr. Bracken asked if there were any complaints. And there was one, The shortage of Scotch whiskey in the bar across the corridor from the radio newsroom. Mr. Bracken pointed out that the liquor allotment went back several years, to the time when the ministry housed a famous university. Now, he admitted, things are different. And he said that he'd do everything in his power to increase the supply of available Scotch. And now, back to H.V. Kaltenborn in New York.
That caution that Chaplin has just given us from London with regard to over-optimism is undoubtedly needed. It has been almost impossible for us here to resist a feeling of elation over the outstanding success achieved by our early invasion operations. Of course, those of us who have studied the matter realize that there is much that remains to be done, that there are many reasons for caution about the German counterattack, which is not yet developed, that there have been difficulties and there have been losses. And I noted today in the first dispatch that I've seen from Hanson W. Baldwin since the invasion began, the dispatch in which he represents the combined American press that has just come in. He reports from Admiral Kirk's flagship off the French coast that we do not yet have any right to rejoice, as he puts it, over the initial success of invasion. He saw that word, rejoice, in a dispatch from America. And so he says, the word rejoice strikes an incongruous, almost a brutally callous note here in the Bay of Seine, in waters where American bodies lie fathoms deep, near beaches whose blood-drenched names will be forever emblazoned on the battle streamers of regimental colors, forever recorded in the history of our people. It is a word which epitomizes a lack of comprehension of the grim issues here involved, of the long chances and hard struggles ahead. It signifies a sense of overconfidence, and hence is repugnant to the men who are doing the fighting and who know the hard and relentless strength of the enemy. In one sense, however, rejoicing is understood. This operation has been so long prepared, and the war of nerves so great, that there is a positive sense of relief when the first shots are fired, and when one knows that now the grapple to the death has been started. Yes, that tells the story as it is seen and felt by one who is at the scene and who knows that death has come to many a brave American. And yet, with all proper allowance for caution, the Germans themselves tell us that the Allies have occupied a circular area between Boulogne and Corentin on the eastern side of the Cherbourg Peninsula. They also admit that we have opened a corridor to the coast. The forces holding this pocket, they tell us, are now being reinforced by sea and air, and this means that our paratroopers who landed inland have now joined up with our beachhead forces in this area. The Russian military experts take the same optimistic view of the initial success achieved by our landing operations that has been taken by some sources in this country. The military analyst in Izvestia, for example, said these conclusions could be drawn from operations thus far. 1. The Germans proved powerless to prevent the landing of large Allied forces on a comparatively large sector of the coast of northern France. 2. The Allied fleet and air force hold unchallenged supremacy. 3. The fortifications which the Germans have been extolling for so long, the notorious Atlantic Wall, failed to withstand the concentrated fire of naval artillery and the hail of bombs of the Allied Air Force. This Russian analyst says the Germans have 3 armies in France. One in the north, that's the zone of our landings. One is on the Bay of Biscay coast, that's near Spain. And one on the south coast, the Côte d'Azur on the Mediterranean. The Russian analyst did not say so, but he might have added that the Germans do not dare to use either their western or their southern armies against our attack in the north, for they know we have invading armies still available for landings not only in the north, but in addition to those that we might land in the north, we have armies that are poised for the invasion of western France, other armies that are poised for the invasion of southern France. And so, obviously, with all due allowance for that necessary caution, which we must have since the invasion has only begun, with all due allowance for that, there is a definite demonstration during these first 36 hours of the failure of the German Atlantic Wall, of the failure of that German air resistance about which we were so uncertain, of the failure of the Germans to develop any sea power to meet us in the Channel. And so, on that larger issue of German immediate ability to react, we are right. We have the right to be optimistic. Good afternoon.
You have been listening to the noted news analyst H.B. Kaltenborn with a mid-afternoon summary of the news. The Right to Happiness, sponsored by Ivory Soap, usually heard over most of these stations, was not presented today in order that we might bring you the special program just concluded. Right to Happiness will be broadcast at its regular time tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Gruen Precision Watch Time. Gruen Very Thin. Watchmaking Miracle. WEAF, New York.
Mineral oil is effective, but as you know, it doesn't relieve acid indigestion. So try the amazing emulsion called Haley's M.O. that combines fine mineral oil with milk of magnesia to relieve stomach acidity and to give all the mineral oil benefits, too. Follow this advice when you take it. Caution. Use it only as directed on the package. Get Haley's M.O. at druggists today.
Now we present once again Mary Noble, Backstage Wife. The story of a little Iowa girl who marries America's most handsome actor, Larry Noble, matinee idol of a million other women, and the story of the change war brings as Mary finds herself a war wife. Want to know the name of the most popular tooth powder in America? Well, it's Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Want to know why America's millions have chosen this one particular tooth powder as their overwhelming favorite? Why they continue to single out this same powder in preference to all others, year after year after year? Well, this is why. It's because you can buy nothing. Even if you pay double the price, there's absolutely nothing you can buy that cleans your teeth more quickly, more thoroughly, and above all, more beautifully than Dr. Lyon's. So for the sake of your teeth and your smile, make a note right now to get Dr. Lyon's tooth powder today. Now, Backstage Wife. The beloved story of Mary Noble. Now Mary Noble, war wife, since her husband Larry, former Broadway star, is now Lieutenant Noble of the United States Coast Guard, stationed in Washington, D.C. As you know, since Mary is no longer playing in Tom Bryson's play Blackout, she's now living in her little home at Rosehaven on Long Island. Well, tonight it's cold and rainy in Rosehaven, and some time ago, Mary became frightened when she noticed two prowlers out by the garage. She phoned the police, but when they arrived, the men had gone. Later, when they returned, she phoned Tom Bryson at the Comedy Theater in New York and asked him to come out to investigate. Well, it's now a half hour later. We find Mary, Sandra Barkley, and Larry Jr. in the living room.
Are those men still out there, Mary?
I don't see their flashlights any longer, Sandra. They may have broken the lock by now and gone into the garage.
But, Mary, why do you suppose they want to break into that empty garage?
I haven't the least idea, Sandra. Oh, dear. I wish Tom would hurry and get here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it seems a shame to make Tom come all the way out here to Rosehaven on this rainy night. Mary, how long ago did you call him at the theater?
It was about 8 o'clock. He said he'd catch the next train.
Well, it's about 8:30 now. Should be here before long. Mary, don't you think you better call the police again?
I did call them once, you know, and when they got here, the men had simply disappeared. I hate to call them again, but I'll do that very thing if Tom doesn't get here soon. After all, Sandra, even if those men do break into the garage, what can they steal? There's nothing in there but those garden implements.
Mommy, somebody is coming up the path. I think it's Uncle Tom.
Shall I let him in, Mary?
Wait till he rings, Sandra, and then switch on the porch light and make sure it's him.
All right, Mary.
Mommy, I'm not scared.
I'm glad you're not, darling.
I bet Uncle Tom won't be afraid, will he, Mommy?
Of course not. Your Uncle Tom's very brave.
Hello, Sandra. It's a lovely night for ducks, huh?
Hello, Uncle Tom.
Well, if it isn't my little pal.
Uncle Tom, there's robbers outside.
So I hear, but don't you worry about them.
Come in here by the fire, Tom.
You mean you've still got a fire in the fireplace?
Yes. It's been terribly damp in here all day. Tom, you didn't see anyone loitering outside, did you?
No, I didn't, Mary. Now, come on, you two. Tell me, what's this all about? A couple of men trying to break into the garage here.
That's right, Tom.
I saw him, Uncle Tom. I wanted to go out and talk to him, but Mommy wouldn't let me.
No, of course she wouldn't, Phil. Your mama's very wise.
Tom, we first noticed the men right after Maud left for the theater. It was just getting dark. I happened to look out the window here, and I saw two men coming up the driveway. First, I thought they were going around to the back door. And they went toward the garage. I called Sandra, and we watched them.
Yes. And first they tried to open the door.
And then they tried to break the lock, didn't they, Mommy?
First, I was going out to ask them what they wanted, but it was raining so hard, and Sandra said they looked like thugs.
And they did, Tom. They looked awfully tough. So then I told Mary to call the police.
So I called the police. Before they got here, the men had left.
Oh, I see. But then they came back later on. The men, I mean.
Yes. As I was talking to you on the phone, I saw a flashlight through this window. Then I heard someone pounding.
Trying to break the lock, huh?
Well, that's what it sounded like.
Well, where are they now?
We don't know. It's so dark we can't see anything from the house, and both Sandra and I were too afraid to go out to the garage and look around.
Yes, for all we know, they may have broken the lock and gone inside.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out whether they're still there. That's to go out and look.
Oh, Tom, please, don't go out there alone.
What do you mean? Why shouldn't I go out there alone? After all, Mary, we'll never find out anything by sitting in here by this nice warm fire.
But, Tom, if those men are really burglars, they might harm you.
Oh, now look, Sandra. Look, how can the men be burglars when there's nothing in the garage to steal? Now, if they were trying to break into the house, well, that'd be something else again. If they were doing that, I'd surely have the whole local police force here. Mary, maybe they've just made a mistake and have the wrong garage.
Oh, but, Tom, how could they make a mistake like that?
No, I think those men have a good reason for trying to break into our garage. They must have.
Well, Mary, suppose they did break in. Suppose they took everything that's out there. What would they get? Let's see now. 2 old worn-out tires. And, yeah, there's some used garden tools and... What else is there? Oh, yeah, some wood for the fire that I put in there to keep dry.
But, Tom, why is the garage kept locked if there's nothing in there of value?
Well, no particular reason, Sandra. Except to keep the kids around the neighborhood from carting off the garden tools for playthings. In fact, it hasn't been locked at all till just today. When I was out here this morning, I saw the padlock hanging on the door and snapped it closed. I put the key there on the mantel, Mary.
Oh, yes, I remember, Tom.
Well, you got a flashlight, Mary?
There's one in the kitchen. Oh, Tom, I wish you wouldn't go out to the garage tonight.
Oh, no, wait a minute. That's what you asked me to come out here for, wasn't it?
But no, of course not. Sandra and I just... Well, we didn't want to stay here in this house alone all night.
Mary, do you mean that I'm going to have to be stuck out here in Rosehaven all night?
You most certainly are.
Oh, but listen...
Now, Tom, it won't hurt you to spend one night away from Times Square.
Okay. But I probably won't sleep a wink.
Why not?
Oh, it's too quiet out here.
Oh, Tom.
Uncle Tom, if you're afraid to go out to the garage all alone, I'll go with you.
Well, thanks, Larry Jr. I appreciate that. In fact, I may take you up on it.
Okay. I'll put on my raincoat.
Larry Jr., you'll stay right here in the house.
But, Mommy, Uncle Tom may need me to help him.
Well, on second thought, Junior, you'd better stay here and protect the ladies.
Oh. All right, Uncle Tom.
But you can run out in the kitchen and get me a flashlight.
Oh, I'll get it right away, Uncle Tom.
Okay.
Tom, I really don't see that anything will be gained by your going out there tonight.
Tom, I agree with Mary. After all, as you just said, there's nothing in the garage that's worth stealing.
Now, look. Listen to me, you two. I didn't come all the way out here to Rosehaven from New York to sit in here by the fire and keep you girls company.
But, Tom...
Mary, don't you realize this is a chance in a lifetime for me?
Chance in a lifetime?
Well, what do you mean, Tom?
Well, I mean, I've always wanted to be a hero, and here's my chance.
Oh, hero?
No? Well, at least in the eyes of Larry Jr.
Oh, now, Tom, stop it. This is no time for joking.
I'm not joking. Why, Larry Jr. would lose his respect for me if I failed him now. Why, he even wants to go out in the garage with me.
Here's a flashlight, Uncle Tom.
Thanks, Larry Jr. Sure out a big help to me.
Uncle Tom, I'll bet if Daddy was here, he'd go out there and help you chase those robbers away, wouldn't he?
There now. You hear that? You bet your daddy'd go out there and help me chase them away, Larry Jr. Why, I never felt so much like a hero in my life.
I'd laugh if after all this display of courage there wasn't anybody out there in the garage.
Oh, yeah? I'd laugh if there was somebody out there. I'll go out the back door.
Now be careful, Tom.
You know where to send my body in case I meet those two men and lose the argument.
You may think that remark is very funny, but I don't.
Where shall we send the body, Uncle Tom?
Well, you can send it to the... Who said that?
I did, Uncle Tom. I said where...
Now that's enough, Larry Jr.
Doesn't seem to be very much worried, does he?
Seems to me I saw this very situation in a picture once.
A farce, I suppose.
Goodbye, Uncle Tom.
Goodbye, Larry Jr. What am I saying?
Tom, don't close the door. I'm going to stand here and wait for you.
Now, Mary, you close this door. Can't you see it's raining? First thing you know, you'll be catching cold.
Tom's right, Mary. It is chilly outside.
Mommy, we can hear Uncle Tom holler with the door closed.
You can hear me holler. That's the last straw. Good night.
Good night, Uncle Tom.
Well, I don't think it's a bit funny, Sandra. After all, those men may have gotten into the garage. If Tom interferes with them, they might hurt him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Yes, I know. It is really quite serious.
I'm going to watch from this window. And if Tom doesn't come right back, I'm going to call the police again.
Well, perhaps Mary is right. If those men are in the garage, Tom might find himself in rather dangerous company. However, we'll learn more about this in tomorrow's episode of Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble. Now Mary Noble, war wife. You may believe that your present dentifrice is as good as there is. But whatever you believe or whatever you do, one fact remains. Among powders, the popularity of one tooth powder, Dr. Lyons, stands unsurpassed. First choice last year, first choice this year, first choice for many years. No greater recommendation, no greater proof of its power to bring out all the natural beauty of your teeth could be asked or given. Of course, there's a reason for this overwhelming popularity. Here it is. It's because you can buy nothing. Even if you pay double the price, there's absolutely nothing you can buy that cleans your teeth more quickly, more thoroughly, and above all, more beautifully than Dr. Lyons. So for the sake of your teeth and your smile, choose Dr. Lyons tooth powder. You'll find it quick and amazingly thorough. But your greatest satisfaction will come when you look in your mirror and see all the natural beauty that your teeth will show. Only then will you understand why more folks have made friends with Dr. Lyons than any other tooth powder in America. Mary Noble, Backstage Wife, will be on the air again tomorrow at this same time. Pierre Andre speaking for the makers of Dr. Lyons Tooth Powder.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. To relieve an ordinary headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain fast, do what thousands do. Take 2 Bayer aspirin tablets with a glass of water. They disintegrate quickly and start to work almost instantly. Try them. Get genuine Bayer aspirin today.
And now, Stella Dallas. A continuation on the air of the true-to-life story of mother love and sacrifice, in which Stella Dallas saw her beloved daughter Laurel marry into wealth and society, and realizing the difference in their tastes and worlds, went out of Laurel's life. These episodes in the later life of Stella Dallas are based on the famous novel of that name by Olive Higgins Prouty, and are written by Anne Hummert. Here is a way every person who is subject to acid indigestion can find relief. Take Phillips Milk and Magnesia after meals. It will usually relieve such discomfort in a few minutes. The reason is that such indigestion is often caused by excess acidity in the stomach. And Phillips Milk and Magnesia is rated among the most rapidly effective alkalizers or neutralizers of excess stomach acids known. What's more, when taken at bedtime in water or orange juice, 2 to 4 tablespoons of Phillips Milk and Magnesia will help you to start the day feeling like a new person. Try it. But when you buy, ask for it by its full name, Phillips, Phillips, Milk and Magnesia, not merely Milk and Magnesia alone. And when you take it, follow this advice. Caution. Use only as directed on the package. The 50-cent size, containing 3 times the amount of the 25-cent bottle, is the real economy buy. And besides the familiar liquid form, you can also get the convenient Phillips Milk and Magnesia tablets to carry in pocket or purse at any drugstore. Cost only 25 cents, less than 1 cent a tablet. And now, Stella Dallas. In the darkness of Mrs. Grosvenor's long drawing room, Stella sits alone. A moment ago, the front door was closed, and Stella heard the voices of Laurel's mother-in-law and her guest, Ronald Cartwright. She heard Mrs. Grosvenor's laughter and the enigmatical tones of Ronald. Stella's hands are clenched tightly in her lap. For a moment, she wishes frantically that she might be mistaken about Ronald, that everyone else might be right and herself wrong. But she thinks of her daughter Laurel and the strange picture of Laurel painted by Ronald, a picture without a face. Well, now there are footsteps in the room. Stella doesn't move. Even when the light is switched on, she doesn't move.
Oh, I didn't know you were in here, Mrs. Dallas.
Yes, Mr. Cartwright.
Where is Laurel?
I persuaded her to go to bed.
Well, Mrs. Dallas, I'm glad to have this chance to talk with you. I know you don't think Louise should marry me.
Mr. Cartwright, now please.
I'm the first to admit I haven't much to offer her. But regardless of what you think, I do care for her.
Oh, I'd rather not discuss it.
Oh, no, I don't want you to misunderstand. I begged Louise not to make a settlement of $100,000 on me. And this afternoon, when I heard that the papers had been misplaced, I was delighted. I sincerely hope that those papers are never signed. But if Louise is stubborn about giving me the money, then I'll repay her as soon as I can.
By making money painting again, you mean?
Why, yes. Before the war, I was very successful. And since painting Laurel's portrait, my self-confidence is returning.
It's painting Laurel's portrait.
Why, yes, Mrs. Dallas. Why do you say that so oddly? I believe you'll be very pleased with Laurel's portrait when you see it.
Pardon me, Mr. Cartwright.
Oh, what is it, Horace?
Mrs. Dallas is wanted on the phone.
Oh, thanks, Horace. I'll see who it is. Hello?
How is everything, Stella?
Oh, hello, Min.
I was half out of my mind. What's happened?
Oh, a lot of things, but I can't talk very well over the phone, Min.
Well, I'm at the drugstore. 1 block down. Turn to your left on the side street.
You mean you've come back over here? Oh, honey.
Oh, I didn't go home at all after I left you.
Huh?
I've been right here in the neighborhood.
All this time?
I've been thinking you might be needing me. Say, Stella, could I be slipping in the house now?
No, honey. I'll meet you in the drugstore in 10 minutes.
Sal, here I am.
Oh, Min. I ought to fuss at you for not going home. But, gee, I'm so pleased that you didn't. I've never needed to talk to you more.
We'll be sitting down.
Oh.
And there's a cup of coffee.
Oh, gee, thanks, Min.
Go ahead, drink it. You're needing it, Stella. What did Mrs. Grosvenor do? Give Mr. Cartwright all that money?
No, she hasn't yet. The paper she had to sign in order to do it was taken off the desk in the library.
Oh.
And Mr. Nelson, the lawyer, had to get a plane to California, so she hasn't made Mr. Cartwright that present of $100,000 yet.
Holy seas, what are you meaning about the papers?
I took 'em in.
Huh?
Yes, and then Horace's wife, Allie, burned 'em up.
You took the papers away from Mrs. Grosvenor?
She don't know I did. Oh, Min, things couldn't be worse. I've only got a day or so to prove that Mr. Cartwright don't care a thing for Miss Grosvenor and that he's a rascal. But I've got no evidence to back up my suspicions, none.
Well, will you be getting back to the papers?
Oh, I told you what happened.
You have not at all. Since when have you started taking legal papers away from folks?
Oh, it didn't seem wrong to me to take the papers out of the library. Of course, I didn't mean for Allie to burn them, but she knew I had them. And she got them out of my pocketbook and threw them in the fire.
Oh, Stella, that's awful. Don't you know what Mrs. Grosvenor will be doing to you if she finds out?
Well, I did it for her sake. I was trying to gain time, and of course I'll protect Allie. I mean to take the whole blame when I do explain.
But, Stella, how could you be taking such an awful risk?
Listen, Min. If I hadn't done it, Ronald Cartwright would have $100,000 of her money right now. Oh, I'm not sorry when I think of that. No, indeed, I'd do it all over again. I'd have been a coward not to take those papers. Gee, I'm mad, Min. I'm fighting mad. I don't like Mr. Cartwright. And I don't like Horace either. And I'll fight in any way I see to show Miss Grosvenor that they're mean, horrible people.
Well, why don't you be telling Mrs. Grosvenor about Horace slipping into your place at the Ruin house?
Oh, she wouldn't believe me, that's why. She won't believe anything I say. There's only one way I may be able to get proof.
What's that?
Min, I'm so far from being positive it will help that I better not talk about it. But it's something I'm going to do tonight. Something I'm going to do just as soon as I get back to the house.
Will you stop bemoaning what's happened, Horace?
It was your business, Cartwright, to get Mrs. Grosvenor to sign those papers today.
Well, confound it, what did happen to them? The instant before Louise came in to sign them, they disappeared. How did it happen? Who took them?
Well, it wasn't Allie, as we've let Mrs. Grosvenor think. It was Laurel Grosvenor.
But Laurel has no objection to my marrying her mother-in-law.
Evidently she has. I know she took the papers.
Well, that's hard to believe. I'd like to think Mrs. Dallas did. I'd like to inform Louise myself that Mrs. Dallas had taken them.
She didn't. It was Laurel. You've lost $100,000, and Laurel is responsible.
Well, if I thought that Laurel had taken
them...
them...
She's the only one in the house who could have done it. Mrs. Dallas is waiting in the living room.
Well, Laurel will regret it.
Yes, but that doesn't solve our immediate problem. The portrait upstairs has got to be taken away.
I told Louise I'd restore it.
Fine. Just what you should have done. But it's got to be removed from the house. We're in danger while it's here.
If we're in danger, it's because the hands were cut to ribbons with a knife.
Cartwright, what does it take to convince you that Mrs. Dallas had to be stopped from comparing the hands in the portrait with Laurel's? She would have discovered that it's the picture Laurel posed for and not the Grosvenor ancestress.
She's got no reason not to think Laurel's portrait is being framed, as I said it was.
You don't know what she thinks, Cartwright. The picture upstairs is Laurel's portrait, with the exception of the face.
The picture is a copy of the original. If the canvas hadn't been cut, no one would ever have doubted that it was the portrait of Clarice Elizabeth.
All right, but now it's got to be removed from the house before Mrs. Dallas begins concentrating on the likeness of her daughter's hand.
No, that's ridiculous, Horace. If Mrs. Dallas suspected anything, she'd tell Louise.
I'll go in the portrait room now. While Mr. Cartwright is downstairs. The door to the drawing room was closed, so I'll bet Horace is in there talking to him. Well, that's not my concern right now. Where's the light? What? The light don't turn on. That's funny. Oh, well, there's a lamp over here. Well, it don't either. Well, the globe's been taken out. Gosh, if that's not something. I've got to have light to see Clarice Elizabeth's picture. Oh, the candlesticks. Yes, now if I can just find a match. There was a box right... Yes, here they are. Now I'll light the candles. Yeah. Gee, how strange the room looks by candlelight. And the portrait. The hands cut to pieces like that. Oh, it makes me heartsick every time I see them. They're so like Lolly's hands. And cut in this dreadful way. That finger. The fourth finger bent just like Lolly bends hers. I'll just... Yes. Yes, a lot of these little pieces of canvas could be pulled off without any trouble at all.
Mrs. Dallas.
Who's that? Oh, Horace.
What are you doing here?
Just looking at the picture of Clarice Elizabeth.
You startled me when I saw you here with the candles.
Did I?
I'm sorry, but Mr. Cartwright sent me to take the picture down.
Oh, to take it down?
Mrs. Grosvenor wants him to restore the damage my wife did. So I'll take it over to my apartment and examine it thoroughly, and Mr. Cartwright will restore it.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead, Horace, and take it off the wall and out of the house. I got no reason to want to see it again. None at all. I've seen it tonight, and that's enough.
There's vivid excitement in Stella's voice. And for a moment, by the light of the candles, Horace stares at her suspiciously. But Stella meets his gaze evenly. And Horace can't see that Stella is holding something in her hand, something she pulled from the portrait. Well, don't miss the surprising turn of drama in tomorrow's absorbing chapter of Stella Dallas. Here's a quick and easy way to overcome acid indigestion, stomach distress that often occurs when you eat too much or too quickly. What you do is this. Alkalize the excess acidity of your stomach by taking Phillips Milk of Magnesia. You'll find that your stomach upset will be relieved quickly and gently. That's because Phillips Milk of Magnesia is rated among the most rapidly effective alkalizers or neutralizers of excess stomach acids known. And stomach upsets are usually caused by an excessively acid condition of the stomach. What's more, when taken at bedtime in water or orange juice, 2 to 4 tablespoons of Phillips Milk of Magnesia will help you to start the day feeling on top of the world, fresh as a daisy, ready to tackle the problems of the day. So keep Phillips Milk of Magnesia handy. But when you buy, ask for it by its full name, Phillips Milk of Magnesia, not merely for Milk of Magnesia alone. And when you take it, follow this advice. Caution, use only as directed on the package. Besides the familiar liquid form, you can also get the convenient Phillips Milk of Magnesia tablets to carry in pocket or purse. Cost only 25 cents, less than 1 cent a tablet at any drugstore. This chapter in the later life of Stella Dallas is written by Anne Hummert and is based on the famous character created by Olive Higgins Prouty in her great novel. Stella Dallas will be on the air at the same time tomorrow, 4:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is Frank Gallup speaking.
Many doctors say women need more iron than men. So supplement your diet with ironized yeast tablets. You get extra iron to help keep your blood rich and red. Extra vitamin B1 to help keep your nerves steady. Ironized yeast tablets.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
.30 Eastern Wartime, WEAF, New York. This program may be interrupted to bring you the latest war bulletins.
And now, smile a while with Lorenzo Jones and his wife, Belle. We all know couples like lovable, impractical Lorenzo Jones and his devoted wife, Belle. Lorenzo's inventions have made him a character to the town, but not to Belle, who loves him. Their struggle for security is anybody's story, but somehow with Lorenzo, it has more smiles than tears. The next time you feel an ordinary headache or the pains of neuritis or neuralgia coming on, take 2 Bayer aspirin tablets with a little water immediately. Chances are, if you do this at once, your whole day may be saved. That's because quick-acting Bayer tablets give such fast relief. They start to dissolve or disintegrate almost instantly you take them, hence are ready to start working without delay. So always ask for Bayer aspirin when you buy, not for aspirin alone. You can identify it by the name Bayer, stamped in the form of a cross on every tablet. Price only 15 cents for 12, or 2 full dozen for a quarter. And now, Lorenzo Jones and his wife, Belle. Lorenzo has come across his high school yearbook and, to his surprise and delight, discovers that a great future was predicted for him, either as a scientist, poet, or financier. But once the delight wears off and he begins to ask whether he's lived up to his early promise, he goes into a decline. And finally, to salve his conscience, decides that if he hasn't made his mark in the world, then it must be Belle who's held him down. In the Jones living room, Belle is talking to Chester's wife, Bertie.
Imagine it, Bertie, placing the blame on my doorstep, accusing me of holding him back. Why, I was flabbergasted.
You're really serious, Belle?
Of course.
Lorenzo is saying that if he hadn't married you, he'd have made a big name for himself?
That's right.
Well, of all things. It's hard to believe.
I wouldn't mind if we'd had a quarrel or if he'd said things that he'd be sorry for later on, but that didn't happen. I'd asked him to dispose of some old papers, and among them was his high school yearbook, the blue and the gold.
His high school yearbook?
Yes, and there was his picture, and he was listed as the most original, the most likely to succeed, and a lot more. Apparently, he was the outstanding member of his class.
Is that so?
Well, we laughed a bit and reminisced, and suddenly he got very thoughtful. After rereading the biographical sketch which predicted he'd make his mark as scientist, poet, or financier. It must have occurred to him that he hadn't lived up to his early promise, and as usual, he wanted to know why.
Oh, but, Belle, are you saying that he's taken the high school prophecies seriously?
Of course. What's prevented me from reaching the top of the ladder, he asked. And when I said, I don't know, dear, he laughed in a peculiar way and replied, something must have stopped me, Belle. Or someone. And when he said someone, he stared right at me.
And I tell you one thing, Bertie, I never felt so uncomfortable in my whole life.
But did he mention you by name, Belle? Did he actually say that if he hadn't married you, he'd have been an important man today?
Yes and no.
I don't quite understand.
Well, he went about it this way. He said that I was so practical, so down to earth, and so logical that every time he wanted to do something, spread his wings, as he calls it, I'd say, look before you leap, Lorenzo, and wait, dear, don't plunge in before considering, and that, he said, was the same as holding a man down.
Well, the very idea.
And when I protested, when I said that I'd tried to help him all our married life, he agreed and said I had tried, but that I'd failed. I was shocked, Bertie.
Well, of course you were, Belle.
He's had his disappointments, I admit it. But so have most people.
Mm-hmm.
He's tried to make his fortune as an inventor. He's proclaimed his genius to anybody who'd listen. But it hasn't done him very much good.
And so he blames you?
Yes.
Has he ever accused you before?
No.
Well, you mean to say that until he reread the high school yearbook the other night, he'd never said a word on the subject?
Not once.
Oh, then I'd forget the whole thing, Belle. I'd put it right out of my mind.
But, Bertie...
I mean it. Well, he's just talking to hear himself talk. And when a man does that, the only thing to do is not to pay any attention. He'll unwind in a few days.
Well, you don't think he means it? It's just...
Of course. The average man, when pressed, as it were, enjoys blaming his wife for his own failures. I've never known an exception.
Oh.
It's a weakness of the male animal.
Oh.
Ignore him, Belle, as I suggested before, and then, one of these days, bring up the subject yourself and put him on the carpet.
Lorenzo?
Certainly. Make him admit that he was wrong. And if I know the average man, he'll beg your forgiveness. And then,
yes,
you take your time forgiving. Keep him on tenterhooks for a week or so.
Oh.
Well, that's how I'd manage Chester. Not that it's necessary, of course, but if he ever got any ideas into his head about how I've stood in his way, believe me, Belle, I'd let him have a piece of my mind.
My dear Jones, this I can admit in confidence. Like you, I've had a millstone around my neck for several years.
You mean Bertie?
Yeah, precisely. Oh, good woman, mind you, the apple of my eye, but always making a fetish out of logic.
Golly.
Look before you leap, she says, at least 10 times a day. And worse luck, old man, that's just what I've been doing.
Amazing. Simply amazing.
Yeah, you know, Jones, by nature, women are cautious. That's an obvious fact.
Well, now, you mean they're concerned with the woof and the warp, while we, the male, look for new worlds to conquer? Is that it?
Precisely.
And in the struggle that ensues, we give in to them. They triumph, and we don't even know that we've lost.
Yeah, that's nicely put, old man.
Yeah. Well, you know, if I hadn't checked back on the blue and the gold, the high school yearbook, I'd have gone on my nose to the grindstone, peering neither to the right nor the left.
Undoubtedly.
Amazing. Simply amazing.
Tell me, old man, just what did the blue and gold say about you?
Oh, golly, everything that I've always believed. That I'd hit the top, bang, either as a scientist, poet, or financier.
Sure. That's a most interesting coincidence, old man.
It is?
That the school prognostication for you should more or less be identical with what was said about me.
Oh.
Yes, mine appeared in the Crocodile. That was our school publication. I was the editor, of course.
What did the Crocodile prognosticate?
You won't think I'm boasting, John?
No, of course not, Chester.
Well, then, after being voted the handsomest, the strongest, the best athlete, the most likely to succeed, the most talented, etc., they noted, as for Chester Van Dyne, this is from memory, old man.
Oh, naturally.
As for Chester Van Dyne, it seems safe to predict that his future is assured. Most likely as a prominent member of the diplomatic corps.
Golly.
And this I wouldn't admit to anyone but you, old man, for fear of being thought a bit conceited. Or the tycoon of a great financial empire. Naturally, some may say that youthful enthusiasm may have colored the prospects a bit, but that, you might say, is still a moot question.
Oh, well, of course. Very moot. In your case as well as mine.
Thanks, old man.
Yeah. There's just one point to examine, Chester. Would you say that Birdie has blocked your path or inhibited you in any way?
Yes, Jones. It grieves me to confess it, but it's true. If she were here now, if she had heard me say a word about the diplomatic corps, she'd have collapsed with laughter. And I suppose the same would go for Mrs. Jones.
Exactly. The successor to Thomas Edison's mantle? Don't be ridiculous, Lorenzo, she'd come in.
But she wouldn't laugh, would she?
No, but see, that's just a difference in technique.
Right.
But Birdie'd laugh, Bella get sarcastic. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. It's strange, isn't it, that you and I should be like 2 peas in a pod.
Well, not so strange. We're both unusual men, Jones. It's only the stubborn and the obstinate would fail to concede that point.
Correct. And if it hadn't been for the blue and the gold, I would never have realized that I had failed to live up to my early promise.
Precisely. And if you hadn't have brought up the topic, I would have gone on, not realizing that a millstone was tied around my neck. A mental millstone, if you make the distinction clear. Now what, old man?
Chester, let's face it. We have come to certain conclusions about ourselves that, loosely speaking, we really haven't hit the top of the ladder. True?
Between me and you, yes, old man.
So, what of the night, Skipper? I mean, what steps are necessary?
That's a nice point, John.
Yeah, now you have a thought. If not, may I make a suggestion?
Yes, of course.
Would you say that the time has come to strike off the chains that bind us?
Break them, Jones?
Well, figuratively, of course. Just lay down the law to the girls. Inform them that their constant state of caution has hindered your progress and mine, and say, in fact, from now on, cease.
Jones, this suggestion isn't too drastic, is it, old man?
Chester, there comes a moment when there's only one way out. The drastic way.
Lorenzo!
Which...
Lorenzo, are you in the workshop?
That's the little woman. Belle?
Oh. Birdie's waiting for you, Chester. She says you're having dinner with the Petersons.
Oh, yes. Thanks very much, Mrs. Jones. I'll dash along.
Yeah, okay, Chester. See you tomorrow.
Fine. Goodbye, Mrs. Jones.
Goodbye, Chester.
A wonderful man, all right.
Chester?
Of course. Like me, a doer of deeds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when he was at school, he, too, was picked as the most likely to succeed.
Oh.
And again, like me, thwarted in his effort to reach the top of the ladder.
Mm-hmm. Who's thwarted him?
Can you keep a secret?
Well, of course.
Birdie.
Birdie?
Just confessed it, Belle. She's too practical for him, too cautious. And we sort of agreed that is the trouble with wives. They can't see beyond their noses. Oh, golly dear, what's the matter? Did I say something to upset you?
Well, the fat's in the fire. If Lorenzo and Chester both say that their wives have held them back, can there be any truth in it? Or, as usual, is there another side to the story? If you're subject to frequent headaches, by all means see your doctor. He may find the cause and correct it. But next time you have an ordinary headache and seek really quick relief, try taking 2 quick-acting Bayer aspirin tablets with a full glass of water. Do this, and we believe you'll say it's one of the most reliable, fast-acting reliefs you've ever found. Anyone who uses real Bayer aspirin, we are certain, will tell you this about it. Tell you it works quickly, yet gently. For real Bayer aspirin tablets disintegrate in the stomach without delay. Hence are ready to start working almost instantly. That's one reason when you're especially anxious to find fast relief from a headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain that threatens to spoil your day, to get Bayer aspirin. Another reason for always asking for Bayer aspirin when you buy instead of just for aspirin alone is that the present price of Bayer aspirin in the economy size of 100 tablets is so low there's no point in accepting an unknown preparation in its place. For instance, you can now get real Bayer aspirin at any drugstore in the United States for a little more than 1/2 cent a tablet when you buy the 100-tablet bottle. Thousands of people are now buying Bayer aspirin in this economy size. Try it. The makers of Bayer aspirin invite you to listen in tomorrow at this time for the next episode of the story of Lorenzo Jones. Your announcer, George Putnam. Medical records reveal women need more iron than men. So supplement your diet with ironized yeast tablets. You get extra iron to help keep your blood rich and red, extra vitamin B1 to help keep your nerves steady. Ironized yeast tablets.
The following program may be interrupted so that we may be able to bring you the latest war bulletins. Again, the makers of Phillips Milk of Magnesia toothpaste and tooth powder present the moving human drama of a woman's heart and a mother's love. Young Widow Brown. In the little town of Simpsonville, attractive Ellen Brown, with 2 children to support, faces the question of what she owes to them and what she owes to herself. Here's a story of life and love as we all know it. Today we have been asked by our government to bring you this message. 2 million women are wanted at once to work on farms and in factories, to join the wax and waves, to help in stores, restaurants, laundries, and other community services. Every woman who is able to work and can possibly take a job is asked to go to her local United States Employment Service office tomorrow and find out what jobs are available, both full and part-time. Take a job to help shorten the war. And now for the story of young Widow Brown. Ellen Brown is saying goodnight to Captain Anthony Loring, her fiancé. A troubled goodnight, for her son Mark is still missing from his home.
Look, darling, why can't I sit on your doorstep all night? At least I'd be near enough in case you wanted me to talk to you about this.
No, Anthony, no. Go along back to the hotel. It's enough that you're near and that I can telephone you, dear.
Once more, I could point out the advantage of a marriage between you and me. However, this is not the time.
No, it's not the time. Will you stop at the police station on your way to the mansion house?
Certainly.
And call me?
Uh-huh.
And forgive me for being so very emotional and unbrave.
Darling, you have every right in the world to feel the way you do. It's your son who's lost. That gives you special privileges. I'm sure he's going to show up sometime tonight, though.
Anthony, if he only would, if he could only know that this is the place to come. If I could only get that message to him. Anthony, how could I have brought him up this far and not make him confident of me?
Now, look, if you intend to sit here with that on your mind, I'm not going to budge.
No, I'll go indoors, I promise, and I'll relax. I'll go up and talk with Janie.
All right, and call me, darling, will you, as often as you like?
Yes, dear.
And remember, Mark did go out to Camp Mercer to see me, and that means he's all right.
Yes, dear.
Good night, sweet.
Good night, Anthony.
But Janie is not in her room, for still frightened over the crime he thinks he helped commit, Mark has gotten his young friend, Phoebe McIntosh, to go to Janie for help. And now the 2 girls are hurrying down the street.
Phoebe, don't hurry so. I can't keep up with you. Well, Janie, I've got parents which will be looking for me if I'm not in my bed. Well, my mother doesn't know I'm out either, but I still can't walk with a stitch in my side. All right, I'll try to walk slower. But if it was my brother, I'd hurry. He isn't wounded, is he? just waiting to see me. I'm kind of mad at him anyway.
I don't think you should be.
Well, it wasn't fair of Mark to make me swear by the oath of the dead buffalo not to tell Mother.
What do you mean it wasn't fair, Janie?
Well, it wasn't fair. He knows I'd never violate that oath.
Well, that's why he did it, you dope.
And you shouldn't call me a dope, besides. Stop walking fast again. You've got on play shoes, and I've got heels.
Serves you right for being so dressy and grown up, Janie. Everybody says you're just rushing everything.
They do not. Who says that? That isn't true. That's terrible.
Well, nobody says it really, but I think you are. All of a sudden you get very stuffy and grown up.
Oh, don't be silly. Where's Mark been all day? What did he tell you?
He says he's a desperate man and he's going to jail and all that. He's in a terrible mess, Janie.
What did he do? Did he tell you?
No.
I wouldn't be one bit surprised if he didn't do anything, Phoebe.
Janie, he's a desperate man and he means it. I think you're pretty hard-hearted to talk like that.
Well, I'm thinking of my mother, who's just beside herself. My goodness, Phoebe, if you had a son who disappeared, you'd be desperate, not him.
Well, he hasn't disappeared because he's right in my father's garage.
Well, why doesn't he come home to his own garage?
He doesn't go home to his own garage on account of the police will arrest him.
Why?
Because of being a criminal. Why do you think?
Phoebe, my brother is not a criminal.
He is so. He said he was himself.
He was bragging.
Why would he brag about being a criminal? Janie, don't be so silly ridiculous.
Oh, Mark's like that. He brags a lot.
He does not brag, Janie. Mark's a very lovely person. He doesn't brag, and he isn't one little bit conceited. He's a nice boy, Mark is.
All right. He's a nuisance for a brother. My heavens, I'm going to get out of that dead buffalo oath just as fast as I can. I'm not going to let my mother be so unhappy. That's terrible.
Well, you and Mark can talk about that. Oh, my.
What?
My father and Mother are going out. Oh, I hope Mark has sense enough to get out of the garage before they see him there.
Well, what should we do, Phoebe?
Wait right here behind the hedge. Don't let them see you, Janie. For goodness sakes, don't let them see you.
And in Chicago, Judith Carter, the wife of the man who has brought all this upset into the life of Ellen and her family, is talking with her son, John, fearful of what her husband may be doing back in Simpsonville.
John, what are we to do? What can we do now?
Well, there are a lot of things we can do, Mother, but the first one is for you to quit worrying.
Oh, John, I can't bear for it to happen again. For Simon to go to prison again.
I know, Mother, I know. Just let me think the thing over.
It's the same crowd again, John. The same ones who mixed him up in the thing before. Ferguson is right in Simpsonville waiting while your father does what he has to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's so changed, John, so terribly changed. I never realized what prison could do to him.
Well, let's get a couple more of the details, Mother.
Well, there aren't many, John, just what I've told you. Simon intends to get hold of that money he hid before he went to prison 10 years ago. And he can only get it if he finds the crossword puzzle.
And the crossword puzzle was in the handbag she picked up in mistake for her own.
Yes.
And Father thinks this Ellen Brown knows the value of the puzzle?
Well, he argues that if she didn't know it was valuable, why didn't she send it back with the other things that were in my handbag?
Uh-huh.
And he was so sure that she had it that he got her little boy Mark to help him.
Oh, that's a crummy thing to do, Mother.
Yes. Oh, but John... Dear, what's the use? I want you to like him and trust him, to respect your father, but...
Now, don't worry, Mother. That's not important at this point.
It is important, John. It's what I've lived for and fought and prayed for all these years. That when Simon came out of prison, we could have at least a few years of happiness and contentment.
10 years in jail is apt to embitter anybody, Mother.
Then there's the disgrace. Oh, I tried so to shield you from that, so that you wouldn't be embarrassed and humiliated, John. The changing our name.
From Blake to Carter.
Peter Blake. We changed it to Simon Carter. Oh, I wonder whatever became of the real Peter Blake. The man I married. The man who thought my son John was the most wonderful person in the world.
Take it easy, Mother.
I wrote him when he was in prison. Wrote him everything you did. About our plans for you. How my job was holding up, and how you were working after school, and how proud he'd be of you.
Yep.
And I told him about Millicent. Oh, John, what shall we do about Millicent?
We're not going to worry about her.
And that was my greatest joy, your happy marriage. And the fact that I'd been able to keep things so that she wouldn't know about your father. So that she and her family would... Well, it proves, doesn't it, that you can't build anything on lies, no matter how well-intentioned they are.
Yep.
You found out. You're always found out.
Mother, listen, dear.
So you will suffer for what your father did, and Millicent will suffer, and the baby when it arrives in this world. Oh, John, what can we do? Simon isn't evil. He's weak. And he wanted so much to give you the good things of life.
Mother, dear, listen, I don't have any beef against my father at all. You've got to remember that. I'm just going a little bit daffy trying to figure out how to get him out of this jam.
Oh, it's too late, John.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Just let me figure it a bit, huh?
Your leave. Your precious little leave, darling. This is a horrid way to spend it. Millicent must hate me.
Millicent never hated anybody.
You're home for such a little while, and now I take your time and your thoughts. Oh, John, it's so unfair.
I think I'll go to Simpsonville, Mother.
Why, John.
If Father's still there, perhaps the sight of me might bring him back to the straight and narrow path. Son in uniform and all that. Make his conscience start churning.
Well... Oh, but, darling, that's not fair to Millicent.
She'll understand. You'd be amazed at how much Millicent does understand, Mother.
John, when I came back here to Chicago today, I had such a strong determination to follow one particular path.
What path?
To forget Simon. To forget him and his problems and his worries.
You couldn't do it, Mother.
No, you can't. I can't let Simon go, John. No matter how much better it would be for you. I can't settle down here and forget him and not be responsible for him.
I can't either.
No. You see? I've saddled you with my responsibilities.
They're not your responsibilities, Mother. They're mine. I remember Father very well.
Oh, but John,
I remember Sundays in the park when I was 8 or 9. I remember baseball games. I remember following the comics with him. Meeting him when he'd get off the bus with the paper so that we could talk about what happened. Oh, I remember a lot of things about my father.
Oh, John, you actually talk as if you loved him.
I've got swell memories of him along with the tough ones. Now listen. Tell me about this town of Simpsonville. Where is it? How do you get there? And how long does it take both ways?
So another newcomer is about to arrive in Simpsonville. And in the meantime, what of Ellen and her missing son? What of Simon Carter himself? Be sure to listen again tomorrow for Young Widow Brown. And now, Ellen.
America never wants to be second to anyone, not even to our gallant allies. In Great Britain, about 55% of the women are now engaged in war work. In Russia, about 75% of all workers are women. American women want to top this, and must top it, if we're to meet our 1944 production schedules and keep the home front running. With more and more of our men being called into the armed services every day, American women who are not now employed and who are able to work are needed by the hundreds of thousands and even millions to take their places at once in war plants and in essential civilian jobs. There's a particular need for women workers in armament production, on farms, in factories, and in such essential civilian jobs as grocery clerks, waitresses, salesgirls, laundresses, cooks, streetcar and train conductors. Every woman who is able to work is urged to go to the nearest United States Employment Service office tomorrow and find out what jobs are open to her. I repeat the name, the United States Employment Service office. The address is in the telephone directory. Take a job and help shorten the war.
Thank you, Ellen. Today's performance of Young Widow Brown was presented by the makers of Phillips Milk of Magnesia toothpaste and tooth powder, in cooperation with the drug, cosmetic, and allied industries, on behalf of the government's campaign to recruit woman power. Young Woodard Brown will be on the air at this same time tomorrow, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Wartime. George Ansbro, speaking for the makers of Phillips Milk of Magnesia toothpaste and tooth powder.
Ladies, don't let your skin go. Don't let carelessness rob your skin of its natural beauty. Use Phillips Milk of Magnesia face creams at once and use them regularly. See how they soften and smooth the skin, and at the same time help neutralize any excess acid accumulations in the external pore openings. Get Phillips Milk of Magnesia skin cream and Phillips Milk of Magnesia cleansing cream today.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
p.m. GRUEN, Gruen Precision Watch Time. The Curvex, accurate, dependable. WEAF, New York.
This is Don Hollenbeck in New York. We delay our program momentarily to bring you late invasion bulletins. A German military commentator admits Allied operations in France have been extended to a front of about 140 miles. He further says the Allied beachhead between Cherbourg and Le Havre is 25 miles long by a few miles deep. And this final admission by the enemy that the Nazi defenses are finding it difficult to cope with the many divisions of airborne and parachute forces which have landed in swarms between Le Havre and Cherbourg. But NBC's W.W. Chaplin, reporting direct from London, said only an hour ago there are evidences of anxiety among the Allied leaders, probably as a bulwark against any over-optimism on our part. Chaplin described our invasion troops as being very tired and waiting to get their second wind. NBC shortwave monitors heard a Berlin broadcast admitting the loss of Bayeux, an inland town about 40 miles from Caen. This news came to you from the NBC newsroom in New York.
When a girl marries. Certo, the natural fruit pectin that jams and gels fruits the quick, certain way, presents When a Girl Marries, a story of young married life dedicated to everyone who has ever been in love. This summer, promise yourself that every berry, every bit of fruit you can get your hands on will be put by for next winter's good eating. Yes, can and preserve and make your own delicious fruit jams and clear, sparkling jellies. The more, the merrier eating for the box lunchers, the morning toast eaters, and, well, I guess just everyone in the family. Now, if you're like most women, time's pretty precious. So you won't want to spend time over a hot stove, stirring, boiling, testing jams and jellies. Instead, you'll want to do what champion jelly makers have been doing for years. Make your sweet spreads with Certo. Yes, ma'am, prize-winning jelly makers discovered years ago that they could make sweet spreads faster, more delicious, and fresh-flavored with Certo. Oh, Certo will give you beautiful jams and jellies in a fraction of the time you'd spend the old-fashioned way. Just a half-minute boil for jelly, a minute for jam, and all fruits set with Certo. So, of course, you get more finished spreads, because the juice hasn't time to boil away in steam. With Certo, there's an average bonus of 4 more glasses than you'd get from the same amount of fruit made the long boil way. So, when you make jellies and jams this summer, have them more delicious, more fresh-flavored. Make them with America's favorite fruit pectin, Certo. Start now. Get fruit, sugar, and Certo. And now, When a Girl Marries, the story of Joan and Harry Davis. Last night, Joan decided that she could no longer stay with Harry. Not when he had gone to Betty Skidmore, when she asked him not to.
when she had told him that she would leave him if he did. Now, the next morning, there's a ring at the doorbell of the Field house in Stanwood. Lily, with a clutch of fear at her heart, is certain that it's Harry Davis who has come after Joan and Sammy. And Mrs. Field is bracing herself to meet him as Nettie swings open the door and cries out,
Why, Mr. Stanley. Excuse me, I guess I should say Captain Stanley.
Hello, Nettie. You certainly should. Is Mrs. Field home? Oh, there you are. Say, am I glad to see you.
Phil Stanley. I don't believe it.
Yep, I'm invalided home, although I don't feel much like an invalid. Well, what do you think about being a captain and say, hello, who is this? Hey, this couldn't be. Don't tell me. This great big guy isn't my godson.
Oh, Mr. Stanley, the Lord be praised if you isn't like manna from heaven.
Lily, well, what do you know? This is a homecoming to end all homecomings. I just don't believe you're here. I just don't believe that's Sammy. Hello, young fella. Are you Sammy Davis?
Sammy Davis.
Why, he's gigantic. Why, he's ready to fly a P-38. He's a humdinger. Mrs. Field, don't tell me Joan's here, too.
Yes, she's here, but she's asleep.
Oh, say, this is out of this world. Wonderful. I had no idea she was home. Mother never said a word about
She
it.
arrived last night. And look at you, Mr. Stanley, with all them ribbons on your chest. My, but you look good.
Say, if I look good, you ought to know how good you look to me, all of you. And you too, Nettie. Oh, it's just like old times to be home again. Just like old times to be over here in your house and to have Joan here, too. Don't tell me Harry's upstairs.
No, and Harry's still in Beechwood.
I can't get over it. Coming home and finding everybody I want most to see right next door. Hey, Sammy, haven't you got something to say besides looking at me out of those big blue eyes? Hey, he's a spitting image of Joan, isn't he?
Yes, I think he looks a lot like her.
Tell me everything, Lily. Tell me, how's Mrs. Cameron? And how's my farm getting on? Golly, I've got a lot to catch up on.
Yes, sir. Miss Cameron, she's fine. And the farm is fine, too. They got a good price for the potatoes, and they got more in the ground coming up so fast you can almost hear them grow.
Oh, say, that's great. And what about her kids? What about Kathy and Rudy?
Oh, they're fine, too. Well, sit down, Phil, and have a cup of coffee with us. We're just going to have breakfast.
You don't have to coax me. Oh, it's so good to sit here at your table and look at you all. Come on, Sammy. Can't you say something to me? Can't you say Phil? That's my name. Can't you say, hi, Captain?
Say Captain Phil, Sammy. Go on.
Now you've got it.
Oh, he's so taken with you, Captain Stanley. He can't take his eyes off you. He won't even eat the rest of his breakfast.
Say, maybe I ought to stay outside till he's through.
Go, Cap Phil. Go, Cap Phil.
He wants to go to you. He wants for you to take him.
Oh.
Well, I like that when he wouldn't even let his grandmother come near him.
Oh, well, he feels different about me. You see, I'm his godfather. You've got to stay on the right side of a godfather because he's supposed to shower you with things.
Take Sammy, Cap Phil.
Oh, okay. Hey, how do you get him out of his contraption?
I'll lift the tree.
All right, big boy. Up you go.
Down. Put Sammy down. Sammy Big Boy.
Oh, golly, will you listen to that little tyke talk? He can say everything as plain as day, can't he?
Cap Phil, go bye-bye. Sammy, take Cap Phil, bye-bye.
Oh, now, what the dickens does that mean?
I'm not sure. You see, he just arrived. It means he wants you to go out and play with him, Captain Stanley.
Why, sure. We'll go out and play, Sammy.
Only you'll let Captain Phil have a cup of coffee, won't you, Sammy?
No.
Oh, no.
Sammy, take Cap Phil, bye-bye. Come on.
You come on, Sammy. You come on out to the kitchen with Lily and get your egg. You ain't finished your breakfast, and you ain't never going to finish it, filling your eyes full of Captain Stanley in that uniform either. Come along with Nanny, Sammy, and eat your egg good. Then you can come back and Captain Phil will go out and play with you.
No.
Yes, you do like Lily said. Do you hear? I don't want any more argumentation. I ain't never seen him take to nobody like he's took to you.
Well, that's fine. That's the way it ought to be, isn't it? That's the way a guy should feel about his godfather.
No, Nanny, go away. Bad Nanny. Sammy, go Cap Phil.
I just got to pick you up bodily, Sammy Davis, and carry you out to the kitchen.
There he goes.
Well, you made quite a conquest, haven't you?
I honestly think he liked me.
Well, I don't see how he could help it, Phil. You look simply wonderful. I hope you're going to wear that uniform for a long time.
Yeah, not so long now. Not so long now that I'm honorably discharged.
Sit down here and let me pour your coffee for you.
Will you have anything else, Captain Stanley? Some toast?
No, not a thing. Nothing, thank you.
It's awful good to see you home.
When did you get here, Phil?
I got here last evening. The minute I woke up and got out, I jumped the hedge and came over here. And whom do I run into but the Davis family?
Yes. They arrived late last night, too, or rather early this morning.
And what about Sylvia, Mrs. Field? How's she?
Sylvia's married to a naval officer. She's in Norfolk just now.
Little Sylvia married?
Uh-huh.
What do you know about that? To whom?
To Chick Norris.
No, not the chick. Golly, do you mean after turning him down all those times, she finally said yes?
Oh, she not only said yes, but she loves him.
Well, it certainly shows that persistence wins the race, doesn't it?
Sometimes. Oh, Phil, I'm so glad to see you. I'm so terribly glad to see you today.
Oh, gee, thanks. Oh, but why today?
Because it's almost like fate having you walk in here just now, just at this minute, just at this point in Joan's life.
Well, what do you mean?
You like sugar, don't you, Phil, and a little cream?
Yes, thank you. Well, what about Joan?
She's left Harry. She's come home to me.
Left Harry? Oh, I don't believe it. Why, they're crazy about each other. I never saw two people more crazy about each other than Joan and Harry.
They were crazy about each other.
But I saw them together. Harry's a great guy. Why would Joan want to leave Harry?
Oh, Phil, there's so much to tell you, and there's so much I don't know myself. Joan was too tired to talk for long after she got here, but Lily's told me a little about it. Things haven't been going well between them for a long time.
I don't get it. Joan would never leave Harry, never in a million years. Oh, aren't you exaggerating, Mrs. Field? Isn't she here on a visit and you're hoping she'll stay a long time?
She told me herself she'd come home to stay.
But how? Why? I don't understand. What could have happened?
Why, Phil Stanley.
Joan!
I don't believe it.
Well, I didn't know you were up here. I didn't even know you were awake.
Oh, Phil, you look wonderful. You look simply gorgeous, doesn't he, Mother?
He certainly does.
You look pretty gorgeous yourself.
Oh, I look terrible. I was practically all night driving over here. And if I'd dreamed you were here for breakfast, I'd have dressed up instead of coming down this way with my hair down.
That's the way you always used to wear your hair, Joan. Around your shoulders like a golden cloud. No wonder you've got such a handsome son.
Oh, Sammy, you've seen Sammy?
Seen him. Sammy's mad about Phil. Calls him Cat Phil.
Oh, does he like you already?
Well, he ought to. I've liked him so long. Oh, kidding aside, Joan, he's a great guy.
Well, I'm glad you like him. Did he behave all right, Mother?
Well, he wouldn't look at me or speak to me, and he cried every time I came near him. Otherwise, he behaved beautifully.
He'll get used to you when he's been here a while.
Oh, if you only knew how good it sounds to hear you say that, Joan.
I'll say it sounds good with me back here for keeps.
For keeps?
Yeah, I've been invalided out of the Army, but I'm fine now. Except that I'm not so much use to Uncle Sam as I was before I was wounded.
Oh, Phil, I didn't know you'd been hurt.
Yeah, but it's all over. And I've got my reward.
Your reward?
Yes. Seeing you, all of you again. Having you here when I get home.
We'll be back in just a moment. But now, strawberries, blackberries, raspberries, juicy, ripe, and luscious sweet, ready to turn into delicious jellies and jams with Serto. Oh, no sugar? Oh, well, shucks. Haven't you heard? Each sugar stamp 40 in your family's number 4 ration books is worth 5 pounds of sugar for home processing. In a family of 4 people, that's 20 pounds of sugar, ma'am. And for more sugar, be sure to see or write your ration board. They'll tell you how to get extra sugar for canning, preserving jams and jellies. Wonderfully delicious jams and jellies with Serto. How to do it? Well, with each bottle of Serto, there's a booklet with 90 different recipes for all the popular berries and fruits. Every recipe's home-tested to make sure it's right. Follow these recipes exactly, and even if you've never even thought of making sweet spreads before, in just 15 minutes after preparing fruit, you can have beautiful jam or jelly topped with paraffin, cooling on the table. So don't wait. June berries will soon be gone till next year. Save yours now in luscious jams and jellies with Serto. In the dining room of the Field home, Phil Stanley stands smiling down into Joan's eyes. Phil, her playmate and companion through childhood, whom she has almost forgotten, but who has not forgotten her. Well, there until tomorrow at this time, we leave the story of When a Girl Marries, written by Elaine Carrington. This program is presented by Certo, the largest-selling bottled natural fruit pectin in the world. Remember, ladies, you get more and better jams and jellies from the same amount of fruit that certain way with Certo. C-E-R-T-O. Certo. Your announcer is Charles Stark.
Half a minute for Minute Gelatin.
Minute Gelatin, oh Minute Gelatin. It helps conserve your precious food. That's Minute Gelatin. Minute Gelatin.
Uncle Sam has a new slogan: Food fights for freedom. Produce, conserve, share, and play square. And Minute Gelatin helps to conserve food. It's a plain, unflavored gelatin that works wonders with leftovers. Leftover meat, chicken, fruit, vegetables can be turned into substantial main dishes.
It helps conserve your precious food. That's Minute Gelatin. Minute Gelatin. Minute
This is the National Broadcasting Company. WEAF, New York.
This program will be interrupted for any invasion bulletins.
What's new? What's new? Post Raisin Bran is new. A cereal sensation, a magical combination. Post Raisin Bran, it's new.
Post's Raisin Bran, the exciting new cereal that's rich with raisins, presents
We Love and Learn. We Love and Learn, the romantic story of Andrea Reynolds.
Gardeners are very spoiled people. Every day they can pick themselves a different set of greens for lunch and salad and a plate of lovely new vegetables for dinner. But when it comes to breakfast cereals, well, we never yet heard of anyone growing their own. But shucks, who'd want to? Now that we can buy Post's Raisin Bran at the grocer's. Yes, I said Post's Raisin Bran. It's delicious, it's different, it's new. You've never before tasted anything quite like this combination of golden wheat and bran flakes, plus lots and lots of California seedless raisins. Yes, lots of raisins. Not a mere 1 ounce, not just 2 ounces, but 3 full ounces in each 11-ounce package. And of course it's the raisins that make the big difference in this delightful cereal. Real 40% bran flakes plus seedless raisins make Post's Raisin Bran just the right combination. Right for flavor, right for nourishment, and right for regularity. But don't take my word for it. No, indeed. Try this delicious combination of toasted wheat and bran flakes, plus lots of seedless raisins for yourself. Look for the blue and white box and the name P-O-S-T-S, Posts, printed on every package. Ask for Post's Raisin Bran by name. It's new.
Now, we love and learn. In Andrea's heart, there's a growing fear that the tragedy which has befallen Jim and his young wife, Margaret, is about to affect the plans she and Bill have made for an immediate marriage. She knows that in Jim Martin, Bill sees himself, and in the place of Margaret, he pictures her. Margaret. Andrea finds herself wishing that Colonel Rogers had not given her the job of breaking the news of her husband's condition to a young woman she doesn't even know. What is she going to say to her? How can she convince Jim's wife of her duty to her husband in this crucial period of his life? In the large, homey kitchen of Mrs. Van Cleve's boarding house, Andrea and Taffy and Mrs. Peters are discussing Jim's sad plight. Taffy, outwardly sympathetic but secretly pleased with the turn of events which threaten to disrupt Andrea's plans, and Mrs. Peters, who intends to use the Martins' tragedy as a weapon for the same purpose, have joined forces in an attempt to make Andrea see the foolhardiness of a war marriage. To bring home her point, Mrs. Peters has just asked Andrea if she really thinks Margaret will be willing to take back a crippled husband, and Andrea answers her,
Well, of course she will if she loves him.
Well, that's a pretty severe test of a woman's love, I think.
If love can't stand being tested, it isn't much to start with.
You're very right, my dear. I don't know Mrs. Martin, and I may be wrong, but I do feel that if her love for Jim had been strong and real, it could have withstood the test of a separation.
But perhaps
she could have waited until he came back to marry him. She wouldn't have added to his responsibilities, and he wouldn't be worrying himself to death with reproaches now.
But what's the difference? It's still a question of how much she loves him. Taking him back now or marrying him now, it's still the same thing.
I don't agree with you, my dear. It's Margaret's duty now to take back her husband. It's her duty to him and to society. If he weren't her husband, it would be different. Then she could act in accordance with her feelings. As it is, she no longer has that right.
Mrs. Peters, you've just said a mouthful.
I what?
Said a mouthful. For the first time since you arrived in this house, I find myself agreeing with you. But completely.
Well,
thanks, Taffy.
Don't you see, my dear, if Margaret does take Jim back now, he can never be sure she didn't do it out of pity.
Well, that's why Colonel Rogers wants me to talk with her. To help her avoid Jim suspecting it may be pity.
Pity is a hard thing to live with, Andrea. Today it's pity, and tomorrow it's contempt. Jim Martin knows that.
But if they hadn't been married and she wanted to marry him now, couldn't he feel the same way? Couldn't he still feel it was pity that was making her do it?
Sure he could, but he wouldn't.
Why not?
Because a guy in love believes what he wants to, and he'd want to believe that the girl had a choice.
Exactly. Miss Graham, I must say you surprised me. I didn't expect...
When you're right, Mrs. Peters, you're right. I never let my personal feelings interfere with my common sense. I wish Andy'd take after me. And not with an axe, either.
We agree again, Miss Graham. If only Andrea would use her intelligence instead of her emotions.
Well, as long as you two are getting along so beautifully, I think I'll go get ready for my appointment.
Oh, Andy, for the love of Mike, don't go getting hurt. It's for your own good.
If you listen now, my dear, you'll be grateful someday. You'll know what good friends we were to you.
Well, there's just one thing I want to say before I go. You're both wrong, and time will prove it. When two people love each other, nothing in the world matters so long as they have each other. Duty, obligations, right, wrong, they're only words. They don't count. Margaret has Jim back alive. If she loves him, that's all that'll matter. That he's come back alive. You are in, aren't you?
Yeah, all in. What do you want to leave me with my hands full of Mrs. Peters for?
Well, don't tell me you're bored already, Taffy. Why, you've just discovered that you and she are soulmates.
I'm getting a real kick out of you, Andy. You're doing all right.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. You've come a long way since you landed in New York. There's hardly any hay left in your hair. Now, if you'd only get the cobwebs out of your eyes.
Well, if you think your tongue is the broom that's going to do it.
Oh, better and better. There's hope for you. Someday you're going to crash your way right through those great big trees and actually see the forest.
Oh.
Come on, Andy. Get down off your high horse before you fall and break your neck. I'm only doing what's best for you.
In your opinion.
And I've got a lot of respect for my opinion. It's built on a solid foundation of extensive experience.
Well, you paid for it. I suggest you use it yourself.
Can I help it if I've got a big heart? Want to share my experience with my friends?
Well, I don't want your experience. I want my own. Nobody's going to live my life for me. I don't want any shock absorbers.
Spoken like a man.
Oh, Taffy.
Now look, Andy. All this highfalutin talk, this battle of wits, isn't getting us anywhere except sore at each other.
Well, I'm ready to quit whenever you are.
I've been pulling my punches up to now, but if you want a showdown with me, you're going to get it.
I don't think that's necessary. You've made your attitude quite plain.
Well, I'm going to make it plainer. You're sore anyway, so I may as well give it to you straight.
I've got it straight. You don't approve of my marrying Bill.
Bill isn't the right man for you.
You've said that before.
And his mother says it. Maybe for a different reason, but we're both right. Now, don't get me wrong, Andy. I'm not saying it because I don't think Bill has the makings of a nice enough guy. It's just that, well, he's still all tangled up in his mother's apron strings. I'm warning you, honey. If you marry him now, he'll never get untangled. What's more, he'll end up tying those apron strings around you, too. And one fine morning, you'll find yourself choking to death.
Well, what would you suggest I do? Tell Bill to choose between his mother and me?
Oh, yeah, I can just see you doing that. Besides, it wouldn't do a bit of good anyway. A man's got to be a man on his own. Not because a girl he's madly in love with asks him to be.
Are you all through, Taffy?
Talking, maybe. But I'm not through trying. Not by a long shot.
Then suppose I ask you to mind your own business.
Won't do you any good. I'm an obstinate son of a gun, and I'm your friend. And that makes you my business.
Miss Andy?
Yes?
There's a telephone call for you.
Telephone for me, Mr. Bones?
That's right.
Oh, thank you.
It's a man with an awful mellifluous voice.
Well, I wonder who it is.
Well, I expect you could find out by accident.
Excuse me, Taffy. I'll be back in a few minutes, but don't wait unless you want to.
Oh, I'll be right here. I've got nowhere to go.
Hello?
Miss Reynolds?
Yes?
Colonel Rogers speaking. How are you?
Oh, fine, thank you. I was just getting ready to leave for the hospital.
Good. That's why I'm calling you. Mrs. Martin has already arrived.
Oh?
She came a little sooner than we expected. She's waiting now, so if you can hurry a little.
I'll get there just as soon as I can.
That's fine. And, Miss Reynolds.
Yes, Colonel?
Please come to my office first before you inquire for Mrs. Martin. Some unexpected developments have occurred in Private Martin's case that I must talk to you about before you see his wife.
So the interview Andrea's been dreading is actually upon her. As she turns away from the telephone, her heart beats with sickening rapidity, and her mind is trying frantically to remember all the things she intends to say to Margaret Martin. More about Andrea Reynolds in just a moment. But first,
3 cheers for the newest thing in cereals. That's Post's Raisin Bran. 3 more cheers for the 3 full ounces of raisins in each 11-ounce box. That's a lot of raisins, lady. And extra raisins mean extra flavor in this delightful new cereal combination. Yes, I said delightful. For that's the word for crunchy golden wheaten bran flakes combined with chewy seedless California raisins. No wonder folks all over town are falling for Post's Raisin Bran first time they try it. They know a good thing when they taste it, and so will you. Put Post's Raisin Bran on your shopping list right now. You'll find it at the grocer's. Look for the blue and white box with the name P-O-S-T-S, Posts, printed on every package. Be sure to ask by name for Post's Raisin Bran. And remember, it's delicious, it's different, it's new.
all Andrea's worry about tomorrow's meeting with Margaret Martin will not prepare her for what happens when she arrives at the hospital. For Colonel Rogers has a startling request which forces her to change all her plans.
You'll want to hear tomorrow's chapter of We Love and Learn, brought to you by Post's Raisin Bran, a magic combination of crisp toasted bran flakes and choice seedless raisins. Remember,
what's new? What's new? Post Raisin Bran is new. A cereal sensation, a magical combination. Post Raisin Bran, it's new.
yes, Post's Raisin Bran. Your announcer, Bernard Dudley.
Laddie, Jip, smart dogs, listen. Do you know any fussy little dog who turns up his nose and says, I won't eat when he gets food he's not used to? Then put him on the trail of Gaines. Gaines. Gaines Dog Meal. The complete meal that gives you your meat meal, minerals, vitamins, everything a dog is known to need. It's been a favorite of big kennels for years. So speak. Speak for Gaines. America's largest selling dog food.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's 6:60 on your dial for the 6 o'clock news. 30 minutes from now, listen to Don Hollenbeck's summary of the evening news. WEAF, New York.
Just Plain Bill, usually heard over most of these stations at this time, will not be broadcast today in order that the National Broadcasting Company may bring you the special program that follows. Just Plain Bill will be heard at its regular time tomorrow. Now NBC continues its coverage of operations in Europe with a special broadcast from NBC staff in England. We take you now to London.
This is W.W. Chaplin in London. It is now 11:30 p.m., and we hope in a few minutes to have the latest communique concerning the invasion from SHAEF, Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. That will be SHAEF communique number 4. We are expecting to receive it momentarily now. In the meantime, I can tell you that the invasion is still going well, though it would be a great mistake to overemphasize the tremendous successes we've had in the initial phase. SHAEF itself has made a great point of this today, calling attention to the fact that our men have now been fighting for almost 48 hours under very difficult conditions, and that they have not yet got their second wind to carry them on to new victories. Here is one late dispatch which came in just a few minutes ago from NBC's George Wheeler, who has been with the American naval forces in the Channel since before the invasion began. Wheeler tells of the loss during the first invasion phase of a United States destroyer, the name of which I am not yet privileged to disclose. He says this destroyer had gone in quite close to the French shore, and apparently one of the enemy shore batteries got her range and just pumped her full of shells. George Wheeler says that as many of the destroyer's crew as could got off before she sank and were picked up by a nearby ship. But it's impossible at this time, he says, to say what percentage of the destroyer's crew was saved. After the destroyer was sunk, says Wheeler, the German battery was silenced within 3 minutes by the venerable battleship Nevada. Well, that just goes to emphasize what I've been saying in these broadcasts ever since the invasion began before yesterday's dawn. We're bound to have many losses in all branches of the services, and it is only safe to presume that some of them may be heavy losses. And now, as we haven't yet received that SHAEF communique number 4, which I told you we're expecting, I would like you to listen for a moment to one of the reporters who's been right in the thick of invasion activity and who's returned with a first-hand eyewitness story. This man is Robin Duss, war correspondent of the British Broadcasting Corporation, whose assignment took him across the Channel with the United States Navy. And now you'll hear Robin Duss himself.
Aboard the United States ship Barnett, very gallant veteran of Guadalcanal, Naples, and Salerno, we heard over the speaking tube 1,000 yards from the anchorage. The young navigator pored over his charts, and the voice continued quietly over that tube. 500 yards, 100, 50 yards. Let her go. We dropped anchor on a pinpoint bearing. Winches creaked. The soldiers went quietly to their debarkation stations. The experience of other landings was at work, and boatloads of men who an hour before had sat down to a steak breakfast were in the water, milling around in the choppy seas, waiting for the hour that had come to have an almost mystic significance, H hour. But even then, we could hear the drone of the air transports, the transports that were carrying the paratroops to land behind the defenses. As they drew over the coast, faint bursts of flak went up to meet them. But soon we saw the glare of fires, and we knew that those men had dropped to earth and done their work. And then the bombardment. For 3 hours the ship quivered, and the air pulsated with the sounds of the greatest bombardment ever conceived. 500 tons from the Royal Air Force for each of 10 gun batteries. For each battery, the weight that came down on London in the worst raid. Ton after ton of high explosive from the naval guns. The dull thud of explosion as the paratroops used their dynamite. And then the American daylight bombers. The landing craft were just offshore. Smoke was down, and in the boats every man was tense, waiting for the shock of that first landing. And then the heavies dropped their load. They lifted that beach right in the air, killed everything living, smashed the defenses. The taut hardness of the jaws of those American soldiers softened into a smile of almost inexpressible relief. The last bomb dropped, and it was H hour, D-Day. It's difficult to look back at the moment, at the days and hours of anxious expectancy beforehand, at the picture in the Bay of the Seine all through the day. It's difficult to look back and to make order out of the vast complexity of planning and timing and power. In front of you lies the coast of France, flat and green, broken here and there by the spire of a church or by a rise in the contours. On every side, to the horizon and beyond, a fleet of ducks and landing craft roaring their way to and from the beaches, of landing ships opening their bellies to disgorge their men and material, of destroyers and coastal craft on constant watch for the enemy's E-boats and U-boats, of battleships and cruisers, Arkansas, Nevada, Texas, Hawkins, Enterprise, Quincy, some of the proudest names of the American and British fleets, steaming close into the enemy shore, pouring in their broadsides to the German strong points. It was a picture that put a lump into your throat and left the tears not very far from your eyes. And all the time, high overhead, liberators and fortresses, marauders, lightnings, thunderbolts, and spitfires went on their missions of attack or protection. As the small craft came back, a new fleet hove into sight. More men and material were ready for the moment when the commanders called for them. And as they came, the small craft drew alongside the Barnett. Men whose job was done had come back to their parent ship. They brought others with them, men whose job had also been done, and who had given their lives in the doing of it. Sad-faced sailors helped the wounded aboard and carried them to the doctors. And they carried one stretcher with a gentleness that hurt in the midst of this din of battle. The man on the stretcher was wrapped in the flag of the United States. Even at the greatest moment of this greatest of all military operations, there was a time to pay respect to the men who died in helping to win a magnificent success. Success it was. The fighting on land is hard and bitter, and only the first stage has been accomplished. But that first stage has been carried through with supreme efficiency. It's been carried through by the forces of 3 countries, integrated, equipped, commanded, and of great courage.
Thank you, Robin. You have just heard Robin Duff, BBC war correspondent, who witnessed the initial phase of the invasion from a vantage point on an American naval vessel. And now, here is that communique number 4, which I told you we were expecting. It reads like this, quote, Allied troops have cleared all beaches of the enemy and have in some cases established links with flanking beachheads. Inland fighting generally is heavy. An armored counterattack in the Caen area on Tuesday evening was repulsed. Enemy resistance is stiffening as his reserves come into action. The landing of troops and seaborne military supplies continues on all beaches, despite the northwesterly wind which has persisted since the assault. Shortly before dawn today, light coastal forces, while sweeping to the eastward, encountered a superior force of enemy craft. action was immediately joined, and damage was inflicted on the enemy before he could make good his escape. Enemy coastal batteries, which were still in action today, have been silenced by Allied naval forces. It is not yet known whether all has been finally reduced. Allied aircraft have been directing the fire of the USS Texas, Captain C.A. Baker, USN, wearing the flag of Rear Admiral Carlton F. Bryant, USN, and HMS Glasgow, Captain C.P. Clark, DSO, RN, who, together with other Allied warships, have been engaging inland targets behind the beaches. Allied aircraft of all types and in great strength have closely supported our land and sea forces. Early this morning, airborne operations were resumed on a very large scale, supplies and tactical equipment being delivered to our ground forces. In 2 operations this morning, medium and light bombers attacked large troop concentrations and military buildings close behind the enemy lines, as well as gun positions in the battle area and railway lines south of the battle area. Road, rail, and other targets, including armored vehicles, troop concentrations, gun positions, and ammunition dumps, were also attacked during the morning by fighter bombers. Heavy bombers, in medium strength, attacked focal points on the road system in the area south of Caen early this afternoon. Fighters escorted the bombers and also strafed and bombed railway yards, locomotives, trains of oil tank cars, flak towers, radio installations, and airfields over a 40 to 50 mile area south and southeast of the battle area. Continuous patrols were maintained over shipping, the beaches, and the battle area. More enemy aircraft were encountered than on Tuesday, and a number of them were shot down. That's the end of Shafe's Communique number 4. This is W.W. Chaplin, returning you now to the NBC newsroom in New York.
And here in the NBC newsroom in New York is Robert St. John.
And here are a few bulletins that have come in while Bill Chaplin's been talking to you. The first one is a bulletin from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force, which says that General Eisenhower has made the journey across the English Channel today to the beachhead vicinity in a Royal Navy warship. Along with him was Admiral Sir Bertram Ramsay and also several staff officers. And here's another bulletin which says that returning Marauder bomber pilots reported tonight that the French city of Coutances on the lower side of the Cherbourg Peninsula is burning. And here's something that our NBC monitors, who are sitting right outside this glassed-in studio with earphones over their heads, here's something that they have picked up today from the shortwave radio. They heard a German underground radio station reporting that Adolf Hitler is not at the Western Front at all. As a matter of fact, this German underground station said that Adolf Hitler is still at his hideaway at Berchtesgaden, and that he's been there all the time, and that this story about him being at the Western Front is just so much Nazi propaganda. And here's an interesting little story. Pilots returning from missions over the beachheads of France reported tonight that Allied aerial traffic there is so heavy that fighter planes actually have been assigned to guard the flow of this traffic and prevent collisions. Well, what that amounts to is aerial traffic cops, isn't it? These pilots say that they can see jeeps down in the streets of the French villages and towns just back of the coast. They say that emergency landing fields have now been set up, and they say that things appear to be getting under control there on the coast of France. They also said that no enemy planes were in the air in these sectors at all today. And now just let me give you a brief summary of the situation as it appears to us here in New York shortly before 6 p.m. Eastern Wartime. The Allied invaders of France have been beaten. They have beaten back the first fierce German armored counterattacks. The Allied seaborne and airborne troops are said to be making considerable progress along the Normandy coast despite the stiffening German resistance. The Germans have been cleared from all of the landing beaches. In some cases, adjoining landing areas have been linked up with the beaches. Reinforced by airborne troops from a 50-mile-long train of gliders, the Allies have firmly consolidated their holdings along a curving 100-mile front between Cherbourg and Le Havre. The first big German counterattack was made against Allied forces driving inland in the area of Cannes, 9 miles inland from the Channel coast. However, this assault was repulsed by the Allied forces. The German radio said that Field Marshal Erwin Rommel has thrown reserves of the German 7th and 15th Armies into the mounting struggle. However, Allied headquarters says the Allies are making considerable progress despite the stiffening resistance and bad weather. And here's the summary of communique number 4, the latest communique from Allied headquarters. It confirms that Allied troops have cleared all the beaches, and in some areas the troops have established contact with flanking beachhead units. Well, that's the news up to 5:45 Eastern Wartime from the NBC newsroom in New York.
Just Plain Bill, usually heard at this time, was not presented today in order that we might bring you the special program just concluded. It will be broadcast at its regular time tomorrow over most of these stations. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WEAF, New York. The following program may be interrupted so that we may bring you the latest war bulletins.
We now present the unforgettable radio drama Front Page Farrell, the story of a crack newspaperman and his wife, the story of David and Sally Farrell. Ladies, how often do you slip off your shoe in a darkened movie or under a restaurant table because a painful corn is annoying you? Well, why allow corns or calluses to make you uncomfortable? Let me tell you about Free-Zone. Free-Zone is a liquid. It contains pain-relieving and soothing ingredients that bring satisfying relief. Unlike pads and corn treatments which only touch the outer surface of a corn, Free-Zone actually helps remove the corn itself. All you do is follow the simple directions on the bottle. Apply a few drops of Free-Zone directly on the corn with a special glass applicator which comes in every bottle. 3 or 4 treatments are usually all that are necessary to help remove the corn easily. Free-Zone is no more trouble, no more bother to use than that. Don't put up with the torture of corns another day. Get Free-Zone, Freezone, at your drugstore today. And now, Front Page Farrell, the story of a New York newspaper reporter and his wife, Sally. With David and Sally spending the evening with their friends, Chris and Norman Barnett, Paul Dorset stayed home. And home, of course, is Professor Taylor Caldwell's residence, where Paul has been living since Sunday. We find Paul with the professor and his granddaughter, Louise.
I think you're wrong, Professor Caldwell.
Wrong, my boy?
Well, it's here, isn't it? Not there. Oh, to be in England now that April's here.
Is it, Paul? I don't think so.
Nor do I, my child. Oh, to be in England now that April's there. Here.
You see, sir?
No, I do not see. Bless my soul, I know my Browning better than that. Oh, to be in England now that April's... Let me see.
Oh, I'm sure it's there, Grandfather. It's Paul who's wrong.
Want to bet?
Bet, indeed. I'll just get my copy of Browning, young man, and prove it to you.
Oh, it isn't important, Grandfather. Sit still.
Oh, not important when that scallywag thinks he can correct me on my Browning? Excuse me, I'll bring the book back and show you.
That was mean, Paul. You know you're wrong.
Maybe. Anyway, he gets such a kick out of proving he's right.
What?
Haven't you found that out about your own grandfather? Why, this is half the fun.
Oh, I see. And what have you found out about me?
You? Oh, lots of things.
What?
Oh, that I love you. Little unimportant things like that.
Unimportant?
And that you're beautiful, and that you have wonderful blue eyes. They are blue, aren't they?
No, they are.
Silly, I'm just teasing you.
And it's not unimportant that you love me, I mean.
Unimportant? Why, it's...
Now then, my fine friend, we'll see who's right about this.
Oh, here, Grandfather. Sit here near the light.
No, never mind the light, Louise. It only draws bugs. I can see well enough. Now then, Robert Browning, Home Thoughts from Abroad.
Well, is it there, sir, or here?
It's there, you young pup, there, just as I said.
Really?
Paul, you knew you were wrong.
I did not.
Oh, to be in England now that April's there.
You know the gag, don't you, Professor?
Gag, Paul?
A joke, Grandfather. A gag is a joke.
I know, my child. It's a word they use on the radio. Now then, Paul, what gag?
About that line of Browning's. It's what a lot of girls are saying these days, you see. Only they say it, oh, to be in England now that the army's there.
Oh, Paul.
Well, you see, sir, it means...
Oh, don't bother to explain it, my boy. The humor doesn't entirely escape me, you know, even if my granddaughter sometimes thinks it does.
Oh, I never thought that at all.
Oh, to be in England...
What about the invasion, Professor Caldwell? I mean, like we were talking last night.
My dear boy, I have no intention of letting you ensnare me in another discussion of the invasion. You're a journalist. You should know more about it than anyone.
Now who's teasing who?
I'd like to have a talk with Farrell about the scrap over there. I'd like to get his ideas on it.
Well, Dave doesn't say much, really. I guess you know that.
Oh, he's so nice. Sally, too. I think they're both just grand.
They're good friends, my dear. Good friends.
Yes, I know.
Well, they're certainly swell to me. Gee, if I hadn't gotten a job with Dave, I'd never have met you.
I gather, my boy, that you refers to my granddaughter.
Oh, heck, Professor, you too.
Thank you, Paul. That's very generous of you.
Oh, Grandfather, don't tease him.
Tease him? Indeed, young lady, I'm going to leave him alone with you.
Really, sir? Don't go in on our account.
Oh, yes, Grandfather, it's such a beautiful night.
And beautiful nights, my child, are many years beyond me. Oh, Paul.
Yes, sir?
Be sure of the latch, you know.
Oh, yes, sir, I will.
One of the guards is right outside, and I'll be in my study. Call me now. Call me if there's the least little thing.
Yes, sir, I will. Don't worry.
Don't worry, young man. It isn't a matter of worry at all.
We'll be right here, Grandfather.
Very well.
Oh, Paul, honestly, when is this going to end?
What?
You know what I mean. This awful fear. I hate it, Paul. I hate it.
Oh, come here, Louise. Up here beside me.
Yes?
It isn't fear, darling. Your grandfather isn't afraid of anything on earth.
I know, but it's so awful. Other people don't live this way, Paul. They don't have guards around their houses and people following them and all this.
Other people aren't your grandfather, dear. He's a famous man. Don't you realize his discoveries, those notes he has inside? Why, they affect the war itself. He's got to be careful, darling. You must understand that.
I try to. It's just not knowing. Not knowing when something terrible might happen.
You mustn't think that way, Louise. After all, you're not alone in this, you know. I'm here, and your grandfather knows Dave Farrell is doing all he can.
Yes, I suppose I'm being silly.
And we do have a good time. Why, by Thursday, you'll be so busy you won't think a thing about it.
Thursday? Oh, your mother and father.
Mm-hmm. Gee, I can't wait to see him. I can't wait to have them see you.
Oh, I'm so glad they're going to stay here in the house.
They'll be awfully grateful, Louise. The room you fixed up for them is terrific.
I don't mean the room. That's nothing. It's just having people here. Nice people like your mother and father. Sometimes I think I want the whole house just full of people.
No, we're doing pretty well so far.
Oh, I'm serious. It helps, Paul. With people here, it makes me think maybe...
Yes?
Maybe it is foolish to be afraid. Maybe nothing will happen after all.
Now, about midnight, David and Sally are just returning home.
Oh, David, not so loud. Jimmy wakes up now. We'll never get him back to sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I forgot. Where's Mary Lee, in the kitchen?
She put the cot in Jimmy's room. She's staying all night.
Oh,
Come on out in the kitchen, dear. Fix your lunch.
good. I'm starved.
Oh, that's not a very nice compliment to Chris. I thought her dinner was lovely.
Oh, it was. Only whenever I'm out, I never eat enough. It's the way you watch me, I guess.
Why, David, how awful. Do I watch you when we're out?
No, not really, honey. What's in the icebox?
All sorts of things. You sit down and I'll start piling things in front of you.
You make me sound like Henry VIII.
Who?
You know, the guy with the hunk of roast beef in his hand.
Oh, that reminds me, Thursday night.
What?
I meant to ask Mr. Deck if I can get a nice roast for Thursday night.
Thursday? Oh, you mean Paul's mother and father.
Here, dear, take this, will you?
All right.
It's going to be quite a party, really. Paul and his parents, that's 3. Louise and Professor Caldwell, that makes 5.
What about us?
Oh, naturally, us, dear.
Mm-hmm.
7 altogether. How about some summer sausage?
For dinner?
idiot now.
Oh.
Here, it looks wonderful.
Well, I think you're the one that wants it.
I do. I'm kind of hungry, too.
Oh, say, honey, I meant to tell you. We finally settled where they're going to stay.
Oh, Paul's mother and father?
Mm-hmm.
Where, dear?
At Professor Caldwell's.
David, really?
Well, heck, Sally, it does seem silly to put him in a hotel.
But does Professor Caldwell know?
Certainly he knows. You heard Paul tell us last night. He insisted. So did Louise.
I see.
Why do you say that?
I didn't say anything, dear. I was just thinking.
You said, I see. Every time you use that sentence, I know you mean something else.
Some milk?
Yes, please.
Oh, it's really all right, I suppose. Hotels are crowded. And as Paul said, they haven't a great deal of money.
But? Come on, let's have it. But what?
Well, to be perfectly frank about it, David, it seems sort of, I don't know, funny.
And by that you mean...
I mean, dear, that you're the one who has to help Professor Caldwell.
Mm-hmm.
He decided to tell you about the people following him and trying to get his notes. He told you because he knew you'd help. Isn't that right?
Okay, so?
Well, it just seems to me you're losing your place, that's all.
My place? Now, what do you mean by that?
Perhaps that isn't the word exactly, but with Paul in love with Louise and with him living there, now his family going to stay there, too, I just think... Oh, I don't know. I'm all wrong, I suppose.
No, you're not, Sally. Go on. You think what?
It just doesn't seem to me that it's right, David. Professor Caldwell trusts you, don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
What must he think if you allow all those strangers to move in on him?
Strangers? Honey, it's Paul. He works for me, remember?
Yes, I know, but...
Actually, his moving in there was a break for me. I can keep that much closer to the thing.
I know, David, that's all true, and they are his mother and father. Goodness knows it's nice of Professor Caldwell to put them up.
Why, sure, honey. You're just fussing about nothing.
I suppose I am at that.
Matter of fact, I think it's going to be fun having Paul's parents here. From the way he talks, they must be pretty swell people.
Of course they are, David. Why, he's the most devoted boy I've ever known.
Sure, you just wait and see. Thursday night will be fun.
I do worry too much, I guess. It's only that I can see how much Professor Caldwell trusts you, David. I'm so eager to have you help him. Anyone can see how much it means. You must help him, David. You must.
Yes, perhaps Sally does worry too much. For as David says, it looks like the days ahead will be fun. You won't want to miss any of this interesting story, so listen tomorrow for another chapter of Front Page Pharaoh. Do painful, unsightly corns and calluses stop you from having fun at the beach or in the country? Why spoil a good time when Free-Zone will help fix up those corns? Free-Zone is a liquid containing pain-relieving and soothing ingredients that give welcome relief. When you apply it, notice the almost invisible coating it forms. Unlike pads and corn treatments which only touch the outer surface of the corn, Free-Zone actually helps remove the corn itself. And it's so simple to use Free-Zone. Just apply a few drops with the handy glass applicator which comes in every bottle. Follow directions, and after a few applications, Free-Zone usually aids in removing the corn easily. Many druggists have recommended Free-Zone for over 27 years because it works. Get a bottle of Free-Zone, Freezone, today. Front Page Farrell is on the air again at the same time tomorrow at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Wartime over this station. Be sure to listen. This is Mark Goodson saying goodbye for Front Page Farrell and inviting you to listen to Easy Aces, radio's distinctive laugh novelty, on the air tonight over another network. Consult your local paper for time and station.
Get really fast, truly wonderful relief from a sudden attack of heartburn or indigestion due to hyperacidity. Carry a handy box of Bicidol mint-flavored tablets with you whenever away from home. When taken as directed, these tablets give incredibly fast relief from stomach distress due to stomach acidity. Easy to carry, easy to take. Bicidol mint-flavored tablets are only 25 cents at all druggists. Get some today.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.